I'm not going to be involved with anybody who's ashamed to admit me. If the price of admission to the party is the denial of my body, I'm paying too high a price. And I'm saying the Obama administration must be honest and open about what they're doing to help and facilitate African American people without alienating. This is what Minister Farrakhan said. The white folk who love you gonna love you regardless. The white folk who don't love you ain't gonna love you. If you delivered their babies every Sunday morning with gloves on your back, it's not gonna happen. The question is, what do black people have enough of self-love to say, if you don't love me and you can't come out and say publicly that you love me, then your love is already shattered. And it's not about love, it's about service. Let me end by saying this. When you look at the GI Bill was a universal prescription that said we're going to help everybody. It established the middle class. Black people were mostly closed out of that. 98% of those people who received it were white, and 98% of the 99% of them were men. So women and people of color were locked out of a universal program. Everything you just announced what Obama is doing that has been targeted to black people, first of all, hasn't been targeted because it's been for a larger urban project that most of which the monies have not come to us. Secondly, Mr. Obama has far more help percentage-wise and overall mass suburban America than he's helped African American people. And thirdly, something that Dr. Malveaux said we need to repeat here. There has been a massive redistribution of wealth upward under the black president. Under Bush, it was already accelerated. Under Mr. Obama, it has gone through the roof. Black people have to wake up and say, stop the bleeding and be concerned about us individually. It's not about giving up concern for white America, but it's about taking us seriously. We voted for him 97%. We need some return on those votes, and black people need to take enough responsibility to demand that Obama love us as he loves the rest of America.
I apologize for trying to get to you a few minutes ago, Mr. Farrakhan, but this discourse for the last few minutes leads perfectly to the question I wanted to ask you. Again, we're putting everything on the table today in love and in truth. I have received significant pushback from certain people across this country who believe that the very nature of this conversation on C-SPAN is wrong. Is wrong. That this is not a conversation. Tavis, take that stuff to the back room. Y'all Negroes get together where the camera's not around. And those meetings do happen. And there's no doubt about that. He meets with a variety of people, and black leaders, you know, have their own meetings. But what about the notion that that coming together, having these kinds of conversations in the public square, in the public, on national television is wrong and not very good, not very wise strategically?
I think a wise man would listen to his or her critics. Sister Julianne Malveaux was a very strong critic of mine. And when I had the privilege to talk to my sister, I thanked her. Why do you thank somebody who criticizes you? Because your friends sometimes are not real good friends if they don't tell you the thing that you need to hear.
That's right.
So when my sister criticized me, I loved her more because I saw her as honest, as a strong black woman who was not going to let a strong black man get away with what she thought I might be getting away with.
Join the movement. Gotta pop out and show niggas. Certified boogeyman, I'm the one that up to score with him. Walking down the whole time.
We are Leviathan. Together we rise.
I'm waiting for Willie Mays to come behind him because Willie's got a hell of a thing. Number two, how you gonna say you just the president of black folk? No, Sherlock. We didn't know that. Of course we knew that. I'm the very person who said he got to holler at white folk and wink at us. So don't tell me that I didn't understand that you had to engage in code switching, which is the predicate for acceptance in the larger circle of white supremacist logic, so that you could then get in with a black voice. But don't get up in there and become who you said you were against to begin with. I'm talking about right versus wrong. So my point is, you are the president of everybody, which includes me. I am from America too. I'm from Detroit, Michigan. That's in America. New Jersey ain't got to be New York to be part of America. I ain't got to be white to be part of America. Latinos asking them for something, and they got something. Gay and lesbian said, don't ask, don't tell, changed it. Jewish brothers and sisters said, deal with Israel, deal with it. All of those are specific entities. Why is it when it comes to Negroes? Why is it when it comes to black folk? All of a sudden we are persona non grata. I tell you, Mr. Obama, to deal with the black agenda is what every president before you had to do. How you gonna be any different? Abraham Lincoln had to deal with race. George Washington had to deal with race. LBJ had to deal with race. How come you the first president that ain't got to deal with race? It wasn't a black president who passed the Civil Rights Bill. It wasn't a black president who passed the Voting Rights Act. It wasn't a black president who passed the Fair Housing Act. It wasn't a black president who dealt with fair housing. It wasn't a black president who dealt with affirmative action. You gonna be like every other president, deal with race. If you wanna be great, deal with the Negro question. Now let me say this. How you gonna say this? One size does not fit all. When you go to the hospital, some people taking aspirin for hangnails. Some people taking insulin for diabetes. And some people taking chemotherapy for cancer. Ain't no such thing as a rising tide lifts all boats. You got to target your particular reality and tailor the public policy. And let me say this. First of all, everybody ain't got no boat. So you need to make some funds available for boat making. Then when we get to boats, some people got them little dinghies out there, and some people got some cruise liners. And the folk with the cruise liners don't give a damn what you do anyway. So the rising tide is not gonna benefit us because we're being displaced by those big cruises. How you gonna deny Negroes money, 17% almost unemployment, 9% with white folk, 12% with Latinos, and tell me it's all equal? I'm telling you this, you bailed out the notorious AIG, you bailed them out, you bailed out General Motors, but you can't bail out African-American people who put together dimes and nickels and had parties for you to make sure that you could get up in the White House, and now when you get there, you can't have amnesia. Let me say this. Let me say this.
Last second, Dyson, go ahead.
Let me say this and I'm gonna be done. It ain't no stimulus, it's stimulim. We ain't been stimulated. Look, when the money, as Dr. Malveaux said, goes to the states, look at what monies have gone to the states.
Join the movement.
I gotta pop out and show niggas. Certified boogeyman, I'm the one that up to score with them. Walking down whole time.
We are Leviathan. Together we rise.
Stokes. Ronald Stokes was not the least among the followers of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. He was one of the highest. He was the secretary of our Los Angeles Mosque. And as we explained in that rally on May, many of you thought that we should go right on out then and make war on the white man. You wanted to do it yourself, didn't you? Didn't you? You wanted some action then, didn't you? Because you don't like the idea of white people shooting black people down, do you? And you're ready to do something about it, aren't you? We know you are. And the white man should be thankful that God has given the Honorable Elijah Muhammad the control over his followers that he has, so that they can play it cool, calm, and collected, and leave it in the hands of God. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad has stopped us from stealing, and we did steal. He stopped us from gambling, he stopped us from cheating, and he stopped us from lying. Stealing runs rampant in Harlem. Gambling runs rampant in Harlem. All types of evils and vices that tear apart our community run rampant in Harlem. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad doesn't condemn the victim. He goes to work on the victim. He doesn't say that all of you should go to jail because you have fallen victim to the evils that white man has brought into the community. He teaches you and me the religion that God has given to him as the only cure for the evil habits the white man has brought here among us. Profanity, you don't find it among Muslims. He stopped us from using profanity, from being boisterous, from being rude and loud, and encourages us to be courteous, mannerly, and to exercise discipline and respect for authority at all times. He teaches us to obey the law, to respect law enforcement officers, as long as these law enforcement officers respect themselves and respect the law that they represent. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad has eliminated laziness from among his followers. He teaches us to be thrifty, channel our money that we earn in an intelligent direction. He has taken us out of the tavern. We don't throw our money away there. He has taken us out of the bars and the nightclubs. We don't throw our money away there. We don't stand on the corner now without a job. When you become a Muslim, he makes us get a job. He makes us go to work. He makes us exercise or exert energy in our own behalf.
Join the movement.
We gotta pop out and show niggas. Certified boogeyman, I'm the one that up to score with them. Walking down whole time.
We are Leviathan. Together we rise.
We need repair from 310 years of chattel slavery, where black men were forced to be studs, to make black women pregnant, to make more slaves for the slave master. And that same unhealthy attitude of misusing our women and making babies that we have no desire to take care of is still with us. Willie Lynch, who gave the ways that we could keep being divided so that they could rule us for 1,000 years. That sickness is still with us. Yes, we got a black president, but brother said it was confusion. He confused the issue. But really, he never wants to lose the white vote. So if he loses the white vote, he don't care that you voted for him. But if he loses the white vote, he feels he will lose. Dear brother, if you're watching, out of love.
Out of love. There it is. That's right.
You won't lose the white vote of those whites that really understand this problem and know that this problem needs to be solved, and we can't keep relegating it to generation after generation because a few of us got a little money, a few of us got positions, a few of us have wealth, while the masses of our people are going steadily down. No one man can rise above the condition of his people.
Amen.
So President Obama, this august body of brothers and sisters that really love you want you to use your bully pulpit, but then after you do that, then what about us? See, brother said responsibility. Is it that we should let them take responsibility to do for us, or should we pool the knowledge that's at the table, the power that's in our community, the wealth that's in our community to change the harsh reality of black life in America? He can create an atmosphere.
That's what it is.
But we have to do the job of fulfilling the black agenda.
Join the movement.
We gotta pop out and show niggas. Certified boogeyman, I'm the one that up to score with them. Walking down whole time.
We are Leviathan. Together we rise.
Moderator, our distinguished guests, brothers and sisters, our friends and our enemies. Everybody is here. As many of you know, last March, when it was announced that I was no longer in the Black Muslim movement, it was pointed out that it was my intention to work among the 22 million non-Muslim Afro-Americans and to try and form some type of organization or create a situation where the young people, our young people, the students and others, could study the problems of our people for a period of time and then come up with a new analysis and give us some new ideas and some new suggestions as to how to approach a problem that too many other people had been playing around with for too long. And that we would have some kind of meeting and determine at a later date whether to form a black nationalist party or a black nationalist army. There have been many of our people across the country from all walks of life who have taken it upon themselves to try and pool their ideas and to come up with some kind of solution to the problem that confronts all of our people. And tonight we are here to try and get an understanding of what it is they've come up with. Also, recently, when I was blessed to make a trip or a pilgrimage, a religious pilgrimage to the holy city of Mecca, where I met many people from all over the world, plus spent many weeks in Africa, trying to broaden my own scope and get more of an open mind to look at the problem as it actually is. One of the things that I realized, and I realized this even before going over there, was that our African brothers have gained their independence faster than you and I here in America have. They've also gained recognition and respect as human beings much faster than you and I. Just 10 years ago on the African continent, our people were colonized. They were suffering all forms of colonization, oppression, exploitation, degradation, humiliation, discrimination, and every other kind of Asian.
Join the movement.
Gotta pop out and show niggas. Certified boogeyman, I'm the one that up to score with them. Walking down whole time.
We are Leviathan. Together we rise.
In every child's heart lies a dragon waiting to awaken. This is the story of Imani, a girl who carried the strength of her ancestors, even if she didn't know it yet.
I wonder what Grandma meant by that. Morning, Mom. Morning, Dad.
Morning, sweetie. Breakfast is on the table. I made your favorite dragon-shaped pancakes.
Hey there, curious cat. Ready to learn something new today?
Always. Wow, Mom, they look just like Levi.
Levi.
Oh, just a friend from my dreams.
Levi, huh? Sounds like quite an imagination you've got there, kiddo.
Just like her grandmother, always full of stories.
Where'd you get those shoes? The trash?
Hey, I think I have an extra pair of cool shoelaces. Want them? You know, my grandma says we rise by lifting others. Maybe you could help tie them?
The city council is debating a reparations program for descendants of enslaved people. My dad says it's just people wanting free money.
Yeah, why should we pay for stuff that happened forever ago?
Now, let's remember to be respectful. This is a complex issue.
Mom, Dad, what are reparations? Why are people upset about it?
Oh, sweetie, it's about fixing old wrongs, but it's complicated.
We'll talk more about it this weekend, okay? It's a big topic.
Imani, come help me with these sweet potato pies.
Grandma, do you know about reparations?
Oh, child, that's a heavy topic, but it's important. Let me tell you a story while we bake.
I wish I could understand. Why do people think it's wrong for us to get help after all we've been through?
Hello there, young one. I am, well, you can call me Levi. I'm what you might call how to put it, a guardian of stories. Fear not, Imani. I heard your questions. Would you like to see the answers hidden in our history? Then climb on my back, little one. Our journey begins. And so Imani embarked on a journey through time to uncover the truth about her heritage and the long road to justice. Hold tight, young Imani. We're about to dive into the river of time. Our journey through history begins now.
Wow, it's like we're flying through a rainbow tornado. It's so hot, and they look so tired. I can almost feel the scratchy cotton. Leviathan, this is awful. How could people do this to each other? She's just a kid like me. But her eyes, they look so much older. It's like she's carrying the weight of the world.
See how their labor built wealth for others? This is the foundation of a great injustice that echoes through time.
It's like their sweat is turning into money, but not for them. That's so wrong. They never got paid. That's not fair. The scale is so unbalanced, it's like it's about to break. They're free now. Look how happy they are. It's like they're glowing from the inside.
Yes, this moment of joy is precious, but remember, freedom is just the beginning of a long journey. Yes, but freedom alone didn't solve everything. Observe. The scale still struggles to find balance.
But why? They're free now. Shouldn't everything be okay? It's like a roller coaster of history. So much pain, but also so much strength and progress.
Indeed, young one. The journey is long and complex, but the spirit of your ancestors endures.
Welcome, child of our future. We've been waiting for you. Your journey through time has brought you to us.
You've been waiting for me. Who are you? You look like everyone I saw in the past. There are so many of you.
We are the echoes of those who came before, child. Each of us has a story, a struggle, and a triumph to share.
We are your ancestors, Imani. We've watched your journey through time, feeling every moment of joy and pain alongside you.
We fought, we marched, we built, we did all we could in our time. Now we pass the torch to you and your generation.
But how can I possibly live up to everything you've done? I'm sorry you all went through so much pain. I want to help make things right. But it seems so big, so impossible.
Sweet child, change always seems impossible until it's done. Your caring heart is the first step.
Sweet child, you already are. By seeking to understand, by caring, you carry our strength forward. Remember, the greatest changes often start with the smallest actions.
But how? What can one kid do against such big problems?
Do you see, Imani? Reparations isn't just about money. It's about building a bridge to the future our ancestors dreamed of. It's about connection, understanding, and action.
A bridge, connecting the past to the future. I think I'm starting to understand. A future where everything is balanced and fair, where everyone has a chance to thrive.
Yes, child, build that future. We believe in you.
We are all connected, Imani, past, present, and future. The strength of your ancestors flows through you.
I can feel it. It's like they're becoming part of me.
Are you ready to return, Imani? There's much work to be done.
I'm ready. I think I understand now. It's not just about the past. It's about building a better future for everyone.
Remember, child, you carry us with you always.
I won't let you down. I promise to do my best to build that bridge to a fairer future.
Remember, young one, the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Are you ready to take that step?
I am. Let's go home and get started.
Does anyone else have thoughts on this topic?
I think I understand it better now.
Oh yeah, how?
Well, it's kind of like baking a pie. Imagine your great-great-grandma had this amazing sweet potato pie recipe, but someone stole it and got rich selling it for years and years. But that was a long time ago. Right, but your family never got to benefit from that recipe. You couldn't open a pie shop or go to culinary school because of the money you should have had.
Go on, Imani.
Reparations would be like giving back the recipe, helping your family open that pie shop, and making sure everyone knows it was your great-great-grandma's recipe all along. It's about restoring what was lost and creating new opportunities.
But why should I have to give up my pie money for something I didn't do?
Remember the bridge, young one.
It's not about blame. It's about fixing something that's been broken for a long time, so everyone can enjoy the pie together. When we address historical injustices, we all benefit from a fairer, more prosperous society.
That's a remarkably insightful way of putting it, Imani. Where did you learn to explain things like that?
Oh, just from a wise friend. I have so much to tell Grandma.
Remember, Imani, the strength of your ancestors lives in you. Use it wisely.
I will. This is just the beginning. I can't wait to tell Mom and Dad what I learned. Mom, Dad, Grandma, you won't believe what happened today.
Wow, honey, that's a really mature way of explaining things.
You make us so proud, Imani, but are you sure you're ready for such big conversations?
I think so. I have to try, right?
I always said that dragon spirit would guide you well. Trust in your strength, child.
Hey, Imani, can you explain that pie thing again? My parents were asking about it.
Sure, let's talk at lunch. Maybe we can start a discussion group?
Imani, your design is beautiful. What inspired it?
Oh, just a lesson I learned from a very old friend. Levi, are you there?
Always, young one. How may I assist?
I was wondering, will things really get better? Will we see real change?
I hope I haven't put anybody on the spot. I'm not intending to try and stir you up and make you do something that you wouldn't have done anyway. I pray that God will bless you in everything that you do. I pray that you will grow intellectually so that you can understand the problems of the world and where you fit into in that world picture. And I pray that all the fear that has ever been in your heart will be taken out. And when you look at that man, if you know he's nothing but a coward, you won't fear him.
Deal against Castro, against Khrushchev, against Laos and South Vietnam and all these other places all over the world. But when it comes to time to correcting the injustices that are being inflicted against Negroes in this country, Kennedy sits up there like Nero.
You feel, however, that we're making progress in this country and worldwide?
No. I will never say that progress is being made. If you stick a knife in my back 9 inches and pull it out 6 inches, there's no progress. You pull it all the way out, that's not progress. The progress is healing the wound that the blow made. And they haven't even begun to pull the knife out, much less try and heal the wound.
It should catch on fire and burn down. You and I need to learn a lesson from that right there. In the UN, the dark world consists of Buddhists, Hindus, Shintoists, Taoists, Christians, Muslims, everything. But they're together. They forget their religious and political differences. They think as one. They move as one against a common enemy. And out of Algeria, he's going. Don't think he's not going. He's going. They're getting him out of Angola, out of Tanganyika, out of Angola, out of Uganda, out of Kenya. He's going from South Africa too. He hasn't got long to be there. All over this earth. Dark people who have been oppressed and exploited by those who are not their own kind, strangers, are coming together to get the oppressor off their back. You and I learn a lesson from that. We are oppressed. We are exploited. We are downtrodden. We are denied not only civil rights, but even human rights. So the only way we're going to get some of this oppression and exploitation away from us or aside from us is come together against the common enemy.
Join the movement.
I'm gotta pop out and show niggas. Certified boogeyman, I'm the one that up to score with them. Walking down whole time.
We are Leviathan. Together we rise.
Steel against Castro, against Khrushchev, against Laos and South Vietnam and all these other places all over the world. But when it comes to time to correcting the injustices that are being inflicted against Negroes in this country, Kennedy sits up there like Nero. He's fiddling while Birmingham is burning.
Malcolm X, I want to talk with you briefly about your affiliation with Cassius. How long have you known him?
About 3 years.
And have you been advising him as far as his religious affiliations are concerned?
Well, no, I don't give advice to anyone. He's my brother and my friend. I express what I know and understand around him, but he has a mind of his own and understanding of his own.
Did he feel that, he tells me that he felt that his affiliation with the Muslim religion had a great deal to do with his winning.
Yes, as a follower of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad in the religion of Islam, it definitely had everything to do with his victory. It gave him the confidence that was necessary to be the winner.
Malcolm X, you were involved in a controversy some months ago with your leader. Is that over?
Well, I've been silent for the past 90 days because of some statements I made concerning the President of the United States, which were distorted.
They were distorted?
And yes.
What did you say, Malcolm?
Well, I said the same thing that everybody says, that his assassination was the result of the climate of hate. But only I said the chickens came home to roost, and which means the same thing. Climate of hate means that this is the result of something. And when I said chickens coming home to roost, I said the same thing.
But you did not say that you were glad the president was killed.
No, that's what the press said. What would I look like saying that I'm glad the president was killed?
Malcolm, this was your first public statement in that 90-day period, is it not?
First time I opened up my mouth in 90 days. That's why I'm talking so fast and so hearty.
You feel, however, that we're making progress in this country and worldwide?
No. I will never say that progress is being made. If you stick a knife in my back 9 inches and pull it out 6 inches, there's no progress. If you pull it all the way out, that's not progress. The progress is healing the wound that the blow made. And they haven't even begun to pull a knife out, much less try and heal the wound. They won't even admit the knife is there.
You haven't.
And I, for one, as a Muslim, believe that the white man is intelligent enough. If he were made to realize how black people really feel and how fed up we are without that old compromise and sweet talk, why, you're the one that make it hard for yourself. The white man believes you when you go to him with that old sweet talk, because you've been sweet-talking him ever since he brought you here. Stop sweet-talking him. Tell him how you feel. Tell him what kind of hell you've been catching, and let him know that if he's not ready to clean his house up, if he's not ready to clean his house up, he shouldn't have a house.
Join the movement.
I'm gotta pop out and show niggas. Certified boogeyman, I'm the one that up to score with them. Walking down whole time.
We are Leviathan. Together we rise.
When discussing whether it is better to be feared or loved, Machiavelli talks of two great military leaders, the Roman general Scipio Africanus and the Carthaginian general Hannibal. Scipio was seen as a great commander and was held in high esteem by his men, but even though they respected him, they did not fear him. Machiavelli said that one of the implications of having such a reputation was that Scipio is limited in the range of actions available to him. Some military and political strategies and tactics he could not use, as it would damage his reputation, which was seen as spotless among his soldiers and the wider population. While he was in Spain, the troops under Scipio's command rebelled. This mutiny occurred because of the discipline being too slack rather than too tough. Scipio was not willing to punish them for their behaviour. At the time, when Rome was a republic, kindness, generosity and showing mercy were seen as virtues rather than faults. Scipio was forced to be merciful in this situation to keep himself popular as a leader. This led to his army not fearing him as much, and as a result they were more prone to mutiny. By enforcing some forceful discipline and instilling some fear into his men, he could have brought them under control, but he didn't, and Machiavelli criticises him for it. No prince should mind being called cruel for keeping his subjects peaceful and loyal. Hannibal was described as a cruel leader by Machiavelli, who believed this character trait was an asset in his position. The general's army was far more diverse than Scipio's, and they travelled a further distance to foreign lands. To avoid internal conflict and mutinies amongst the troops, a feared but respected leader like Hannibal was needed. In The Prince, Machiavelli argued that it was better to be feared than loved, and in this regard Hannibal had a strong advantage over Scipio. His ability to instill fear into his men and followers helped him to command a huge army and an expansive empire. Among the wonderful deeds of Hannibal, this one is enumerated, that having led an enormous army, composed of many various races of men, to fight in foreign lands, no dissensions arose either among them or against the prince, whether in his bad or in his good fortune. This arose from nothing else than his inhuman cruelty, which, with his boundless valour, made him revered and terrible in the sight of his soldiers, but without that cruelty, his other virtues were not sufficient to produce this effect. Being brave or good at your job as a leader or boss is not enough to secure the loyalty of your workers. Strength and discipline is required to keep them under control. Good leaders are admired, but strong leaders are obeyed and respected.
Join the movement.
Gotta pop out and show niggas. Certified boogeyman, I'm the one that up to score with them. Walking down whole town.
We are Leviathan. Together we rise.
Deliberation is not hesitation, but preparation, ensuring every step has purpose. Patience is a hallmark of wise decision-making. Number 13. Those skilled in war bring the enemy to the field of battle and are not brought there by him. Controlling the environment ensures you hold the upper hand. Set the terms of engagement and dictate where and how challenges are faced. By choosing the battlefield, you gain a natural advantage. Never allow others to dictate the conditions of your success. Number 14. The whole secret lies in confusing the enemy so that he cannot fathom your real intent. Mystery is a powerful defense and offense. When others cannot predict your moves, they are left vulnerable. Confusion forces them into a reactive state, giving you control over the situation. Use this power wisely, crafting strategies that keep you ahead. Number 15. He who wishes to fight must first count the cost. Every decision has a price, and you must weigh it carefully. Rushing into action without assessing the consequences leads to regret. The cost of conflict is not just material, but emotional and relational. Only engage when you are certain the outcome justifies the expense. Number 16. When strong, appear weak. When weak, appear strong. Perceptions can be manipulated to your advantage. Feigning strength deters challengers, while feigning weakness lures overconfidence in opponents. Use appearances to misdirect and gain the upper hand. The truth is powerful when revealed at the right time. Number 17. Victory is reserved for those who are willing to pay its price. Great accomplishments require sacrifice and effort. You must be prepared to invest your time, energy, and focus to achieve success. Half-hearted attempts lead to mediocrity, but dedication leads to triumph. Commit fully, knowing the rewards are worth the struggle.
Join the movement.
Gotta pop out and show niggas. Certified boogeyman, I'm the one that up to score with them. Walking down whole time.
We are Leviathan. Together we rise.
In 1453, Mehmed the Conqueror was nearing the end of his conquest to bring an end to the Eastern Roman Empire. After a 57-day siege, Constantinople fell to the Ottoman Sultan, signalling the end of the kingdom. As soon as the triumph was complete, Mehmed settled there and moved the Ottoman capital from Adrianople to the newly conquered city. Constantinople was now under the rule of a new empire, with a different language, different religion and different form of government. But Mehmed's action of settling there made his position more durable and secure. In fact, in Machiavelli's eyes, not staying in the city would have resulted in not being able to keep the city at all. In The Prince, Machiavelli declares, "New states that have different languages and customs from those of the Prince are more difficult to maintain. One of the Prince's most effective options is to take up residence in the new state. By living there, the Prince can address problems quickly and efficiently. He can prevent the local officials from plundering his territory. The subjects will be in close contact with the Prince. Therefore, those who are inclined to be good will have more reason to show their allegiance to the Prince, and those who are inclined to be bad will have more reason to fear him." A situation where a business or territory is acquired containing different laws, languages or customs will bring with it many difficulties. What is needed to keep hold of them is considerable energy and a substantial amount of good fortune. However, being present in the new area is one of the greatest helps to achieve this aim. It allows a ruler to regulate, repress and control whatever they feel is necessary. Machiavelli gives some clear advice that is still beneficial today, especially for either a politician who may have to deal with state departments, committees and think tanks, all pushing in different directions with varying agendas, or a person in business who has to deal with various divisions which have different strategic goals, or takeovers in a company which have existing allegiances. In these situations, you need to make your presence known, not just once or twice, but constantly. Get hands-on so you can deal immediately with any challenges as and when they occur. Do not risk them increasing in severity by putting them off until later. If one is on the spot, disorders are seen as they spring up and one can quickly deal with them. But if one is not at hand, they are heard of only when they have become serious, and by then it is too late. In today's world, being physically present is not always possible. If you have national or international responsibilities, you can't be in more than one place at once. Being present today means being engaged and informed. To lead, you must make yourself available and be prepared to show the way for others. Many high-flying CEOs are up early sending emails and working late into the night, answering questions and offering their observations. Failure to be engaged, according to Machiavelli, spells doom. It is easy to get excited about the possibilities of the future, but the main priority should be to manage the here and now. If today is not managed well, the visions and dreams of tomorrow will never become reality. Machiavelli urges you to live for today, for the present, rather than for tomorrow. How one lives is so far distant from how one ought to live, that he who neglects what is done for what ought to be done sooner effects his ruin than his preservation. Louis XII of France made several mistakes according to Machiavelli when attempting to occupy Milan and other Italian land. Not being present in territory with largely different customs and language was just one of them. King Louis entered into Italy at the request of the Venetians, who were campaigning against Lombardy and wanted an ally. By conquering Lombardy, Louis gained the friendship of many surrounding small states. However, instead of allying with them, Louis decided to partner with Pope Alexander VI, who was far more powerful. He decided to crush the small powers rather than the large ones, which led him to be alienated and weakened his position. As a politician and leader, the Pope had vastly expanded the power and territory of his Catholic Church, and Louis XII had helped him do that. Machiavelli points out that by making others more powerful, you weaken your own position. Whoever is responsible for another's becoming powerful ruins himself. By bringing in a foreign power instead of guarding against them, Louis XII made another mistake. Many residents of Milan that were not happy with King Louis were drawn to the Pope, simply as a result of the hatred they felt against their current ruler.
Join the movement.
Gotta pop out and show niggas. Certified boogeyman, I'm the one that up to score with them. Walking down whole time.
We are Leviathan. Together we rise.
Well, certain things have certain color designations.
Well, the fact that Ed Brooke is a senator from Massachusetts, or there are some black mayors, since it doesn't change the machine, doesn't change the parties which they allegedly represent, doesn't mean anything. I'm saying you can't tell a black man by the color of his skin.
Or maybe you can't tell. Maybe my quarrel is very subtle, but maybe I'm saying you can't tell a white man by the color of his.
Either.
Yeah.
Either. In that case,
yeah,
there's a great deal of hope.
If you could get a black mayor to come in and change, which I think Carl Stokes did, change the police department, change the way that the city goes about its services, then you could have something. But if he's not going to change it, first of all, the militia, which becomes the police department, if he's not willing to make those kind of changes, or if he's not willing to, let's say, take on the McCarran Act, then he's just not doing black people any...
or the country.
Good. Well...
No.
It's one and the same.
No. It's one of the, in my mind, it's one and the same.
It's one and the same. Because, well, that's true.
I'm not trying to... I'm not being a missionary trying to save America. But I do know that we have paid too much for it to be able to abandon it.
We can never abandon it. I don't think that that's a question, because where else are we going to go? I mean, nobody else wants us.
Well, in any case, my father and my father's fathers paid too much for it.
I've paid too much for it. I'm only 28.
Yes.
I deserve it, to do whatever I want to do with it. Thomas deserves it. Whatever that means. I just think that, like, how we go about it and what we're, I'm just not interested in many things that people are interested in. I'm not interested in a president or a Congress. I wouldn't care Puerto Rican, you know what I mean? I wouldn't care. I just don't give a damn. Because it's still somebody trying to run my life. I'm not interested in movements and ideologies. Because I think that I would have a difficult time. No matter who was running.
You would have a terrible time.
Yeah, I mean, personally,
I would too.
It wouldn't change one bit for me, except maybe I would even have to go in exile and I can live there now.
But you see, that's a tightrope. That's a tightrope that we're on. Again, to come back to the whole question of labels, white and black. I'm terrified of cultural commissars, on either side of the line.
Yeah.
The
older you get, the more frightening it becomes.
Terrifying, because I'm much too old to be told how to write.
Yeah.
Or what to write about.
But that's a stupid. My theory is that the world divides into sort of like intelligent and dumb, weak and strong, which is awful. I mean, it's really awful of me to say things like that. But there's so many stupid people.
Join the movement.
Gotta pop out and show niggas. Certified boogeyman, I'm the one that up to score with them. Walking down whole time.
We are Leviathan. Together we rise.
An old hereditary state that has been passed down the generations is easy to rule, but taking control and then holding on to a new state is difficult. The difficulty is reduced if you personally supervise it. An old hereditary state, such as a monarchy, can be taken by destroying the entire royal family. This is what Alexander the Great did to conquer and hold on to the Persian Empire of Darius III. However, states that are used to freedom must be crushed. For those who are not yet princes, it is possible to rise to become one by carrying out 2 steps. Follow the example of those in the past who saw their opportunities, and be well armed. To keep hold of a new state securely, all resistance must be destroyed by using cruel, swift and firm methods, but then benefits to the people should be given gradually. A prince must win the favour of the people and dispel any hostility, but he will only be truly secure when he can raise his own army to defend against all comers. Mercenaries cannot be relied on, neither can other people's armies. To be successful, a prince must read history, study war, and know his own land. He must give the appearance of being good, but also know how to be evil. He should not be afraid to be thought of as mean, as giving liberally and spending freely will lead to ruin. He also shouldn't worry about being thought of as cruel, as fear is one of the only things he can control. A prince should be willing to use cunning if needed, and deception if necessary. He may or may not be loved, but as long as he is not hated, he is secure. Fortresses are of little use, as even though they can be used to defend against outsiders, they do not stop you being betrayed by your own people. A prince must be purposeful, determined, and unwavering. He must clearly follow one path or another. He should encourage art and craft, commerce and agriculture, entertain his people with spectacles and festivities, rewarding those who honour his state. Only capable servants should be used by a prince, and he should keep them under control. Anybody who flatters must be avoided. Machiavelli claimed that the once powerful princes of Italy lost their power not through misfortune, but by their own inaction and indecisiveness. Fortune directs half of our actions, but the other half is left for us to direct through hard work, cautiousness, and virtue. Fortune needs to be beaten and dominated. It is often like a torrential river that cannot be stopped, but during periods of calm, preparations can be made to control and minimise the damage. Machiavelli concludes by stating that a leader is needed that will follow the advice in the book, to conquer Italy and free her from the barbarians.
Join the movement.
You gotta pop out and show niggas. Certified boogeyman, I'm the one that up to score with them. Walking down whole time.
We are Leviathan. Together we rise.
Look, the Black Panther Party for Self-Defense is a revolutionary party. Revolution means that we got to get down to nitty-gritty and change the situation that we in, and don't miss any nits or any grits. That's very, very important. All the time. We also struggle to show you that it wasn't only the cops, but we had to deal with many other things, like a street light at Market and 55th Street. 3 kids coming from Washington School had been killed 2 years prior. We got with the poverty program, say it got to be a street light here. And that if it don't be a street light out here, the Panthers gonna get right out here and we gonna direct traffic. They say, well, you're tired of traffic. The traffic just gonna get tied up, our little kids ain't gonna get killed. We shot a petition in conjunction with members of the area there to the city council, and they sent something back talking about, well, we can't put one up to late 1968. Said, no, we're going to have to change this situation now. We're going to the streets. Well, the street light is up early 1968 now. They don't like the Panthers messing with them no kind of way. You dig? I'm saying that these programs have to involve not only the members of the Black Panther Party, they have to involve you as a whole. That when the Black Panther Party for Self-Defense starts coming to the black community and starts knocking on your doors and starts leaving you literature and giving you information, factual information on this racist, decadent system and running it down, when the Black Panther Party comes to your doors and leaves information concerning the fact that our black brother Huey P. Newton has got to be set free, we want you to come down to the local Defense Fund Committee for Huey and work and operate. If you want to work in the Black Panther Party, you're going to be doing the same thing, because the Black Panther Party for Self-Defense is also working in conjunction with the Huey P. Newton Defense Fund. It's all together. Every last one black person in here has got to stand up right now and say he's a member of the Defense Fund, the Legal Defense Fund for Huey P. Newton. Now, I want to see how many black people are going to stand up now. Let's free Huey. I give you a hand. I'm going to give you a hand. You're the hero. Huey's going to call you the hero. He's always going to call you the hero. Black brothers and sisters, we're going to have some unity here.
Join the movement.
Gotta pop out and show niggas. Certified boogeyman, I'm the one that up to score with them. Walking down whole time.
We are Leviathan. Together we rise.
One of these counselors in school told me he couldn't be college material. So Huey got mad. He didn't like no white man telling him what he couldn't do. And Huey learned how to read. And Huey went to Oakland City College, and I went right there with him. And Huey got a 4.0, that's an A in sociology, psychology, political science, law. He ran it on down. He got A's all the way through and said, later for the man, I know what I can do. The brother on the block is gonna say, who is these thugs and hoodlums? In fact, them dudes look just like me. In fact, I know George Dow. In fact, I know Bobby Hutton. Hey man, I know that dude over there. Hey man, what you cats doing with them rods? In other words, when the man called us nigger for 400 years with all its derogatory connotations, Huey was smart enough to know that black people gonna say, well, they've been calling us nigger, thugs, and hoodlums for 400 years. That ain't gonna hurt me. I wanna check out what these brothers is doing. The insight that Huey had in knowing how to deal with organizing black people and knowing how to bring black people together. Now, at the same time, many of our older brothers and sisters were going to say, they must really be thugs and hoodlums. But they're talking about police brutality, and many of you have related in one way or another to relatives or members of your family, etc., to the conditions and how police brutality is. You would sit in your homes and say, yeah, we should have did it 400 years ago. We should have got out there and started defending ourselves in this fashion. Now, at the same time, many people get the notion that we were supposed to go out in the streets with 500 black people lined up with guns and shoot it out with 1,000 policemen. No, this wasn't the case at all. This wasn't the case at all. On the contrary, every black man in his home has a right to defend his home. It was necessary to bring to black people the understanding that they were going to have to stand in defense of life, of community, of your children, of your mothers, of our young.
Join the movement.
Gotta pop out and show niggas. Certified boogeyman, I'm the one that up to score with them. Walking down whole time.
We are Leviathan. Together we rise.
You have to read the history of slavery to understand this. There were two kinds of Negroes. There was that old house Negro and the field Negro. And the house Negro always looked out for his master. When the field Negroes got too much out of line, he held them back in check. He put them back on the plantation. The house Negro could afford to do that because he lived better than the field Negro. He ate better, he dressed better, and he lived in a better house. He lived right up next to his master in the attic or the basement. He ate the same food his master ate and wore his same clothes. And he could talk just like his master, good diction. And he loved his master more than his master loved himself. That's why he didn't want his master hurt. If the master got sick, he'd say, what's the matter, boss? We sick? When the master's house caught a fire, he'd try and put the fire out. He didn't want his master's house burned. He never wanted his master's property threatened. And he was more defensive of it than the master was. That was the house Negro. But then you had some field Negroes who lived in huts, had nothing to lose. They wore the worst kind of clothes, they ate the worst food, and they caught hell. They felt the sting of the lash. They hated their master. Oh, yes, they did. If the master got sick, they prayed that the master died. If the master's house caught a fire, they prayed for a strong wind to come along. This was the difference between the two. And today you still have house Negroes and field Negroes. Yeah. I'm a field Negro.
No, this is done by those who were guilty of all those things that the counterpart of all those things you just mentioned. The white people who were guilty of white supremacy try and hide their own guilt by accusing the Honorable Elijah Muhammad of teaching black supremacy when he tries to uplift the mentality, the social, mental, economic condition of black people in this country. And Jews who have been guilty of exploiting the black people in this country economically, civically, and otherwise hide their guilt by accusing the Honorable Elijah Muhammad of teaching, of being anti-Semitic, simply because he teaches our people to go into business for ourselves and try and take over the economic leadership in our own community. And this other thing, white supremacy, anti-Semitism, and what was this other?
And hatred.
And hatred. And since the white people collectively have practiced the worst form of hatred against Negroes in this country, and they know that they are guilty of it.
Join the movement.
You gotta pop out and show niggas. Certified boogeyman, I'm the one that up to score with them. Walking down whole time.
We are Leviathan. Together we rise.
The two men would approach Louis, always a delicate matter, and when they finally had his ear, they would talk about the issue at hand, spelling out the options in detail. Louis would listen in silence, a most enigmatic look on his face. Finally, when each had finished his presentation and had asked for the king's opinion, he would look at them both and say, "I shall see." Then he would walk away. The ministers and courtiers would never hear another word on this subject from the king. They would simply see the result weeks later, when he would come to a decision and act. He would never bother to consult them on the matter again. Interpretation. Louis XIV was a man of very few words. His most famous remark is, "L'État, c'est moi." The state is me. Nothing could be more pithy, yet more eloquent. His infamous, "I shall see," was one of several extremely short phrases that he would apply to all manner of requests. Louis was not always this way. As a young man, he was known for talking at length, delighting in his own eloquence. His later taciturnity was self-imposed, an act, a mask he used to keep everybody below him off balance. No one knew exactly where he stood or could predict his reactions. No one could try to deceive him by saying what they thought he wanted to hear, because no one knew what he wanted to hear. As they talked on and on to the silent Louis, they revealed more and more about themselves, information he would later use against them to great effect. Law 5. So much depends on reputation. Guard it with your life. Judgment. Reputation is the cornerstone of power. Through reputation alone, you can intimidate and win. Once it slips, however, you are vulnerable and will be attacked on all sides. Make your reputation unassailable. Always be alert to potential attacks and thwart them before they happen. Meanwhile, learn to destroy your enemies by opening holes in their own reputations. Then stand aside and let public opinion hang them. Observance of the law. During China's War of the Three Kingdoms, AD 207 to 65, the great general Zhuge Liang, leading the forces of the Shu kingdom, dispatched his distant camp while he rested in a small town with a handful of soldiers. Suddenly, sentinels hurried in with the alarming news that an enemy force of over 150,000 troops under Sima Yi was approaching. With only 100 men to defend him, Zhuge Liang's situation was hopeless. the enemy would finally capture this renowned leader. Without lamenting his fate or wasting time trying to figure out how he had been caught, Liang ordered his troops to take down their flags, throw open the city gates, and hide. This quality sets you apart and gets other people to talk about you. You then make your reputation known to as many people as possible. Subtly, though, take care to build slowly and with a firm foundation, and watch as it spreads like wildfire. Reputation is a treasure to be carefully collected and hoarded. Especially when you are first establishing it, you must protect it strictly, anticipating all attacks on it. Stand out. Be conspicuous at all cost. Make yourself a magnet of attention by appearing larger, more colorful, more mysterious than the bland and timid masses. Part 1. Surround your name with the sensational and scandalous. Draw attention to yourself by creating an unforgettable, even controversial image. Court scandal. Do anything to make yourself seem larger than life and shine more brightly than those around you. Make no distinction between kinds of attention. Notoriety of any sort will bring you power. Better to be slandered and attacked than ignored.
Join the movement. We are Leviathan. Together we rise.
In 1589, rumors began to swirl around Venice of the arrival not far away of a mysterious man called Il Bragadino, a master of alchemy, a man who had won incredible wealth through his ability, it was said, to multiply gold through the use of a secret substance. The rumor spread quickly because a few years earlier, a Venetian nobleman passing through Poland had heard a learned man prophesy that Venice would recover her past glory and power if she could find a man who understood the alchemic art of manufacturing gold. And so, as word reached Venice of the gold this Bragadino possessed, he clinked gold coins continuously in his hands, and golden objects filled his palace. Some began to dream. Through him, their city would prosper again. Members of Venice's most important noble families accordingly went together to Brescia, where Bragadino lived. They toured his palace and watched in awe as he demonstrated his gold-making abilities, taking a pinch of seemingly worthless minerals and transforming it into several ounces of gold dust. The Venetian Senate prepared to debate the idea of extending an official invitation to Bragadino to stay in Venice at the city's expense, when word suddenly reached them that they were competing with the Duke of Mantua for his services. They heard of a magnificent party in Bragadino's palace for the Duke, featuring garments with golden buttons, gold watches, gold plates, and on and on. Worried they might lose Bragadino to Mantua, the Senate voted almost unanimously to invite him to Venice, promising him the mountain of money he would need to continue living in his luxurious style, but only if he came right away. Late that year, the mysterious Bragadino arrived in Venice. With his piercing dark eyes under thick brows, and the two enormous black mastiffs that accompanied him everywhere, he was forbidding and impressive. He took up residence in a sumptuous palace on the island of Giudecca, with the Republic funding his banquets, his expensive clothes, and all his other whims. A kind of alchemy fever spread through Venice. On street corners, hawkers would sell coal, distilling apparatus, bellows, how-to books on the subject. Everyone began to practice alchemy. Everyone except Bragadino.
Join the movement. We are Leviathan. Together we rise.
The entrance of thy words giveth light, it giveth understanding unto the simple. I opened my mouth and panted, for I longed for thy commandments. Look thou upon me, and be merciful unto me, as thou usest to do unto those that love thy name. Order my steps in thy word, and let not any iniquity have dominion over me. Deliver me from the oppression of man, so will I keep thy precepts. Make thy face to shine upon thy servant, and teach me thy statutes. Rivers of waters run down mine eyes, because they keep not thy law. Righteous art thou, O Lord, and upright are thy judgments. Thy testimonies that thou hast commanded are righteous and very faithful. My zeal hath consumed me, because mine enemies have forgotten thy words. Thy word is very pure, therefore thy servant loveth it. I am small and despised, yet do not I forget thy precepts. Thy righteousness is an everlasting righteousness, and thy law is the truth. Trouble and anguish have taken hold on me, yet thy commandments are my delights. The righteousness of thy testimonies is everlasting. Give me understanding, and I shall live. I cried with my whole heart, Hear me, O Lord. I will keep thy statutes. I cried unto thee, Save me, and I shall keep thy testimonies. I prevented the dawning of the morning, and cried. I hoped in thy word. Mine eyes prevent the night watches, that I might meditate in thy word. Hear my voice according unto thy loving kindness, O Lord, quicken me according to thy judgment. They draw nigh that follow after mischief, they are far from thy law. Thou art near, O Lord, and all thy commandments are truth. Concerning thy testimonies I have known of old that thou hast founded them for ever. Consider mine affliction, and deliver me, for I do not forget thy law. Plead my cause, and deliver me. Quicken me according to thy word. Salvation is far from the wicked, for they seek not thy statutes. Great are thy tender mercies, O Lord. Quicken me according to thy judgments. Many are my persecutors and mine enemies, yet do I not decline from thy testimonies. I beheld the transgressors, and was grieved, because they kept not thy word. Consider how I love thy precepts. Quicken me, O Lord, according to thy loving kindness. Thy word is true from the beginning, and every one of thy righteous judgments endureth forever. Princes have persecuted me without a cause, but my heart standeth in awe of thy word. I rejoice at thy word as one that findeth great spoil. I hate and abhor lying, but thy law do I love. 7 times a day do I praise thee because of thy righteous judgments. Great peace have they which love thy law, and nothing shall offend them. Lord, I have hoped for thy salvation, and done thy commandments. My soul hath kept thy testimonies, and I love them exceedingly. I have kept thy precepts and thy testimonies, for all my ways are before thee. Let my cry come near before thee, O Lord. Give me understanding according to thy word. Let my supplication come before thee. Deliver me according to thy word. My lips shall utter praise when thou hast taught me thy statutes. My tongue shall speak of thy word, for all thy commandments are righteousness. Let thine hand help me, for I have chosen thy precepts. I have longed for thy salvation, O Lord, and thy law is my delight. Let my soul live, and it shall praise thee, and let thy judgments help me. I have gone astray like a lost sheep. Seek thy servant, for I do not forget thy commandments. Psalm 120. In my distress, I cried unto the Lord, and he heard me. Deliver my soul, O Lord, from lying lips, and from a deceitful tongue. What shall be given unto thee? Or what shall be done unto thee, thou false tongue?
Join the movement.
out and show niggas. Certified boogeyman, I'm the one that up to score with them. Walking down whole time.
We are Leviathan. Together we rise.
In every child's heart lies a dragon waiting to awaken. This is the story of Imani, a girl who carried the strength of her ancestors, even if she didn't know it yet.
I wonder what Grandma meant by that. Morning, Mom. Morning, Dad.
Morning, sweetie. Breakfast is on the table. I made your favorite dragon-shaped pancakes.
Hey there, curious cat. Ready to learn something new today?
Always. Wow, Mom, they look just like Levi.
Levi.
Oh, just a friend from my dreams.
Levi, huh? Sounds like quite an imagination you've got there, kiddo.
Just like her grandmother, always full of stories.
Where'd you get those shoes? The trash?
Hey, I think I have an extra...
The Panopticon is the form of the ideal prison. Designed around 1787 by English philosopher Jeremy Bentham. Over 300 prisons around the world follow this model. A circle of diameter of 100 feet. Around the perimeter of this circle stretch cells. Each cell is 9 feet deep, and 48 per floor. Each cell has a toilet, a bed, and space to work. The cells rise 6 floors. On every other floor there is a surveillance corridor, in which a guard may survey 2 floors of prisoners. The guard watches the prisoners, but the prisoners do not see the guard and do not know when they are watched, and must therefore act as if they were always watched. 3 guards each see 96 prisoners, which makes 288 prisoners total. In the centre of the space there is an auditorium, in which the prisoners may assemble to be lectured. A wall of screens may rise surrounding the chapel, and separating the prisoners from seeing into it, or from seeing each other from across the void of the empty space in middle. Spiral staircases ascend through the space. And an iron and glass frame rises through the space and vaults over the chapel. This completes the Panopticon, the form of the ideal prison.
To say all in one word, the Panopticon will be found applicable, I think, without exception, to all establishments whatsoever.
Jeremy Bentham.
Join the movement.
Gotta pop out and show niggas. Certified boogeyman, I'm the one that up to score with them. Walking down whole time.
We are Leviathan. Together we rise.
Here Columbus must have noticed something he would never forget. Even as the king turned down the sailors' demands, he treated them as legitimate. He neither laughed at Columbus nor questioned his background and credentials. In fact, the king was impressed by the boldness of Columbus's requests, and clearly felt comfortable in the company of a man who acted so confidently. The meeting must have convinced Columbus that his instincts were correct. By asking for the moon, he had instantly raised his own status, for the king assumed that unless a man who set such a high price on himself were mad, which Columbus did not appear to be, he must somehow be worth it. A few years later, Columbus moved to Spain. Using his Portuguese connections, he moved in elevated circles at the Spanish court, receiving subsidies from illustrious financiers and sharing tables with dukes and princes. To all these men, he repeated his request for financing for a voyage to the West, and also for the rights he had demanded from João II. Some, such as the powerful Duke of Medina, wanted to help, but could not, since they lacked the power to grant him the titles and rights he wanted. But Columbus would not back down. He soon realized that only one person could meet his demands: Queen Isabella. In 1487, he finally managed a meeting with the Queen, and although he could not convince her to finance the voyage, he completely charmed her and became a frequent guest in the palace. In 1492, the Spanish finally expelled the Moorish invaders who centuries earlier had seized parts of the country. With the wartime burden on her treasury lifted, Isabella felt she could finally respond to the demands of her explorer friend, and she decided to pay for 3 ships, equipment, the salaries of the crews, and a modest stipend for Columbus. More important, she had a contract drawn up that granted Columbus the titles and rights on which he had insisted. The only one she denied, and only in the contract's fine print, was the 10% of all revenues from any lands discovered, an absurd demand, since he wanted no time limit on it. Had the clause been left in, it would eventually have made Columbus and his heirs the wealthiest family on the planet. Columbus never read the fine print. Satisfied that his demands had been met, Columbus set sail that same year in search of the passage to Asia. Before he left, he was careful to hire the best navigator he could find to help get him there. The mission failed to find such a passage, yet when Columbus petitioned the Queen to finance an even more ambitious voyage the following year, she agreed. By then, she had come to see Columbus as destined for great things. Interpretation. Columbus had an amazing power to charm the nobility, and it all came from the way he carried himself.
Join the movement.
Gotta pop out and show niggas. Certified boogeyman, I'm the one that up to score with them. Walking down whole time.
We are Leviathan. Together we rise.
Praise the Lord, O my soul. While I live will I praise the Lord. I will sing praises unto my God while I have any being. Put not your trust in princes, nor in the Son of Man, in whom there is no help. His breath goeth forth. He returneth to his earth. In that very day his thoughts perish. Happy is he that hath the God of Jacob for his help, whose hope is in the Lord his God, which made heaven and earth, the sea, and all that therein is, which keepeth truth for ever, which executeth judgment for the oppressed, which giveth food to the hungry. The Lord looseth the prisoners. The Lord openeth the eyes of the blind. The Lord raiseth them that are bowed down. The Lord loveth the righteous. The Lord preserveth the strangers. He relieveth the fatherless and widow. But the way of the wicked he turneth upside down. The Lord shall reign for ever, even thy God, O Zion, unto all generations. Praise ye the Lord. Psalm 147. Praise ye the Lord, for it is good to sing praises unto our God, for it is pleasant, and praise is comely. The Lord doth build up Jerusalem. He gathereth together the outcasts of Israel. He healeth the broken in heart, and bindeth up their wounds. He telleth the number of the stars, he calleth them all by their names. Great is our Lord, and of great power. His understanding is infinite. The Lord lifteth up the meek. He casteth the wicked down to the ground. Sing unto the Lord with thanksgiving. Sing praise upon the harp unto our God, who covereth the heaven with clouds, who prepareth rain for the earth, who maketh grass to grow upon the mountains. He giveth to the beast his food, and to the young ravens which cry. He delighteth not in the strength of the horse. He taketh not pleasure in the legs of a man. The Lord taketh pleasure in them that fear him, in those that hope in his mercy. Praise the Lord, O Jerusalem. Praise thy God, O Zion. For he hath strengthened the bars of thy gates. He hath blessed thy children within thee. He maketh peace in thy borders, and filleth thee with the finest of the wheat. He sendeth forth his commandment upon earth. His word runneth very swiftly. He giveth snow like wool. He scattereth the hoarfrost like ashes. He casteth forth his ice like morsels. Who can stand before his cold? He sendeth out his word, and melteth them. He causeth his wind to blow, and the waters flow. He showeth his word unto Jacob, his statutes and his judgments unto Israel. He hath not dealt so with any nation, and as for his judgments, they have not known them. Praise ye the Lord. Psalm 148. Praise ye the Lord. Praise ye the Lord from the heavens. Praise him in the heights. Praise ye him, all his angels. Praise ye him, all his hosts. Praise ye him, sun and moon. Praise him, all ye stars of light. Praise him, ye heavens of heavens, and ye waters that be above the heavens. Let them praise the name of the Lord. For he commanded, and they were created. He hath also established them for ever and ever. He hath made a decree which shall not pass. Praise the Lord from the earth, ye dragons and all deeps. Fire and hail, snow and vapor, stormy wind fulfilling his word. Mountains and all hills, fruitful trees and all cedars. Beasts and all cattle, creeping things and flying fowl. Kings of the earth, and all people, princes and all judges of the earth. Both young men and maidens, old men and children. Let them praise the name of the Lord. For his name alone is excellent. His glory is above the earth and heaven. He also exalteth the horn of his people, the praise of all his saints, even of the children of Israel, a people near unto him. Praise ye the Lord.
Join the movement. We are Leviathan. Together we rise.
He knew his speedy reforms would cause pain and resentment, but he thought these feelings would fade in a few years. More important, by identifying himself with change, he would become the leader of the new order, making the king dependent on him. But there was a problem in this strategy. Like a billiard ball hit too hard against the cushion, his reforms had reactions and caroms he did not envision and could not control. Never underestimate the hidden conservatism of those around you. It is powerful and entrenched. Never let the seductive charm of an idea cloud your reason. Just as you cannot make people see the world your way, you cannot wrench them into the future with painful changes. They will rebel. If reform is necessary, anticipate the reaction against it and find ways to disguise the change and sweeten the poison. Keys to power. Human psychology contains many dualities, one of them being that even while people understand the need for change, knowing how important it is for institutions and individuals to be occasionally renewed, they are also irritated and upset by changes that affect them personally. They know that change is necessary and that novelty provides relief from boredom, but deep inside they cling to the past. Change in the abstract or superficial change they desire, but a change that upsets core habits and routines is deeply disturbing to them. These and similar gestures satisfied the people and kept them from clamoring for the monarchy's return. Another strategy to disguise change is to make a loud and public display of support for the values of the past. Seem to be a zealot for tradition, and few will notice how conventional you really are. The answer to innate conservatism is to play the courtier's game. Galileo did this at the beginning of his scientific career. He later became more confrontational and paid for it. So pay lip service to tradition. Identify the elements in your revolution that can be made to seem to build on the past. Say the right things. Make a show of conformity, and meanwhile, let your theories do their radical work. Play with appearances and respect past protocol. Finally, powerful people pay attention to the zeitgeist. If their reform is too far ahead of its time, few will understand it, and it will stir up anxiety and be hopelessly misinterpreted. The changes you make must seem less innovative than they are. England did eventually become a Protestant nation, as Cromwell wished, but it took over a century of gradual evolution. Watch the zeitgeist. If you work in a tumultuous time, there is power to be gained by preaching a return to the past, to comfort, tradition, and ritual. During a period of stagnation, on the other hand, play the card of reform and revolution, but beware of what you stir up. Those who finish a revolution are rarely those who start it. You will not succeed at this dangerous game unless you are willing to forestall the inevitable reaction against it by playing with appearances and building on the past.
Join the movement.
Gotta pop out and show niggas. Certified boogeyman, I'm the one that up to score with them. Walking down whole time.
We are Leviathan. Together we rise.
For too long, our story has been written by others. Today, we pick up the pen. In every black neighborhood, there's a fire waiting to be ignited. A strength that's been dormant, but never extinguished. We are the Black Dragons Initiative. Not just an organization, but a movement. Born from the ashes of broken promises and unfulfilled dreams, we rise to reclaim our narrative, our power, our future. Look around. What do you see? Boarded up storefronts? We see future black-owned businesses. Underfunded schools? We see centers of black excellence and innovation. Neglected lots? We see community gardens, feeding body and soul. Where others see problems, we see potential, and we're not waiting for permission to unleash it. We're building our own schools, where our history is celebrated, not erased. Creating our own economies, where black dollars circulate and multiply. Establishing our own safety, where protection comes from community, not fear. This is more than a dream. It's a plan in action. Right now, in cities across America, the dragons are awakening. This is our time, our movement, our future. But a dragon doesn't fly with one wing. We need you, your passion, your skills, your fire. Whether you're a student or a grandparent, an artist or an entrepreneur, there's a place for you in this movement. Together, we can build the future our ancestors dreamed of. A future where black communities thrive, not just survive. Where our culture is celebrated, not appropriated. Where our voices are heard, not silenced. This is the power of the Black Dragons Initiative. Join us. Be a dragon. Ignite the change. Visit bdi.org/get involved and become part of the movement. Because when we stand together, nothing can stop us. Black Dragons Initiative, empowering our community one flame at a time. The fire starts with you. Let it burn bright. Rise up, stand strong, be the change.
Wherewithal shall a young man cleanse his way? By taking heed thereto according to thy word. With my whole heart have I sought thee. O let me not wander from thy commandments. Thy word have I hid in mine heart, that I might not sin against thee. Blessed art thou, O Lord. Teach me thy statutes. With my lips have I declared all the judgments of thy mouth. I have rejoiced in the way of thy testimonies as much as in all riches. I will meditate in thy precepts, and have respect unto thy ways. I will delight myself in thy statutes. I will not forget thy word. Deal bountifully with thy servant, that I may live, and keep thy word. Open thou mine eyes, that I may behold wondrous things out of thy law. I am a stranger in the earth. Hide not thy commandments from me. My soul breaketh for the longing that it hath unto thy judgments at all times. Thou hast rebuked the proud that are cursed, which do err from thy commandments. Remove from me reproach and contempt, for I have kept thy testimonies. Princes also did sit and speak against me, but thy servant did meditate in thy statutes. Thy testimonies also are my delight and my counselors. My soul cleaveth unto the dust. Quicken thou me according to thy word. I have declared my ways, and thou heardest me. Teach me thy statutes. Make me to understand the way of thy precepts, so shall I talk of thy wondrous works. My soul melteth for heaviness. Strengthen thou me according unto thy word. Remove from me the way of lying, and grant me thy law graciously. I have chosen the way of truth. Thy judgments have I laid before me. I have stuck unto thy testimonies. O Lord, put me not to shame. I will run the way of thy commandments, when thou shalt enlarge my heart. Teach me, O Lord, the way of thy statutes, and I shall keep it unto the end. Give me understanding, and I shall keep thy law, yea, I shall observe it with my whole heart. Make me to go in the path of thy commandments, for therein do I delight. Incline my heart unto thy testimonies, and not to covetousness. Turn away mine eyes from beholding vanity, and quicken thou me in thy way. Stablish thy word unto thy servant, who is devoted to thy fear. Turn away my reproach which I fear, for thy judgments are good. Behold, I have longed after thy precepts. Quicken me in thy righteousness. Let thy mercies come also unto me, O Lord, even thy salvation according to thy word. So shall I have wherewith to answer him that reproacheth me. For I trust in thy word, and take not the word of truth utterly out of my mouth. For I have hoped in thy judgments. So shall I keep thy law continually for ever and ever, and I will walk at liberty. For I seek thy precepts. I will speak of thy testimonies also before kings, and will not be ashamed, and I will delight myself in thy commandments, which I have loved. My hands also will I lift up unto thy commandments, which I have loved, and I will meditate in thy statutes. Remember the word unto thy servant, upon which thou hast caused me to hope. This is my comfort in my affliction, for thy word hath quickened me. The proud have had me greatly in derision, yet have I not declined from thy law. I remembered thy judgments of old, O Lord, and have comforted myself. Horror hath taken hold upon me because of the wicked that forsake thy law. Thy statutes have been my songs in the house of my pilgrimage. I have remembered thy name, O Lord, in the night, and have kept thy law. This I had, because I kept thy precepts.
Join the movement. We are Leviathan. Together we rise.
All right. Hello, my name is Cameron Hurt. I'm an organizer with the Party for Socialism and Liberation, and I also help coordinate volunteer engagement for the Claudia Karina 2024 presidential campaign. We have here Dr. Cornel West, Claudia de la Cruz, and Dr. Melina Abdullah to discuss the recently announced agreement between both campaigns to cooperate in a number of states. The Claudia Karina campaign is calling on its supporters to vote for West and Abdullah in Alaska. In turn, West Abdullah are calling on supporters to vote for Claudia and Karina in Florida, Hawaii, New Mexico, Mississippi, and Tennessee. Now, this may sound like a surprise to many, but it really shouldn't be, because all of these candidates have a history of working together on many fronts of struggle. Both the West Abdullah and Claudia Karina campaign are united by shared values like ending genocide and war, a deep commitment to Black liberation, and the determination to build an alternative outside the corporate two-party system. So it comes as no surprise that both progressive third-party campaigns urge their supporters to vote for each other's tickets in states where one has ballot status but the other does not. Because of undemocratic obstacles that third-party candidates are subjected to, that Democrats and Republicans are not, both campaigns have had to carry out massive petition-gathering efforts and then defend their ballot status in extensive and massively expensive court battles amid challenges brought by Democratic Party-affiliated lawyers. This agreement aims to maximize the ability of voters to send a clear message that they reject the twin parties of war, racism, and Wall Street. And it's in this context that I want to open up the floor to the candidates of both campaigns. In the context of the attacks against third parties and what we're up against as working class people in the current moment, I'd like to turn to the candidates Dr. Cornel West, Claudia de la Cruz, and Dr. Melina Abdullah. Dr. West and Dr. Abdullah are the presidential and vice presidential candidates of the Justice for All Party, a party that seeks to directly confront the suppression of voter choice and help secure ballot access to promote people-powered initiatives. Welcome to Dr. West and Dr. Abdullah.
Indeed, we are so blessed to be here, and we salute y'all, dear brother, that you were such a force for good in so many different levels in the Party for Socialism and Liberation. Of course, we salute our dear sister Claudia de la Cruz, who's one of the grand freedom fighters and love warriors, not just of her generation, but connected people's forum that brings people from all different colors and genders and sexual orientations together to fight against capitalism and imperialism, be it genocide in Gaza manifest with U.S. imperial policies, or be it mass incarceration manifest at home. I'm not going to say too much. I just want to say that it's a beautiful thing to be able to come together. It really is. And I'm very excited about the announcement. It was about a month and a half ago, my dear brother Daruba and brother Kalanji has said, look, we had to have a united front after the election to make sure party, pre-party formations, institutions, infrastructures, and groups can come together. And I had not thought about ways in which a coming together could take place before the election. And then when I heard from Sister Melina, who really conveyed the idea to me, I said, "Oh my God, that is just magnificent." My only challenge was always, I always hope and pray that we put the struggles against capitalism and imperialism connected to the struggle against white supremacy. When I saw that war against Black people, it comes directly in some ways out of Malcolm's last speech that he gave in Rochester in February of 1965. I said, yes, that meets my criteria. And I don't think people had to meet my criteria, because a lot of good people and a whole lot of different parties and formations and so forth. But I come out of the Black freedom struggle. And so I'm uncompromising in terms of the centrality of the struggle against white supremacy. And the Party for Socialism and Liberation has always met that criteria, and we tried to do that in Justice for All. And therefore, I'm very excited about this, and I want to be able to do all that I can to make sure that we encourage our folk to support the Party for Socialism and Liberation in those states where we're not represented. Of course, it's vice versa. But keep in mind, this is not a quid pro quo. This is not transactional. This is transformational. This is based on principle. And it has all the integrity in the world in terms of making sure that when we talk about freedom and liberation, we're talking about Black people indigenous people, Latino people, working people of all colors, yes, poor people of all colors, but I by the town, and the critique of the American empire and the vicious forms of imperial policies, be it in Africa, Haiti, be it in Latin America, or be it manifest in a barbaric genocide that we don't have a language for. So I'm very blessed to be here.
And I don't know what I could add to Dr. West other than I think something that was lifted earlier, that this is not our first time working together. We've been working together really for years, right? When we think about, we just passed the anniversary of, or one of the anniversaries of the commitment to free Rochelle McGee. And Rochelle McGee, was the longest serving political prisoner in U.S. history. And Brother Cameron, you and I were deeply involved in that struggle, and we marked 1 year since his transition recently. And, we think about that. We think about the work that we've done around the world, really, to confront not only global white supremacy, but also the way in which capitalism ravages our world. And we've been doing that together for years. And so it makes sense when we talk about an electoral strategy as part of, not the whole thing, but part of freedom struggle. It makes sense for us to collaborate now. I know that Dr. West and I were both heartbroken, especially not having ballot access in places like Mississippi, when that's the place our campaign was launched. And it's the home of people like Mrs. Fannie Lou Hamer. And to not have ballot access was heartbreaking for us until we realized that there are also people like Claudia and Karina who share our vision and commitment to Black freedom struggle, and to, when we think about the struggle in Mississippi, the struggles of working class people like the Black washerwomen, who were the first to really form what, in all intents and purposes, is a labor union, right? That we have a Claudia and Karina who do have ballot access there. And it makes sense for us to say, look, it might not be us that you're voting for, but we share these principles. We are not in this out of ambition or ego. We are out in this out of vision and out of a longer term commitment to the freedom of our people. So we're very, very grateful and encouraged by this collaboration.
Thank you so much. Incredibly powerful, Dr. West, Dr. Abdullah. And next up, I want to introduce Claudia de la Cruz, who's the presidential candidate for the Party for Socialism and Liberation, a political organization that fights for socialist transformation and reorganization of society, a system where working and poor people hold political and economic power and use it to meet the needs of all people and to preserve the planet. Please welcome Claudia de la Cruz.
Thank you so much, Cameron. I'm just delighted. I'm very inspired and excited about this collaboration. We've marched together. We've been in panels together. We've protested in many different fronts together. And so it makes sense for us to continue to build that principled unity. And especially in a moment in which we understand that we're going to need all the forces, all the creativity, and all the intelligence of our people and our organizations to be able to advance our struggles. Whoever the tenant of the White House becomes November 5th, we are going to have to do it stronger, and we're going to have to do it together. And I think this is just an expression of what we foresee and what we're willing and committed to doing in the near future, to continue to do after November 5th. I also believe that it's incredible in a moment in which we are told that unity is basically impossible. And there are so many people who are calling for unity in many different ways, to have two campaigns that have differences, be in conversation with each other and showing what collaboration could look like, despite the many obstacles that this very undemocratic system places for such type of collaborations. And so I'm just thrilled at the potential of deepening that, expanding that, and starting to visualize what it would mean in the electoral front. Because I think in people's movements, we have that experience. We come from that experience, and there's enough trust to be in conversation with each other. And so what would that mean for us in the near future, talking about what an actual third party of working class people would look like in this country. And so I'm just very excited to be in conversation. I'm very excited to continue to struggle with you both and other comrades and friends from the Justice for All Party. We are very, very much aligned despite the very significant differences. We're an explicitly socialist campaign, but we are here for justice, and we are here for the total liberation of our class and our people. We center the lives and the value of the historically marginalized, of Black, Indigenous, working class people, immigrants, as those folks who hold the key to build the force to be reckoned with in society. And so nothing but excitement and inspiration from this conversation, from our continued commitment to build an independent movement of working class people in this country that has significant impact in the global community. So thank you so much for opening up this space.
Thank you so much, Claudia. Very excited for the rest of this discussion. And with that, I want to move into the messages that we're all being inundated with. This will be a question for actually all of you. We hear a lot about Donald Trump, J.D. Vance on one side calling Kamala Harris a far left communist, something that couldn't be further from the truth, right? And on the other hand, we're hearing Trump and his supporters are the biggest threat to democracy that this country has ever faced. And really, what everyone in this country is facing is a lack of democracy, our rights being taken away. And both of these campaigns are running third-party campaigns that are excluded from the debates, ejected from the ballots, silenced in the media, and are still forging ahead in this undemocratic system. So can each campaign speak to how this is an intervention to expand democracy in the United States?
Mm-hmm. Should I jump in, or would you all? Oh, all right. No, one is that I think it's so important, though, that we acknowledge the use of the word movement, motion, momentum, that we are moments in movement. So even though we're campaigns, we're not fetishizing the vote. We're moments in social motion. And what does that mean? That means then that we're willing to tell the truth. I think the most significant overlap we have between both of our groups is that we're fundamentally committed to telling the truth, and the condition of truth is to allow suffering to speak. And in telling that truth, we can talk about, yes, the raw fascism of gangster Trump. We can talk about the multicultural militarism of war criminal Harris. We can talk about the organized greed on Wall Street and Silicon Valley and the ways in which working people are crushed, and yet their humanity is never completely suffocated. They fight, they bounce back. And we can talk about, the U.S. foreign policy and all of the ways in which it is so inextricably bound to American hegemony, corporate power. And when it takes the form of genocide that we're seeing in Gaza, yes, we will view that as a minimal litmus test of any morality of any politician here or around the world. And in that sense, it seems to me, we have so much in common in telling the truth about the chronic systemic corruption of the corporate duopoly and the ways in which it does not allow the unleashing of everyday people's humanity, creativity, possibility, and potentiality. And again, beginning on the chocolate side of things and spilling over and embracing the world.
Well, one thing that I feel is important to say, that we are intervening in this moment to be able to deconstruct the logic of capitalism, the logic that tells us that democracy is limited to a ballot box with candidates that were imposed on us, not that we necessarily chose based on our interests, our aspirations, or our needs as working class people. And that's why it's so important to say that we enter as third parties, as independent parties, fighting capitalism, not each other. And that's very important to say in a context where people have been taught that the only way to build is opposing each other as a class instead of fighting against the ruling class, which is what we need to do. It's very important for our people to understand the intervention of third parties as part of the struggle to build and expand democracy in a country in which democracy protects the dictatorship of billionaires. A dollar democracy, we're seeking to intervene and break through in a so-called democracy that has a long history of preventing people from engaging and actively participating in the political life and in the decision-making process of this country, economically, politically, socially. Those who hold power are the ones who determine how we must exist. And so we're intervening precisely because we understand that that is wrong and that is undemocratic. It is undemocratic to live in a system that continues to uphold voter suppression through tactics like ID laws, purging of voter rolls. I don't know if folks heard, but over 700,000 people were purged from voter rolls in North Carolina this year alone. Gerrymandering is real, is significant. And so we're taught to believe that this is the greatest democracy in the world. And the limiting of the options for people through kicking off third parties and independent parties from ballots all across the country has to be understood within the context of a tortured democracy, and a democracy that does not center the working people who are the majority of people in this country. I think it forces and it begs the question, whose democracy are we asking to protect? Who has failed to expand or protect the few rights that we have earned, because we've earned them? They haven't been given to us. Who has conceded to give away whatever rights we have earned to the far right? Who has prevented us from gaining real people power? I mean, these are all questions that I think third parties and independent parties like ours push people to ask themselves. And in that question, then we could come to the conclusion, and I hope we come to the conclusion, that we need an independent movement of working class people to build a political instrument that actually represents our needs, our desires, our aspirations, our dreams, our interests, because we cannot expect that the two-party system that is paid for by Wall Street, by corporations, by the military contractors, who seem to be more and more aligned with each other to protect our rights against those who sign their checks. And so this is our intervention in a moment where everybody's paying attention to the elections, where everybody's talking to a certain extent ruling class politics, who will win, who is the viable option. We intervene precisely to expand people's ways of thinking beyond the logic of capitalism. And I think it's something that both campaigns are doing quite effectively.
Thank you. Thank you so much to, all of the speakers, just because it's important to speak about this tortured form of democracy, undemocratic system that we do live in. And another major point deeply tied to this is that many people are thinking about how much this country currently spends on the war machine. $1 trillion is, the estimate. It's no exaggeration that this country truly spends $1 trillion on war. And while there are some differences between the campaigns, all of us can think of better ways to spend the money and can speak to the reliance that the U.S. capitalist economy has on war. So I would like to open up the floor for both campaigns to have some time to talk about this question of war, the capitalist economy, and the struggle against those evils. So first, let's hear from the Claudia and Karina campaign. And I just want to mention, too, that Karina Garcia is not here today because she's recently given birth and is on mom duty.
We salute her. We salute her and her precious little one.
I know that's right. I know that's right. So let's hear from Claudia today.
I mean, I think, folks are coming to the conclusion that imperialism affects us all. U.S. imperialism affects every working class community in this country as much as it affects people around the world who are living under the boot of U.S. imperialism. And there's a realization that unfortunately has cost the sacrifice of many families in Gaza. I think in the last year, people have come to understand the connection between the investment, the brutal and criminal investment of this country in war and its war machine against our siblings across the globe, and how that harms our communities here and our communities across the seas. To spend $300 billion, to invest $300 billion of tax dollar money to continue to fund a proxy war in Ukraine is criminal. To fund every year $400 billion of taxpayer money of the United States for the continuation of a campaign of extermination against the Palestinian people that did not start a year ago, but started 76 years ago. So we're talking about over $300 billion in the course of 76 years. That is criminal, and it's criminal on both ends. And so to think and speak about capitalism in its domestic form is to speak about the fact that we don't have access to free healthcare, to quality healthcare, that we don't have access to free education from pre-K to grad school, that the majority of people who go to school, who are working class, will end their studies with at least $40,000 worth of debt at the minimum. It's to say that we don't have investments in infrastructure that could secure and save the lives of people in climate disasters that are accelerated by US imperialism, like what we saw not too long ago in the South. So all the divestment from life-giving structures that take place in the United States, all of that wealth that we work to produce, that is hoarded by a small group of people, is utilized to bomb, to invade, to kill, to slaughter our siblings across the globe. And so we have a historic responsibility as people living in the belly of the beast, in the belly of empire, not only to be anti-capitalist, but also to be anti-imperialist, to stand against the US war machine. We've seen the demands coming from working class people all across this country for a ceasefire, for an arms embargo against the colonial state of Israel. And what we've received from the ruling class that is now collaborating with Netanyahu is not complicit, it's collaborating in genocide, is the expansion of war. And so we have a responsibility to continue to make it impossible for them to govern, impossible for them to keep on with business as usual. We need to stand in solidarity with our brothers and sisters, because the same enemies that are slaughtering them are killing us in this country, are deepening poverty, are not allowing us to live with dignity. And so I think from the Vote Socialist campaign, our understanding of our domestic issues are intrinsically connected to the foreign policy of this country. And it needs to be rethought, and it needs to be reorganized, and it needs to be reconstructed. And our understanding of it is that from a socialist perspective, to rebuild it means that the foreign policy would be created on the basis of solidarity, of respecting the sovereignty of other countries, and collaboration. We have a lot to learn from the global South and its developments. And so, yeah, to continue to invest in the war machine, to continue to invest in US imperialism doesn't only mean death for people across the seas, it's meant to be death for us too here at home.
Thank you so much, Claudia. And I just want to open the floor as well to the West Abdullah campaign to go ahead and respond to this prompt.
Well, I'll echo so much of what Sister Claudia said, that, when we think about budgets, when we think about the spending on genocide, there is a moral question, right? There's a moral question, and all of us in both campaigns are parents. And it becomes very difficult for me sometimes to talk about the genocide in Palestine without becoming emotional. And I've learned to not apologize for my emotions and be grateful for my tears, because it means that I still have humanity, right? I haven't been killed. Capitalism hasn't killed me yet. White supremacy hasn't killed me yet. It hasn't killed my soul. And so I'm grateful for my tears. There's a moral question that any parent and any human being should ask, right? How could it possibly be right to slaughter what's now estimated to be 100,000 people in just over a year in Palestine? We should all be sickened and weeping and outraged. That should fill us. And as Sister Claudia was uplifting, there's the moral question, and Dr. Julianne Malveaux often talks about budgets as moral and ethical documents, but she also says there's zero-sum games. And I think that what Sister Claudia was uplifting is that when we spend trillions of dollars, and that's the Pentagon budget alone, trillions of dollars on war that is immoral and sickening and an abomination, we're also committing genocide here at home, right? When we say that we are spending all of this money for Israel to kill Palestinians, that means that we're not housing our folks. We're not providing health care for our folks. We're saying that there's no money for education, right? But really, if we reprioritize, there's enough money, there's enough resources for all of that. We could have quality education, pre-K through PhD, guaranteed for everyone. We could have health care for everyone. And I mean, address it as the healthcare justice issue that Dr. West and I understand it to be, where we say it's not just healthcare for all, but it's also undoing the system of medical apartheid, right? We could have housing for everybody. And I don't mean, I live in California, and I know, Brother Cameron, you've seen what some of these so-called leaders are saying, putting people in tiny homes and parking lots, which are basically trailers with outhouses. No, we could have housing that one of our brothers, Pete White, says the question should be, would your mama live there, right? We could have housing that's fit for the inhabitants of human beings if we made different choices. So this is both a foreign policy, but also a domestic policy question. And I think at its heart, it's a moral and human and spiritual question. Where do we want our dollars to go? And if you talk to any human being, I think if you say, would you rather spend $1 on war, or would you rather spend $1 on clean water? Would you rather spend $1 on killing children in Palestine, or would you rather spend $1 educating children here at home? I think that pretty much everyone, working class people especially, are on the same page.
Absolutely. You know, those are two eloquent statements. Really, it's powerful. I mean, it's when Brother Martin used to say the bombs dropped in Vietnam land in ghettos and barrios and reservations and poor white communities within the United States. He was talking about that intimate relation between domestic policy and foreign policy, between imperial policies on the one hand and the predatory capitalist policies at home. And we begin to see the continuity. We begin to see militarism with cop cities. How many is it now, Sister Melina? They talk about in the States for cop cities. There's 86 of them.
'86 cop cities all around the country. Of course, the big fight began in Atlanta, but we know that Stop Cop Nation is now underway, which I think is the importance and, part of our solidarity, part of the work that we continue to do together is to also remember that as they move forward, we also move forward. And when the people come together and demonstrate solidarity and are invested in a shared vision, we will defeat cop
Isn't that
cities
vicious
at
legacy of
home
white supremacy
and
still
this war
operating
machine everywhere else?
in the context of genocide in Gaza? Because I think the whole world knows that if those precious Palestinian babies and men and women were Europeans or white or Israeli Jews, and I believe every human life has the same value. I'm a serious Christian about that. But everybody knows that if those crimes of genocide were perpetrated by Africans, by black people, by Arabs, by Muslims against Europeans, there'd be a qualitatively different response. So even given our zeroing in on predatory capitalist systems and zeroing in on the thoroughly exploitative imperial policies and subjugative policies, that this element of white supremacy cannot be downplayed or overlooked. We have to have a holistic analysis. And of course, just on moral grounds, I think it also holds for our precious gay and lesbian brothers and sisters and our transgender precious folk too. But We try to have a holistic analysis that links the need for social motion in between elections, not just every 4 years, in between elections. You're going to see us in the street. You're going to see us fighting. And we resurface in the electoral moment and we go right back on the streets. But we have to have a holistic analysis that connects the spiritual, the social, the personal, political, the economic, and the existential, and do it in such a way that we still have some fun and work together with style and a smile.
Much, much appreciated, Dr. West, Dr. Abdullah. Really appreciate it. And this actually brings us to our final point, which I know is central to both campaigns, the question of power. You know, who has it, who doesn't, how do we win it? And each of our campaigns have robust grassroots efforts to get on the ballot, and have also faced vicious attacks from super PACs and Democrats and their lawyers trying to kick us off the ballot in numerous states. So as all eyes are on the election, what can we say to our supporters about what it takes to really win power in this country? Let's go ahead and start with Dr. West and Dr. Abdullah.
Well, for me, I always historicize, contextualize, and pluralize, and therefore anytime you talk about power, you're talking about powers. Economic power, you're talking about exploitative capitalist system. Political powers, you're talking about politicians who are extensions of big money locked into forms of legalized bribery and politicized larceny and normalized corruption. But there are also spiritual powers. There are moral powers. There are civic powers. And each one of those spheres are ones in which we can generate conceptions of ourselves based on a self-respect and a self-regard, and most importantly, a courage and integrity and honesty that then takes the form of organizing. And by organizing, we bring tremendous powers to bear against the ruling class powers in the economic and political and imperial spheres. And in that way, we head toward the kind of revolutionary transformation that is required if those Sly Stone called everyday people are ever going to live lives of decency and dignity here, in Africa, in Asia, in Latin America, in the Caribbean, in Harlem, where I live, or on the south side of Chicago or Los Angeles, where I am right now.
And if it's okay, I'll just add that I think that we're closing the conversation with where we started, that our work together didn't begin with this campaign, that we understand, both campaigns understand, that no oppressed people have won their freedom simply by voting for it, right? That this is our electoral strategy is one piece, it's one tool in a toolbox. And we're going to use that tool as best we can. And we have many, many other tools. And we're going to continue to organize. The power that we have is a power that we have to exercise on November 5th, but the much larger power is the power that we continue to exercise after November 5th, November 6th and beyond. We say that we vote and we organize. In Black Lives Matter Grassroots, which is my organizational home, we say we vote and we organize. And so we're grateful, grateful, grateful to be voting and organizing along with Dr. West. You know, this has been a tremendous moment within a movement. And we continue to organize with PSL and Vote Socialist and Claudia and Karina when we talked about ending the genocides that are rampant around the world, when we talk about ending global capitalism that wreaks havoc on this planet, when we talk about stopping cop cities, when we talk about what working class people want, need, and deserve and can have, we can have it when we struggle forward together. And so I think the power comes in the show of solidarity, but more importantly, in the solidarity that we'll continue to exercise as we do work and invest in the struggle until we get free.
Thank you so much, Dr. West, Dr. Abdullah. And Claudia, your thoughts?
Well, I often think about Amilcar Cabral's quote that says, "Tell no lies and claim no easy victories," I think we should keep that in mind. And as both Dr. West and Dr. Abdullah mentioned, our our strategy is larger than an election cycle. And elections are a tactic. Elections are a way of intervening in a specific moment. But what we are attempting to build is an independent movement of working class people that have the confidence to fight back in every space and at every moment against the capitalist system that strives to kill them, to kill us and to kill the planet. And when we launched this campaign, when we conceptualized this campaign, we conceptualized it precisely as an intervention that could engage in mass education, that could engage in reactivating or activating people who are new to movement in a moment where there is a heightened level of mobilizations, understanding that in the patterns of histories, there is ebbs and flows in movements, and that ultimately people need to join political organizations. People need to build organizations that allow them to strengthen themselves in the creation of a movement that allows them to become contributors, active participant in the development of the power that belongs to the people. Because yes, capitalism has economic and political power. But let's just think about the 160 million people who are living in or near poverty in this country. And what could happen if that great majority gains class consciousness? What could happen if that great majority understands that the ruling class has not their interests at heart? And so that is the majority of people that we have the task of activating, not during the election cycle, but every damn day of the year. And so building organization also allows us to advance our struggles around immigration rights, to advance our struggles around police brutality and against mass incarceration, to advance our struggles for every small and large civil and human right that we so much need and deserve. And I think it's important to say that because we have a sleeping giant in this country, and that is the working class. Folks that have understood that the ruling class and its two-party system does not work for them, but there's an imposition of hopelessness. There's an imposition of isolation. And so I think it's important for us to intervene in the everyday lives of our people, giving that hope, giving that orientation, and giving that space for them to participate and become part of organized struggle, which is ultimately the biggest threat of the capitalist system, of US imperialism and white supremacy. When people have the ability to organize themselves and fight back, they don't know what to do with themselves. And that is exactly what they are trying to prevent us from doing. That is why the Democratic Party is spending so much money in marketing, trying to convince people that they are the ones that we should follow. But our people are people of memory, and our people are people of backbone. And so we need to be able to organize the discontent, to organize the hopelessness, to organize in many ways what people have understood to be real, that this system does not work for them. But where do we go from here? And where we go from here is building a force to be reckoned with. But we have to do that every day of the year, 365 days.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. And I just want to extend one big thank you to all three of you, Claudia de la Cruz, Dr. Cornel West, and Dr. Melina Abdullah, for this enriching conversation and all your work. And this conversation is just another addition to our trajectory of working together as we forge ahead into this next phase of struggle for justice in the United States and around the world. And to repeat the point from earlier, the Claudia Karina campaign is calling on its supporters to vote for West and Abdullah in Alaska, and in turn, West Abdullah are calling on their supporters to vote for Claudia and Karina in Florida, Hawaii, New Mexico, Mississippi, and Tennessee. So I want to invite any of you who are watching to stay connected with our campaigns. You can go to CornellWest2024.com and VoteSocialist2024.com to learn more about these campaigns and follow them on social media. So we'll see you at the polls and in the struggle for justice.
Well, are not Negro Americans citizens If they were citizens, you wouldn't have a race problem. If the Emancipation Proclamation was authentic, you wouldn't have a race problem. If the 13th, 14th, 15th Amendment to the Constitution was authentic, you wouldn't have a race problem. If the Supreme Court desegregation decision was authentic, you wouldn't have a race problem. All of this is hypocrisy. And it is this hypocrisy that has been practiced by the so-called white, so-called liberal for the past 400 years that compounds the problem, makes it more complicated instead of eliminating the problem.
Well, Minister Malcolm, what do you see as the future of the Negro in America?
What
do you think will be the culmination of the present thrust?
Until the white man in America sits down and talks with the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, he won't even know what the race problem, what makes the race problem what it is. And it's just like Pharaoh couldn't get a solution to his problem until he talked to Moses, or Nebuchadnezzar or Belshazzar couldn't get a solution to his problem until he talked to Daniel. The white man in America today will never understand the race problem or come anywhere near getting a solution to the race problem until he talks to the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. Then Mr. Muhammad will give him God's analysis, not some kind of political analysis or psychologist analysis or some kind of clergyman's analysis, but God's analysis. That's the analysis that Moses gave Pharaoh. That's the analysis that Daniel gave Belshazzar. And today we have a modern Belshazzar and a modern Pharaoh sitting in Washington, D.C.
What do you think is going to happen in Birmingham, in Jackson, Mississippi, in Philadelphia, in Boston, in Englewood?
Well, Dr. Clark, as you know, these Negro leaders have been telling the white man everything is all right, everything's under control. And they've been telling the white man that Mr. Muhammad is wrong, don't listen to him. But everything that Mr. Muhammad has been saying is going to come to pass, is now coming to pass. And now the Negro leaders are standing up saying that we're about to have a racial explosion. You're going to have a racial explosion. And a racial explosion is more dangerous than an atomic explosion. It's going to explode because black people are dissatisfied. They're dissatisfied not only with the white man, but they're dissatisfied with these Negroes who have been sitting around here posing as leaders and spokesmen for black people and actually making the problem worse instead of making the problem better.
What will be the consequence of this explosion?
Anytime you put too many sparks around a powder keg, the thing is going to explode. And if the thing that explodes is still inside the house, then the house will be destroyed.
But what will happen?
So the Honorable Elijah Muhammad is telling the white man, get this powder keg out of your house. Let the black people in this country separate from you while there's still time. And if the black man is allowed to separate and go on onto some land of his own, where he can solve his own problems, then there won't be any explosion. And the Negroes who want to stay with the white man, let them stay with the white man. But those who want to leave, let them go with the Honorable Elijah Muhammad.
Join the movement.
Gotta pop out and show niggas. Certified boogeyman, I'm the one that up to score with them. Walking down whole time.
We are Leviathan. Together we rise.
O taste and see that the Lord is good. Blessed is the man that trusteth in him. O fear the Lord, ye his saints, for there is no want to them that fear him. The young lions do lack and suffer hunger, but they that seek the Lord shall not want any good thing. Come, ye children, hearken unto me. I will teach you the fear of the Lord. What man is he that desireth life and loveth many days, that he may see good? Keep thy tongue from evil, and thy lips from speaking guile. Depart from evil, and do good. Seek peace, and pursue it. The eyes of the Lord are upon the righteous, and his ears are open unto their cry. The face of the Lord is against them that do evil, to cut off the remembrance of them from the earth. The righteous cry, and the Lord heareth, and delivereth them out of all their troubles. The Lord is nigh unto them that are of a broken heart, and saveth such as be of a contrite spirit. Many are the afflictions of the righteous, but the Lord delivereth him out of them all. He keepeth all his bones, not one of them is broken. Evil shall slay the wicked, and they that hate the righteous shall be desolate. The Lord redeemeth the soul of his servants, and none of them that trust in him shall be desolate. Psalm 35. Plead my cause, O Lord, with them that strive with me. Fight against them that fight against me. Take hold of shield and buckler, and stand up for mine help. Draw out also the spear, and stop the way against them that persecute me. Say unto my soul, I am thy salvation. Let them be confounded and put to shame that seek after my soul. Let them be turned back and brought to confusion that devise my hurt. Let them be as chaff before the wind, and let the angel of the Lord chase them. Let their way be dark and slippery, and let the angel of the Lord persecute them. For without cause have they hid for me their net in a pit, which without cause they have digged for my soul. Let destruction come upon him at unawares, and let his net that he hath hid catch himself. Into that very destruction let him fall. And my soul shall be joyful in the Lord. It shall rejoice in his salvation. All my bones shall say, Lord, who is like unto thee, which deliverest the poor from him that is too strong for him, yea, the poor and the needy from him that spoileth him.
Join the movement.
Gotta pop out and show niggas. Certified boogeyman, I'm the one that up to score with them. Walking down whole time.
We are Leviathan. Together we rise.
And this other thing, white supremacy, anti-Semitism, and what was this other?
And hatred.
And hatred. And since the white people collectively have practiced the worst form of hatred against Negroes in this country, and they know that they are guilty of it, now when the Honorable Elijah Muhammad comes along and begins to list the historic deed, the historic attitude, the historic behavior of the white man in this country toward the black people in this country, again, the white people are so guilty that they can't stop doing these things to make Mr. Muhammad appear wrong, so they hide their wrong by saying that he is teaching hatred. History is not hatred. Actually, we are Muslims because we believe in the religion of Islam. We believe in one God. We believe in Muhammad as the apostle of God. We practice the principles of the religion of Islam, which mean prayer, charity, fasting, brotherhood. And the Honorable Elijah Muhammad teaches us that since the Western society is deteriorating, it has become overrun with immorality, that God is going to judge it and destroy it. And the only way black people who are in this society can be saved is to not integrate into this corrupt society, but separate ourselves from it, reform ourselves, lift up our moral standards, and try and be godly instead of try and integrate with God instead of trying to integrate with the white man, or try and imitate God instead of trying to imitate with the white man.
It has been suggested also that this movement preaches a gospel of violence.
No, the black people in this country have been the victims of violence at the hands of the white man for 400 years. And following the ignorant Negro preachers, we have thought that it was godlike to turn the other cheek to the brute that was brutalizing us. And today, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad is showing black people in this country that just as the white man and every other person on this earth has God-given rights, natural rights, civil rights, any kind of rights that you can think of when it comes to defending himself, black people we should have the right to defend ourselves also. And because the Honorable Elijah Muhammad makes black people brave enough, men enough to defend ourselves no matter what the odds are, the white man runs around here with the doctrine that Mr. Muhammad is advocating violence when he's actually telling Negroes to defend themselves against violent people.
I see. Well, the Reverend Martin Luther King preaches a doctrine of nonviolent insistence upon the rights of the American Negro. What is your attitude toward this philosophy?
The white man pays Reverend Martin Luther King, subsidizes Reverend Martin Luther King, so that Reverend Martin Luther King can continue to teach the Negroes to be defenseless. That's what you mean by nonviolent. Be defenseless. Be defenseless in the face of one of the most cruel beasts that has ever taken the people into captivity. That's this American white man. And they have proved it throughout the country by the police dogs and the police clubs.
Join the movement.
Gotta pop out and show niggas. Certified boogeyman, I'm the one that up to score with them. Walking down whole time.
We are Leviathan. Together we rise.
She would continue to enthrall her lover, as she had enthralled him for the past 11 years. Diane's secret weapons were symbols and images to which she had always paid great attention. Early on in her relationship with Henry, she had created a motif by intertwining her initials with his to symbolize their union. The idea worked like a charm. Henry put this insignia everywhere, on his royal robes, on monuments, on churches, on the façade of the Louvre, then the royal palace in Paris. Diane's favorite colors were black and white, which she wore exclusively, and wherever it was possible, the insignia appeared in these colors. Everyone recognized the symbol and its meaning. Soon after Henry took the throne, however, Diane went still further. She decided to identify herself with the Roman goddess Diana, her namesake. Diana was the goddess of the hunt, the traditional royal pastime, and the particular passion of Henry. Equally important, in Renaissance art, she symbolized chastity and purity. For a woman like Diane to identify herself with this goddess would instantly call up those images in the court, giving her an air of respectability. Symbolizing her chaste relationship with Henry, it would also set her apart from the adulterous liaisons of royal mistresses past. To effect this association, Diane began by completely transforming her castle at Anet. She razed the building's structure and in its place erected a magnificent Doric-columned edifice modeled after a Roman temple. It was made in white Normandy stone, flecked with black silex, reproducing Diane's trademark colors of black and white. The insignia of her and Henry's initials appeared on the columns, the doors, the windows, the carpet. Meanwhile, symbols of Diana, crescent moons, stags, and hounds, adorned the gates and façade. Inside, enormous tapestries depicting episodes in the life of the goddess lay on the floors and hung on the walls. In the garden stood the famous Goujon sculpture Diane Chasseresse, which is now in the Louvre, and which had an uncanny resemblance to Diane de Poitiers. Paintings and other depictions of Diana appeared in every corner of the castle. Anet overwhelmed Henry, who soon was trumpeting the image of Diane de Poitiers as a Roman goddess. In 1548, when the couple appeared together in Lyon for a royal celebration, the townspeople welcomed them with a tableau vivant depicting a scene with Diana the huntress. France's greatest poet of the period, Pierre de Ronsard, began to write verses in honor of Diana.
Join the movement.
Gotta pop out and show niggas. Certified boogeyman, I'm the one that up to score with them. Walking down whole time.
We are Leviathan. Together we rise.
Virtually overnight, England was converted to a new official religion. A terror fell on the country. Some people had suffered under the Catholic Church, which, before the reforms, had been immensely powerful, but most Britons had strong ties to Catholicism and to its comforting rituals. They watched in horror as churches were demolished, images of the Madonna and saints were broken in pieces, stained glass windows were smashed, and the church's treasures were confiscated. With monasteries that had succored the poor suddenly gone, the poor now flooded the streets. The growing ranks of the beggar class were further swelled by former monks. On top of all this, Cromwell levied high taxes to pay for his ecclesiastical reforms. In 1535, powerful revolts in the north of England threatened to topple Henry from his throne. By the following year, he had suppressed the rebellions, but he had also begun to see the costs of Cromwell's reforms. The king himself had never wanted to go this far. He had only wanted a divorce. It was now Cromwell's turn to watch uneasily as the king began slowly to undo his reforms, reinstating Catholic sacraments and other rituals that Cromwell had outlawed. Sensing his fall from grace, in 1540 Cromwell decided to regain Henry's favor with one throw of the dice. He would find the king a new wife. Henry's third wife, Jane Seymour, had died a few years before, and he had been pining for a new, young queen. It was Cromwell who found him one, Anne of Cleves, a German princess, and most important to Cromwell, a Protestant. On Cromwell's commission, the painter Holbein produced a flattering portrait of Anne. When Henry saw it, he fell in love and agreed to marry her. Cromwell seemed back in favor. Unfortunately, however, Holbein's painting was highly idealized, and when the king finally met the princess, she did not please him in the least. His anger against Cromwell, first for the ill-conceived reforms, now for saddling him with an unattractive and Protestant wife, could no longer be contained. In June of that year, Cromwell was arrested, charged as a Protestant extremist and a heretic, and sent to the Tower. 6 weeks later, before a large and enthusiastic crowd, the public executioner cut off his head. Interpretation. Thomas Cromwell had a simple idea. He would break up the power and wealth of the Church and lay the foundation for Protestantism in England. And he would do this in a mercilessly short time. He knew his speedy reforms would cause pain and resentment, but he thought these feelings would fade in a few years. More important, by identifying himself with change, he would become the leader of the new order, making the king dependent on him. But there was a problem in this strategy. Like a billiard ball hit too hard against the cushion, his reforms had reactions and caroms he did not envision and could not control. The man who initiates strong reforms often becomes the scapegoat for any kind of dissatisfaction, and eventually the reaction to his reforms may consume him, for change is upsetting to the human animal, even when it is for the good. Because the world is, and always has been, full of insecurity and threat, we latch on to familiar faces and create habits and rituals to make the world more comfortable. Change can be pleasant and even sometimes desirable in the abstract, but too much of it creates an anxiety that will stir and boil beneath the surface and then eventually erupt.
Join the movement.
Gotta pop out and show niggas. Certified boogeyman, I'm the one that up to score with them. Walking down whole time.
We are Leviathan. Together we rise.
Keys to power. Most of us are timid. We want to avoid tension and conflict, and we want to be liked by all. We may contemplate a bold action, but we rarely bring it to life. We are terrified of the consequences, of what others might think of us, of the hostility we will stir up if we dare go beyond our usual place. Although we may disguise our timidity as a concern for others, a desire not to hurt or offend them, in fact, it is the opposite. We are really self-absorbed, worried about ourselves and how others perceive us. Boldness, on the other hand, is outer-directed and often makes people feel more at ease, since it is less self-conscious and less repressed. Few are born bold. Even Napoleon had to cultivate the habit on the battlefield, where he knew it was a matter of life and death. In social settings, he was awkward and timid, but he overcame this and practiced boldness in every part of his life because he saw its tremendous power, how it could literally enlarge a man, even one who, like Napoleon, was in fact conspicuously small. You must practice and develop your boldness. You will often find uses for it. The best place to begin is often the delicate world of negotiation, particularly those discussions in which you are asked to set your own price. How often we put ourselves down by asking for too little. When Christopher Columbus proposed that the Spanish court finance his voyage to the Americas, he also made the insanely bold demand that he be called Grand Admiral of the Ocean. The court agreed. The price he set was the price he received. He demanded to be treated with respect, and so he was. Understand, if boldness is not natural, neither is timidity. It is an acquired habit, picked up out of a desire to avoid conflict. If timidity has taken hold of you, then root it out. Your fears of the consequences of a bold action are way out of proportion to reality. And in fact, the consequences of timidity are worse. Your value is lowered, and you create a self-fulfilling cycle of doubt and disaster. Remember, the problems created by an audacious move can be disguised, even remedied, by more and greater audacity.
Join the movement.
Gotta pop out and show niggas. Certified boogeyman, I'm the one that up to score with them. Walking down whole time.
We are Leviathan. Together we rise.
Steel against Castro, against Khrushchev, against Laos and South Vietnam and all these other places all over the world. But when it comes to time to correcting the injustices that are being inflicted against Negroes in this country, Kennedy sits up there like Nero. He's fiddling while Birmingham is burning.
Malcolm X, I want to talk with you briefly about your affiliation with Cassius. How long have you known him? About 3 years. And have you been advising him as far as his religious affiliations are concerned? Well, no, I don't give advice to anyone. He's my brother and my friend. I express what I know and understand around him, but he has a mind of his own and understanding of his own. Did he feel that, he tells me that he felt that his affiliation with the Muslim religion had a great deal to do with his winning? Yes, as a follower of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad in the religion of Islam, it definitely had everything to do with his victory. It gave him the confidence that was necessary to be the winner. Malcolm X, you were involved in a controversy some months ago with your leader. Is that over? Well, I've been silent for the past 90 days because of some statements I made concerning the President of the United States, which were distorted. They were distorted? And yes. What did you say, Malcolm? Well, I said the same thing that everybody says, that his assassination was the result of the climate of hate. But only I said the chickens came home to roost, which means the same thing. Climate of hate means that this is the result of something. And when I said chickens coming home to roost, I said the same thing. But you did not say that you were glad the president was killed. No, that's what the press said. What would I look like saying that I'm glad the president was killed? Malcolm, this was your first public statement in that 90-day period, is it not? First time I opened up my mouth in 90 days. That's why I'm talking so fast and so hearty. You feel, however, that we're making progress in this country and worldwide? No. I will never say that progress is being made. If you stick a knife in my back 9 inches and pull it out 6 inches, there's no progress. You pull it all the way out, that's not progress. The progress is healing the wound that the blow made. And they haven't even begun to pull the knife out, much less try and heal the wound. They won't even admit the knife is there.
And I, for one, as a Muslim, believe that the white man is intelligent enough. If he were made to realize how black people really feel, and how fed up we are without that old compromise and sweet talk. Why, you're the one that make it hard for yourself. The white man believes you when you go to him with that old sweet talk, because you've been sweet talking him ever since he brought you here. Stop sweet talking him. Tell him how you feel. Tell him what kind of hell you've been catching, and let him know that if he's not ready to clean his house up, if he's not ready to clean his house up, he shouldn't have a house.
Join the movement.
Gotta pop out and show niggas. Certified boogeyman, I'm the one that up to score with them. Walking down whole time.
We are Leviathan. Together we rise.
And will magnify him with thanksgiving. This also shall please the Lord better than an ox or bullock that hath horns and hoofs. The humble shall see this and be glad, and your heart shall live that seek God. For the Lord heareth the poor, and despiseth not his prisoners. Let the heaven and earth praise him, the seas and everything that moveth therein. For God will save Zion, and will build the cities of Judah, that they may dwell there, and have it in possession. The seed also of his servants shall inherit it, and they that love his name shall dwell therein. Psalm 70. Make haste, O God, to deliver me. Make haste to help me, O Lord. Let them be ashamed and confounded that seek after my soul. Let them be turned backward and put to confusion that desire my hurt. Let them be turned back for a reward of their shame that say, Aha, aha. Let all those that seek thee rejoice and be glad in thee. And let such as love thy salvation say continually, Let God be magnified. For I am poor and needy. Make haste unto me, O God. Thou art my help and my deliverer, O Lord. Make no tarrying. Let my mouth be filled with thy praise and with thy honour all the day. Cast me not off in the time of old age. Forsake me not when my strength faileth. For mine enemies speak against me. And they that lay wait for my soul take counsel together, saying, God hath forsaken him. Persecute and take him, for there is none to deliver him. O God, be not far from me. O my God, make haste for my help. Let them be confounded and consumed that are adversaries to my soul. Let them be covered with reproach and dishonour that seek my hurt. But I will hope continually, and will yet praise thee more and more. My mouth shall show forth thy righteousness and thy salvation all the day, for I know not the numbers thereof. I will go in the strength of the Lord God. I will make mention of thy righteousness, even of thine only. O God, thou hast taught me from my youth, and hitherto have I declared thy wondrous works. Psalm 73. Truly God is good to Israel, even to such as are of a clean heart. But as for me, my feet were almost gone. My steps had well nigh slipped. For I was envious at the foolish when I saw the prosperity of the wicked. For there are no bands in their death, but their strength is firm. They are not in trouble as other men, neither are they plagued like other men. Therefore pride compasseth them about as a chain, violence covereth them as a garment. Their eyes stand out with fatness, they have more than heart could wish.
Join the movement. We are Leviathan. Together we rise.
Panopticism, a concept derived from Michel Foucault's exploration of surveillance and disciplinary mechanisms in his work Discipline and Punish, represents a significant idea in understanding power and control in modern societies. This concept extends far beyond its original reference to Jeremy Bentham's architectural design of the panopticon, a type of institutional building designed for maximum observation and control. Foucault used the panopticon as a metaphor for modern disciplinary societies, where power is exercised through pervasive surveillance and observation. The panopticon represents a power dynamic where individuals are constantly aware of being watched, leading to self-regulation of behavior. While the concept originated in the context of prisons, Foucault extended it to various facets of society, suggesting that the panoptic model characterizes numerous institutions like schools, hospitals, factories, and offices. Central to panopticism is the principle that power is exerted through visibility. The possibility of constant observation induces a state of conscious and permanent visibility that ensures the functioning of power. In a panoptic system, individuals internalize the surveillance, leading to self-discipline. The presence of an observer is not always necessary, as individuals behave as though they are always being watched. Panopticism represents a shift from a central, authoritarian figure of power to a more diffuse network of surveillance, where control is embedded within the social fabric. The concept of panopticism involves the establishment of norms and the use of surveillance to ensure conformity to these norms, classifying and normalizing individual behavior. Panopticism provides a framework for understanding how modern societies implement and maintain control and order, not just through overt methods, but through subtle and pervasive surveillance techniques. In contemporary society, panopticism is increasingly relevant with the rise of digital surveillance technologies. The Internet, social media, and surveillance cameras have created a new form of panoptic structure. The concept of panopticism raises critical questions about privacy, freedom, and the ethical implications of surveillance. It challenges the notion of an autonomous, private individual. Panopticism has influenced various fields, including sociology, cultural studies, and political science, providing a critical tool for analyzing power relations in different contexts. Foucault's concept is instrumental in analyzing the role of institutions in shaping human behavior and social relations. It sheds light on how institutions function to produce and regulate social norms and expectations. In conclusion, panopticism is a crucial concept for understanding the dynamics of power, surveillance, and control in contemporary societies. It underscores the subtle ways in which individuals are compelled to regulate their own behavior in response to perceived surveillance. As technology continues to advance and the means of observation become more sophisticated, the relevance of panopticism in analyzing social, ethical, and political dimensions of surveillance becomes increasingly significant.
Join the movement.
Gotta pop out and show niggas. Certified boogeyman, I'm the one that up to score with them. Walking down whole time.
We are Leviathan. Together we rise.
All right, that's right. Brother Minister, if you believe or if you agree with Reverend Lowry that somewhere along the way what we surrendered was the moral authority, how did that happen and how do we get it back? If you agree with that.
Thank you. First, let me say I'm honored to be here with this august panel and those that are sitting in the audience, and I'm honored to be in this blessed house built by my brother, Reverend Bishop Eddie Long. The thing that came to my mind when you used the word contract and my brother used the word covenant, a contract or a covenant is between parties who intend to make their word their bond. I think it is proper and right that we make a covenant with our people. For the scripture says, woe to the shepherd who feeds himself and not the flock. Should not the shepherd feed the flock? The problem a lot of times is a disconnect between leaders and the people. Because most of the leaders, the scripture says, have been hirelings that flee when the wolf comes. But the good shepherd will lay down his life for the sheep. I would hope, and I know it can happen, that black intellectuals have been separated from the masses of our people. The masses of our people are going steadily downward because there's no connect between the learned of our people and the suffering masses of our people. There has to be a covenant made between those of us who have been blessed with knowledge, blessed with wealth, blessed with opportunity to unite the best of our minds and the best of our pocketbooks to pool our resources to develop a programmatic thrust that will lift us and our people out of the condition that they're in.
Join the movement.
Gotta pop out and show niggas. Certified boogeyman, I'm the one that up to score with them. Walking down whole time.
We are Leviathan. Together we rise.
In every child's heart lies a dragon waiting to awaken. This is the story of Imani, a girl who carried the strength of her ancestors, even if she didn't know it yet.
I wonder what Grandma meant by that. Morning, Mom. Morning, Dad.
Morning, sweetie. Breakfast is on the table. I made your favorite dragon-shaped pancakes.
Hey there, curious cat. Ready to learn something new today?
Always. Wow, Mom, they look just like Levi.
Levi.
Oh, just a friend from my dreams.
Levi, huh? Sounds like quite an imagination you've got there, kiddo.
Just like her grandmother, always full of stories.
Where'd you get those shoes? The trash?
Hey, I think I have an extra pair of cool shoelaces. Want them? You know, my grandma says we rise by lifting others. Maybe you could help tie them?
The City Council is debating a reparations program for descendants of enslaved people.
My dad says it's just people wanting free money.
Yeah, why should we pay for stuff that happened forever ago?
Now, let's remember to be respectful. This is a complex issue.
Mom, Dad, what are reparations? Why are people upset about it?
Oh, sweetie, it's about fixing old wrongs, but it's complicated.
We'll talk more about it this weekend, okay? It's a big topic.
Imani, come help me with these sweet potato pies.
Grandma, do you know about reparations?
Oh, child, that's a heavy topic, but it's important. Let me tell you a story while we bake.
I wish I could understand. Why do people think it's wrong for us to get help after all we've been through?
Hello there, young one. I am, well, you can call me Levi. I'm what you might call how to put it, a guardian of stories. Fear not, Imani. I heard your questions. Would you like to see the answers hidden in our history? Then climb on my back, little one. Our journey begins. And so Imani embarked on a journey through time to uncover the truth about her heritage and the long road to justice. Hold tight, young Imani. We're about to dive into the river of time. Our journey through history begins now.
Wow, it's like we're flying through a rainbow tornado. It's so hot, and they look so tired. I can almost feel the scratchy cotton. Leviathan, this is awful. How could people do this to each other? She's just a kid like me. But her eyes, they look so much older. It's like she's carrying the weight of the world.
See how their labor built wealth for others? This is the foundation of a great injustice that echoes through time.
It's like their sweat is turning into money, but not for them. That's so wrong. They never got paid. That's not fair. The scale is so unbalanced, it's like it's about to break. They're free now. Look how happy they are. It's like they're glowing from the inside.
Yes, this moment of joy is precious, but remember, freedom is just the beginning of a long journey. Yes, but freedom alone didn't solve everything. Observe. The scale still struggles to find balance.
But why? They're free now. Shouldn't everything be okay? It's like a roller coaster of history. So much pain, but also so much strength and progress.
Indeed, young one. The journey is long and complex, but the spirit of your ancestors endures.
Welcome, child of our future. We've been waiting for you. Your journey through time has brought you to us.
You've been waiting for me. Who are you? You look like everyone I saw in the past. There are so many of you.
We are the echoes of those who came before, child. Each of us has a story, a struggle, and a triumph to share.
We are your ancestors, Imani. We've watched your journey through time, feeling every moment of joy and pain alongside you.
We fought, we marched, we built, we did all we could in our time. Now we pass the torch to you and your generation.
But how can I possibly live up to everything you've done? I'm sorry you all went through so much pain. I want to help make things right. But it seems so big, so impossible.
Sweet child, change always seems impossible until it's done. Your caring heart is the first step.
Sweet child, you already are. By seeking to understand, by caring, you carry our strength forward. Remember, the greatest changes often start with the smallest actions.
But how? What can one kid do against such big problems?
Do you see, Imani? Reparations isn't just about money. It's about building a bridge to the future our ancestors dreamed of. It's about connection, understanding, and action.
A bridge, connecting the past to the future. I think I'm starting to understand. A future where everything is balanced and fair, where everyone has a chance to thrive.
Yes, child, build that future. We believe in you.
We are all connected, Imani, past, present, and future. The strength of your ancestors flows through you.
I can feel it. It's like they're becoming part of me.
Are you ready to return, Imani? There's much work to be done.
I'm ready. I think I understand now. It's not just about the past. It's about building a better future for everyone.
Remember, child, you carry us with you always.
I won't let you down. I promise to do my best to build that bridge to a fairer future.
Remember, young one, the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Are you ready to take that step?
I am. Let's go home and get started.
Does anyone else have thoughts on this topic?
I think I understand it better now.
Oh yeah, how?
Well, it's kind of like baking a pie. Imagine your great-great-grandma had this amazing sweet potato pie recipe, but someone stole it and got rich selling it for years and years. But that was a long time ago. Right, but your family never got to benefit from that recipe. You couldn't open a pie shop or go to culinary school because of the money you should have had.
Go on, Imani.
Reparations would be like giving back the recipe, helping your family open that pie shop, and making sure everyone knows it was your great-great-grandma's recipe all along. It's about restoring what was lost and creating new opportunities.
But why should I have to give up my pie money for something I didn't do?
Remember the bridge, young one.
It's not about blame. It's about fixing something that's been broken for a long time, so everyone can enjoy the pie together. When we address historical injustices, we all benefit from a fairer, more prosperous society.
That's a remarkably insightful way of putting it, Imani. Where did you learn to explain things like that?
Oh, just from a wise friend. I have so much to tell Grandma.
Remember, Imani, the strength of your ancestors lives in you. Use it wisely.
I will. This is just the beginning. I can't wait to tell Mom and Dad what I learned. Mom, Dad, Grandma, you won't believe what happened today.
Wow, honey, that's a really mature way of explaining things.
You make us so proud, Imani, but are you sure you're ready for such big conversations?
I think so. I have to try, right?
I always said that dragon spirit would guide you well. Trust in your strength, child.
Hey, Imani, can you explain that pie thing again? My parents were asking about it.
Sure, let's talk at lunch. Maybe we can start a discussion group?
Imani, your design is beautiful. What inspired it?
Oh, just a lesson I learned from a very old friend. Levi, Are you there?
Always, young one. How may I assist?
I was wondering, will things really get better? Will we see real change?
Join the movement.
You gotta pop out and show niggas. Certified boogeyman, I'm the one that up to score with them. Walking down whole time.
We are Leviathan. Together we rise.
Yes. We need repair from 310 years of chattel slavery, where black men were forced to be studs, to make black women pregnant, to make more slaves for the slave master. And that same unhealthy attitude of misusing our women and making babies that we have no desire to take care of is still with us. Willie Lynch, who gave the ways that we could keep being divided so that they could rule us for 1,000 years. That sickness is still with us. Yes, we got a black president, but brother said it was confusion. He confused the issue. But really, he never wants to lose the white vote. So if he loses the white vote, he don't care that you voted for him. But if he loses the white vote, he feels he will lose. Dear brother, if you're watching, out of love,
There it is. That's right.
you won't lose the white vote of those whites that really understand this problem and know that this problem needs to be solved, and we can't keep relegating it to generation after generation because a few of us got a little money, a few of us got positions, a few of us have wealth, while the masses of our people are going steadily down. No one man can rise above the condition of his people.
Amen.
So President Obama, this august body of brothers and sisters that really love you want you to use your bully pulpit, but then after you do that, then what about us? See, brother said responsibility. Is it that we should let them take responsibility to do for us, or should we pool the knowledge that's at the table, the power that's in our community, the wealth that's in our community to change the harsh reality of black life in America? He can create an atmosphere.
That's what it is.
But we have to do the job of fulfilling the black agenda.
Join the movement.
You gotta pop out and show niggas. Certified boogeyman, I'm the one that up to score with them. Walking down whole time.
We are Leviathan. Together we rise.
I'm not going to be involved with anybody who's ashamed to admit me. If the price of admission to the party is the denial of my body, I'm paying too high a price. And I'm saying the Obama administration must be honest and open about what they're doing to help and facilitate African American people without alienating. This is what Minister Farrakhan said. The white folk who love you gonna love you regardless. The white folk who don't love you ain't gonna love you. If you delivered their babies every Sunday morning with gloves on your back, it's not gonna happen. The question is, what do black people have enough of self-love to say, if you don't love me and you can't come out and say publicly that you love me, then your love is already shattered. And it's not about love, it's about service. Let me end by saying this. When you look at the GI Bill was a universal prescription that said we're going to help everybody. It established the middle class. Black people were mostly closed out of that. 98% of those people who received it were white, and 98% of them, 99% of them were men. So women and people of color were locked out of a universal program. Everything you just announced what Obama is doing that has been targeted to black people, first of all, hasn't been targeted because it's been for a larger urban project that most of which the monies have not come to us. Secondly, Mr. Obama has far more help percentage-wise and overall mass suburban America than he's helped African-American people. And thirdly, something that Dr. Malvo said we need to repeat here. There has been a massive redistribution of wealth upward under the black president. Under Bush, it was already accelerated. Under Mr. Obama, it has gone through the roof. Black people have to wake up and say, stop the bleeding and be concerned about us individually. It's not about giving up concern for white America, but it's about taking us seriously. We voted for him 97%. We need some return on those votes, and black people need to take enough responsibility to demand that Obama love us as he loves the rest of America.
I apologize for trying to get to you a few minutes ago, Mr. Farrakhan, but this discourse for the last few minutes leads perfectly to the question I wanted to ask you. Again, we're putting everything on the table today in love and in truth. I have received significant pushback from certain people across this country who believe that the very nature of this conversation on C-SPAN is wrong. Is wrong. That this is not a conversation. Tavis, take that stuff to the back room. Y'all Negroes get together where the camera's not around. And those meetings do happen. And there's no doubt about that. He meets with a variety of people, and black leaders, you know, have their own meetings. But what about the notion that that coming together, having these kinds of conversations in the public square, in the public, on national television is wrong and not very good, not very wise strategically?
I think a wise man would listen to his or her critics. Sister Julianne Malveaux was a very strong critic of mine. And when I had the privilege to talk to my sister, I thanked her. Why do you thank somebody who criticizes you? Because your friends sometimes are not real good friends if they don't tell you the thing that you need to hear.
That's right.
So when my sister criticized me, I loved her more because I saw her as honest, as a strong black woman who was not going to let a strong black man get away with what she thought I might be getting away with.
Join the movement.
Gotta pop out and show niggas. Certified boogeyman, I'm the one that up to score with them. Walking down whole time.
We are Leviathan. Together we rise.
Observance of the law. Near the end of the 6th century BC, the city-state of Athens overthrew the series of petty tyrants who had dominated its politics for decades. It established instead a democracy that was to last over a century, a democracy that became the source of its power and its proudest achievement. But as the democracy evolved, so did a problem the Athenians had never faced: how to deal with those who did not concern themselves with the cohesion of a small city surrounded by enemies, who did not work for its greater glory, but thought of only themselves and their own ambitions and petty intrigues. The Athenians understood that these people, if left alone, would sow dissension, divide the city into factions, and stir up anxieties, all of which could lead to the ruin of their democracy. Violent punishment no longer suited the new, civilized order that Athens had created. Instead, the citizens found another, more satisfying and less brutal way to deal with the chronically selfish. Every year, they would gather in the marketplace and write on a piece of earthenware, an ostrakon, the name of an individual they wanted to see banished from the city for 10 years. If a particular name appeared on 6,000 ballots, that person would instantly be exiled. If no one received 6,000 votes, the person with the most ostraka recording his name would suffer the 10-year ostracism. This ritual expulsion became a kind of festival. What a joy to be able to banish those irritating, anxiety-inducing individuals who wanted to rise above the group they should have served. In 490 BC, Aristides, one of the great generals of Athenian history, helped defeat the Persians at the Battle of Marathon. Meanwhile, off the battlefield, his fairness as a judge had earned him the nickname the Just. But as the years went by, the Athenians came to dislike him. He made such a show of his righteousness, and this, they believed, disguised his feelings of superiority and scorn for the common folk. His omnipresence in Athenian politics became obnoxious. The citizens grew tired of hearing him called the Just. They feared that this was just the type of man, judgmental, haughty, who would eventually stir up fierce divisions among them. In 482 BC, despite Aristides' invaluable expertise in the continuing war with the Persians, they collected the ostraca and had him banished. After Aristides' ostracism, the great general Themistocles emerged as the city's premier leader. But his many honors and victories went to his head, and he too became arrogant and overbearing, constantly reminding the Athenians of his triumphs in battle, the temples he had built, the dangers he had fended off. He seemed to be saying that without him the city would come to ruin. And so, in 472 BC, Themistocles' name was filled in on the ostraca, and the city was rid of his poisonous presence. The greatest political figure in 5th century Athens was undoubtedly Pericles. Although several times threatened with ostracism, he avoided that fate by maintaining close ties with the people. Perhaps he had learned a lesson as a child from his favorite tutor, the incomparable Damon, who excelled above all other Athenians in his intelligence, his musical skills, and his rhetorical abilities. It was Damon who had trained Pericles in the arts of ruling. But he too suffered ostracism, for his superior airs and his insulting manner toward the commoners stirred up too much resentment. Toward the end of the century, there lived a man named Hyperbolus. Most writers of the time describe him as the city's most worthless citizen. He did not care what anyone thought of him, and slandered whomever he disliked. He amused some, but irritated more. In 417 BC, Hyperbolus saw an opportunity to stir up anger against the two leading politicians of the time, Alcibiades and Nicias. He hoped that one of the two would be ostracized and that he would rise in that man's place. His campaign seemed likely to succeed. The Athenians disliked Alcibiades' flamboyant and carefree lifestyle and were wary of Nicias's wealth and aloofness.
Join the movement.
Gotta pop out and show niggas. Certified boogeyman, I'm the one that up to score with them. Walking down whole time.
We are Leviathan. Together we rise.
We separate from a pharaohic idea of mental slavery. Our children, listen, our children cannot eat at the table of illusion and hypocrisy. Most of us who have access, who have wealth, who have quote unquote positions, we are like mannequins in the shopping mall of democracy. When you go to the shopping mall, you see the mannequin. The mannequin is dressed in what you would like to buy. The mannequin can't talk. The mannequin can't walk. We got black people in power, but they don't have powers. We got black people with money. We have black people with money that we think are giants, but in the company of their white counterparts, they are midgets. Now, if we want to get where we want to go, We can't focus on the house that has rejected us and our fathers for 400 years. We have to now focus on ourselves. Now follow this and I'm out of here. I'm complete. Follow this. President Bush, bless his heart, is worried about weapons of mass destruction. No dark nation should have a weapon of mass destruction. They have a fear. France got it. England got it. I think Germany may have something. South Africa has it. Israel has it. These are some of them, the former colonial masters. They have the right to have it, but don't give it to a darker power. We're worried about China has it. India has it. Lord have mercy. Pakistan got it. Korea was the axis of evil. Now Korea said, well, we got it. All of a sudden they fell off the screen. It's now Iran and Iraq. Well, if they are so afraid of weapons of mass destruction, my teacher, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, said, our unity is more powerful than an atomic or hydrogen bomb. That's the one thing we have never tried. We've kneeled in, crawled in, prayed in, lied in, slept in, but still we are out. If you want to get what you want, we gotta start with a contract with us. A contract, a covenant with us. We in leadership make a covenant with your people that you will never sell them out. We as leaders, listen. We as leaders, so-called, must make a covenant with our people that nothing is more important than the salvation of a people who are now on a death march. We are on a death march into ovens, but not the same oven called Auschwitz. But it is a destruction coming to our people through bad health care, no health insurance, HIV, AIDS, drive-by shootings, gang conflict, crack cocaine. We are now become the enemy of ourselves.
Join the movement.
Gotta pop out and show niggas. Certified boogeyman, I'm the one that up to score with them. Walking down whole time.
We are Leviathan. Together we rise.
The Book of Psalms. Psalm 1. Blessed is the man that walketh not in the counsel of the ungodly, nor standeth in the way of sinners, nor sitteth in the seat of the scornful. But his delight is in the law of the Lord, and in his law doth he meditate day and night. And he shall be like a tree planted by the rivers of water, that bringeth forth his fruit in his season. His leaf also shall not wither, and whatsoever he doeth shall prosper. The ungodly are not so, but are like the chaff which the wind driveth away. Therefore the ungodly shall not stand in the judgment, nor sinners in the congregation of the righteous. For the Lord knoweth the way of the righteous, but the way of the ungodly shall perish. Psalm 3. Lord, how are they increased that trouble me? Many are they that rise up against me. Many there be which say of my soul, There is no help for him in God, Selah. But thou, O Lord, art a shield for me, my glory, and the lifter up of mine head. I cried unto the Lord with my voice, and he heard me out of his holy hill, Selah. I laid me down and slept. I awaked, for the Lord sustained me. I will not be afraid of 10,000s of people that have set themselves against me round about. Arise, O Lord, save me, O my God. For thou hast smitten all mine enemies upon the cheekbone. Thou hast broken the teeth of the ungodly. Salvation belongeth unto the Lord. Thy blessing is upon thy people, Selah. How long will ye love vanity, and seek after leasing, Selah? But know that the Lord hath set apart him that is godly for himself. The Lord will hear when I call unto him. Stand in awe, and sin not. Commune with your own heart upon your bed, and be still, Selah. Offer the sacrifices of righteousness, and put your trust in the Lord.
Join the movement.
Gotta pop out and show niggas. Certified boogeyman, I'm the one that up to score with them. Walking down whole time.
We are Leviathan. Together we rise.
We appreciate their willingness and their courtesy and their cooperation, indeed their commitment to making sure that we have an opportunity to dialogue about the issues that matter to Black America, so that we can figure out how we can best navigate ourselves through the madness, through the mess that we are in, and confront the challenges that we face even as we speak. I get the sense sometimes, certainly had the sense around the national elections of last year, that because we live in a world that is so gripped by fear, there are more Americans now than ever, not just black folk, but more Americans now than ever before who are operating, who are voting, who are really living their lives more out of fear than out of hope. More out of fear than out of hope. But since we are in a church, can I go there right quick? My Bible says that God has not given us a spirit but of love, of power, and of a sound mind. That's what I believe the Black American experience brings to this great country, this place we call America. We said earlier this morning, we say again, that black folk have always been the conscience of this country, and we are called upon now to first save ourselves, but then, as we have done in times past, sometimes through interposition, sometimes through nullification, sometimes through amendment, sometimes through bus boycotts, sometimes through sit-ins, but we've always been the conscience of this country and have been called on many times, as we are now, to do our part to help redeem the soul of America. And that is why we gather here on this stage, in this place, in this city, during Black History Month, to have a conversation about what kind of uncommon courage and conviction and commitment is going to take for us to make our community better and our country better. I've always believed that when we struggle to make Black America better, when we make Black America better, we make all of America better. That is why we are gathered here today. For some time now, we've been addressing the African American agenda in conversations with many activists and scholars and thought leaders and opinion makers, indeed young leaders in this country. Many of you have joined in that conversation in person, live here on C-SPAN, on radio. Indeed, you've joined this conversation through the grapevine. One of the questions I hear from so 6 years that we have been conducting these conversations History Month are oftentimes, Travis. So Travis, where do we go from here? Go from here. 1 second. Nate, you can have this one. Yeah, there you go. How about that? All right. I don't look as cute holding this thing, but that's all right. Initially, I confess I did not think we were equipped to go beyond stimulating an important conversation every February. However, the request that we go farther has been insistent, and after a while it began to strike a chord. This year, therefore, I propose that we develop a working document, that we take that next step and talk today about developing a working document, what we are calling a contract with Black America, a blueprint for carrying our agenda forward. I hope we can use this agenda to galvanize our community and to begin to hold public officials and other leaders accountable. There is a difference between electability and accountability. There's a difference between electability and accountability. And so long as we do not understand that critical distinction, as we are volunteers. We're not so much victims as we are volunteers. I ask you today, in Black History Month 2005, are we black folk victims or are we volunteers?
Join the movement.
Gotta pop out and show niggas. Certified boogeyman, I'm the one that up to score with them. Walking down whole time.
We are Leviathan. Together we rise.
So much depends on reputation. Guard it with your life. Judgment. Reputation is the cornerstone of power. Through reputation alone, you can intimidate and win. Once it slips, however, you are vulnerable and will be attacked on all sides. Make your reputation unassailable. Always be alert to potential attacks and thwart them before they happen. Meanwhile, learn to destroy your enemies by opening holes in their own reputations. Then stand aside and let public opinion hang them. Observance of the law. During China's War of the Three Kingdoms, AD 207 to 65, the great general Zhuge Liang, leading the forces of the Shu kingdom, dispatched his vast army to a distant camp while he rested in a small town with a handful of soldiers. Suddenly, sentinels hurried in with the alarming news that an enemy force of over 150,000 troops under Sima Yi was approaching. With only 100 men to defend him, Zhuge Liang's situation was hopeless. The enemy would finally capture this renowned leader. Without lamenting his fate or wasting time trying to figure out how he had been caught, Liang ordered his troops to take down their flags, throw open the city gates, and hide. He himself then took a seat on the most visible part of the city's wall, wearing a Taoist robe. He lit some incense, strummed his lute, and began to chant. Minutes later, he could see the vast enemy army approaching, an endless phalanx of soldiers. Pretending not to notice them, he continued to sing and play the lute. Soon the army stood at the town gates. At its head was Sima Yi, who instantly recognized the man on the wall. Even so, as his soldiers itched to enter the unguarded town through its open gates, Sima Yi hesitated, held them back, and studied Liang on the wall. Then he ordered an immediate and speedy retreat. Interpretation. Zhuge Liang was commonly known as the Sleeping Dragon. His exploits in the War of the Three Kingdoms were legendary. Once a man claiming to be a disaffected enemy lieutenant came to his camp offering help and information. Liang instantly recognized the situation as a setup. This man was a false deserter and should be beheaded. At the last minute, though, as the axe was about to fall, Liang stopped the execution and offered to spare the man's life if he agreed to become a double agent. Grateful and terrified, The man agreed and began supplying false information to the enemy. Liang won battle after battle. The sleeping dragon carefully cultivated his reputation of being the cleverest man in China, one who always had a trick up his sleeve. As powerful as any weapon, this reputation struck fear into his enemy. Sima Yi had fought against Zhuge Liang dozens of times and knew him well. When he came on the empty city, with Liang praying on the wall, he was stunned. The Taoist robes, the chanting, the incense, this had to be a game of intimidation. The man was obviously taunting him, daring him to walk into a trap. The game was so obvious that for one moment it crossed Yi's mind that Liang actually was alone and desperate. But so great was his fear of Liang that he dared not risk finding out. Such is the power of reputation. It can put a vast army on the defensive, even force them into retreat without a single arrow being fired. Keys to power. The people around us, even our closest friends, will always, to some extent, remain mysterious and unfathomable. Their characters have secret recesses that they never reveal. The unknowableness of other people could prove disturbing if we thought about it long enough, since it would make it impossible for us really to judge other people.
Join the movement.
Gotta pop out and show niggas. Certified boogeyman, I'm the one that up to score with them. Walking down whole time.
We are Leviathan. Together we rise.
All right, welcome back to the deep dive. Today we're going to be tackling a pretty huge concept, one that's a major source of debate in international politics and human rights.
Absolutely.
We're talking about self-determination.
Yeah, that's right.
But, you know, we're not just going to stick to the dictionary definition here. We're going deeper. Specifically, we're going to be exploring how this idea,
this powerful idea,
this really powerful idea relates to Black liberation movements.
That's it.
And not just in one place, but around the globe.
Yeah.
And of course, within the United States.
That's right.
So to really get a grip on this, we've really dug deep into a whole bunch of material.
A range of material.
A whole range of material for this deep dive. Historical context, legal complexities.
Absolutely.
And even some really fascinating modern-day examples of contemporary movements that are
putting these ideas into practice.
Exactly, putting these ideas into practice. So our mission here, if you will, is to understand how this whole principle of self-determination can truly offer a pathway to addressing all these historical injustices that Black communities have faced and continue to face.
Still facing.
And ultimately achieving genuine liberation.
That's right, genuine liberation.
Okay, so let's just start with the basic idea.
At the foundation.
At the foundation, right. Self-determination.
Yeah.
What are we actually talking about when we say those words?
So, at its heart,
yeah,
self-determination is the right of a group of people to freely determine their own political future and to pursue their own development economically, socially, and culturally without external control.
Without anyone else calling the shots.
That's right. It's about agency.
Right. It's about a group having
collective destiny.
Yeah. Control over its collective destiny.
That's it.
And in all this material that we looked at, there seems to be two main ways that this idea
this manifests
plays out. Right.
Two expressions. Yeah.
That's right. Internal and external self-determination.
Absolutely.
So let's unpack the first one, that internal self-determination.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
So internal self-determination focuses on achieving meaningful participation and influence within an existing state.
So not breaking away or anything like that.
Not about separation.
Yeah.
It's about having a real voice.
Okay.
In the decisions that are being made.
In the existing,
structure that affect your community.
Gotcha. So like what would that actually look like in practice? I know we saw some interesting examples in our research.
Absolutely. So think about things like guaranteed representation in government.
Okay.
Right? Ensuring that Black communities have a voice.
Always have a seat at the table.
Always a seat at the table in the legislative processes.
Right.
Or consider the idea of autonomy to manage those key institutions that really affect daily life.
Things like Like what? Like schools?
Like schools,
It's okay.
cultural centers,
Oh.
or even economic development initiatives at a local level.
So really having a say in how those things are run.
Absolutely. Shaping community life directly
Right.
from the ground up.
We also saw stuff like proportional representation, right?
Yeah.
Making sure that the political power actually reflects
The makeup of the population.
the makeup of the population.
Yeah.
And there was also this idea of like dedicated legislative bodies
Yeah.
that are
Specifically,
focused on minority groups.
that's right, focusing on the unique needs and concerns of those groups
Right. So they have their own space to
advocate for their interests
advocate. Exactly.
and to address the issues
to address the issue.
that are particular to those communities.
Right. And we can't forget about local control, right? Over
Yeah.
things like education, cultural preservation,
Yeah.
economic development,
That's crucial.
all of that.
It's all about empowering communities
Yeah.
at the grassroots level.
Right. From the ground up so they can
Shape their own environment.
really shape their own environments and futures.
Exactly.
I think one of the articles we looked at, it was from LSE Human Rights. They put it really well.
Yeah.
They said that internal self-determination.
They said it involves comparatively less risk.
Right. Because you're not
Trying to break away
trying to break away.
and working within the system.
Yeah. And they also said it forces dialogue.
That's a crucial point.
Yeah, it forces dialogue and negotiation between the group and the government.
Absolutely. You have to come to the table.
We have to come to the table
Yeah.
and hash things out.
That's things out. Exactly.
That's a really important aspect.
So it's seen as like a pragmatic first step.
A pragmatic first step.
Right. Working
within the framework.
within the existing framework.
Okay, so that's internal, right? Now, external self-determination.
Yeah.
That sounds like a much bigger,
It's a more fundamental shift.
a more fundamental shift. Yeah.
Absolutely.
So what does that one entail?
External self-determination is the right to secede
Okay.
and establish an independent state.
Okay. So it's about saying we need to be completely separate
That's right.
to really be in control of our own destiny.
As a people, yeah.
Right, as a people.
It's a bold statement.
It's a very bold statement.
Yeah.
And historically, if we look back, this has mainly been applied in specific contexts, hasn't it?
You're absolutely right.
Yeah.
Primarily in situations of colonial domination,
Okay.
where you have a distinct population
Right.
under the control of an external power,
Usually geographically separate too, right?
often geographically
Yeah.
separate. Yeah, that's a classic colonial situation.
Right. So that's where it's kind of clear cut, right?
Yeah.
But then it gets way more complicated.
Way more complex.
When you start talking about, well, what about oppressed groups within
Within existing states.
existing states, right?
That's right.
Like, should they have that same right?
That's the big question.
That's a big, big question.
Huge implications.
Right. Because
It challenges the whole international order,
it challenges the whole existing
framework,
framework.
the
Yeah.
way the world is set up right now.
Exactly. Exactly. So
A thorny issue.
yeah, it's a thorny issue. So all of this talk about self-determination.
Yeah.
What's the legal basis for this?
Yeah, what's the framework in international law?
Right. What are the key legal documents that kind of underpin this whole idea?
So we have to look at several foundational documents to understand this principle.
Okay.
The UN Charter,
Okay.
all the way back from 1945,
Right.
was an early recognition of this principle.
It was like one of the first, right?
One of the first.
Yeah.
It mentions self-determination of peoples as a guiding principle.
Gotcha.
You can find that in Articles 1 and 55.
Okay, so that's like the early kind of
The
groundwork.
really foundation, yeah.
Yeah, and then it goes on, right?
And then we have the Universal Declaration of Human Rights.
Okay, the UDHR.
The UDHR.
Yeah.
In 1948.
Okay.
Now, while it's not explicitly about self-determination,
Okay.
it establishes fundamental rights
Okay.
that are essential for any group seeking to govern itself.
Okay, I see.
So it lays the groundwork.
So it's kind of like the foundation for
the foundation of those
right,
rights.
the foundation of those rights.
Exactly.
But then it gets more solid, more
solidified,
codified. Yeah, later on, right?
Absolutely. So we move on to the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights.
Okay.
This is from 1966.
Okay.
And it's a cornerstone document.
Sure.
It states very clearly in Article 1,
All right.
all peoples have the right of self-determination.
Okay, so that's
a key.
That's a big one.
Yeah, that's a central pillar
Yeah.
for legal arguments
Around this whole concept.
around self-determination.
Gotcha.
Then we have the UN Declaration on the Granting of Independence to Colonial Countries and Peoples.
Right, right.
This one's from 1960.
Okay.
And it was crucial in that whole decolonization era.
Right, right.
And lastly, we have the UN Declaration on Principles of International Law concerning friendly relations.
Yeah.
That one's from 1970.
Okay.
And it elaborated on the principle, but also it emphasized respecting the territorial integrity of existing states.
Okay, so it's trying to
Balancing those two things.
Balancing those two things, right?
Yeah, the right to self-determination.
Your right to self-determination, yeah.
But also the need for stability.
The need for stability, right?
In the international system.
So it sounds like we've got this legal framework.
We have the framework, yeah.
But there's a big question mark right in the middle of it.
Absolutely.
And that is?
Who qualifies as a people? That's the crux of the issue.
Right, because all these documents say peoples have the right.
That's right. Who are those people?
Who are those peoples, right?
That's not clearly defined.
No, it's not defined anywhere.
No universally agreed upon definition.
Yeah, and that creates a real problem, doesn't it?
It creates a significant challenge.
Yeah.
Especially when you consider groups like African Americans in the United States.
Right.
Where do they fit in?
Where do they fit in, right?
Do they constitute a people in the legal sense?
Right. In that sense, that would trigger the right to self-determination.
That's the question.
That's the question.
And that's where things get really interesting.
That's where things get really complex.
Yeah.
So this brings us right to the heart of what we're trying to explore here.
The core of our deep dive.
Yeah, the core of our deep dive.
Yeah.
How do Black communities fit into this whole...
Into this question of peoples.
Question of peoples, right. What are the arguments for recognizing African Americans
as a distinct people?
As a distinct people, right?
With the right to self-determination.
With that right to self-determination.
So the arguments often center around history.
Okay.
They're unique and impactful historical experiences.
Right, because you can't
ignore history.
You can't ignore history.
It shapes everything.
It shapes everything.
So you think about the forced removal from their homeland.
Right, the transatlantic slave trade.
The transatlantic slave trade.
Yeah.
The brutal system of chattel slavery.
Right, and then centuries.
Centuries of denial of basic human rights.
Of basic human rights.
And even today, the ongoing reality of structural discrimination.
Right, that's still present.
It's still present.
Yeah.
And through all of this, a distinct cultural identity emerges, a shared history forged through hardship and struggle.
Right.
And these factors, proponents argue, establish African Americans as a distinct people.
It's about more than just...
It's not just about being a minority.
Yeah, it's more than just being a minority.
It's deeper than that.
It's deeper than that.
It goes to the core of their identity.
Yeah, it's like one of the sources we looked at, they highlighted this
this distinction.
Made by Tony Sholomore back in 1993, between minority rights and self-determination.
That's an important distinction.
It is, because
minority rights are about non-discrimination
and
protection within the existing state.
Okay, you're protected.
You're protected, but you're still within the framework.
You're still within the framework.
Self-determination is different.
Okay.
It's about actively pursuing political status and control over your destiny.
It's about saying, we're going to shape our own future.
Exactly, as a collective.
Yeah.
It's a much more assertive... demand for agency.
Yeah, so how are we seeing this actually play out in Black communities today?
So it's not just a theoretical debate.
No, it's not just an academic.
It's happening.
It's happening, right? So how are we seeing it happen?
We see it in a lot of different ways.
Okay.
One way is the emphasis on building economic power within Black communities.
Okay, so...
supporting Black-owned businesses.
Okay.
Black financial institutions.
Keeping the money within the community.
Keeping the money circulating within the community.
Yeah.
We also see a persistent demand for meaningful political representation.
Right. Not just...
Not just tokenism.
Yeah, not just tokenism, right.
But real influence.
Real influence on decision-making.
That's right.
And, of course, there's the cultural piece.
Absolutely. Cultural autonomy is vital.
Yeah.
Preserving and celebrating Black heritage.
That shared identity.
Yeah. And we're also seeing a growing movement for community control.
Okay.
Over those local institutions.
Like what kind of institutions?
Things like schools, even law enforcement.
Okay.
Empowering communities to shape their immediate environment.
That's interesting.
It's about having a direct impact.
Right, a direct impact.
On the things that affect their daily lives.
Yeah, so it's not...
Not waiting for someone else to do it.
Yeah, not waiting for someone else, but taking control.
Taking control, that's right.
Now, one of the sources we looked at, Dr. Yusuf Nklai, he said back in '93 that internal self-determination, that first type we talked about, is actually the most realistic option right now.
The most realistic option.
For African Americans, why that emphasis on the internal?
So given all those legal hurdles around external self-determination.
Right, breaking away from an existing state.
Yeah, and the potential for resistance.
From the government.
From the government, focusing on achieving tangible autonomy and control within the existing structure.
Okay, so working within the system.
Working within the system, but effectively is seen as a more achievable path forward.
Okay, so it's about being pragmatic.
It's about pragmatism.
Yeah.
It's about building power.
Building power from within.
From within.
Yeah.
And that's a powerful idea.
Yeah, and that brings us to a really interesting example.
A contemporary example.
That we saw in our research, the Black Dragons Initiative.
The Black Dragons Initiative, yeah.
Can you tell us a bit about them and what they're doing?
So they're a movement.
Okay.
And they're deeply committed to Black liberation.
Okay.
And they see the pathway to that. Through self-determination.
Okay.
And economic sovereignty.
Okay, so they're really trying to put those principles into action.
Absolutely. They're on the ground doing the work.
Yeah.
And their core tenets are pretty straightforward.
All right, lay them on us.
So self-determination itself.
Okay.
The demand for reparations, Black power.
Okay.
Through institution building.
Okay.
A strong focus on education.
Education, okay.
Black history and economics.
So self-defense.
Self-defense.
And their concept of concentric economic.
Concentric economics. I don't think I've heard that one before. What is that?
So it's about teaching Black economic principles and developing systems that prioritize wealth creation and circulation, specifically within Black communities.
Okay.
So building that economic foundation.
Building it from the inside out.
From the inside out, through mutual support
yeah.
and strategic investment within the community.
Gotcha. And their approach is
very action-oriented.
Very action-oriented. They're not waiting around for things to happen.
Absolutely not. They have this motto.
Yeah.
We don't wait for permission, we act.
That's a good motto.
It is. It's powerful.
It's a powerful motto.
And it really highlights their commitment to direct engagement and building those institutions from the ground up.
And they have this really interesting symbol, the Black Leviathan. Yeah, it's a powerful symbol.
It is. What does that symbolize?
The Black Leviathan symbolizes collective strength and unity.
Okay.
It's about this idea of a powerful, unified force emerging from Black communities, working together to take control of their destiny.
Right. So it's about being
a formidable force.
Yeah, a formidable force, not to be messed with.
Not to be trifled with.
Not to be trifled with, yeah.
Yeah.
It's a great image of empowerment.
It is.
But, you know, with goals as ambitious as these, there's got to be challenges.
There are definitely challenges.
Right. Things to really consider.
Things to consider.
For any movement that's trying to achieve self-determination.
For sure.
So what are some of those things?
Well, we've already talked about the legal and political landscape.
Right. That whole question of defining peoples.
Defining peoples.
Yeah, that's a huge one.
That's a major obstacle.
Right. Because without that clear definition.
It's hard to make legal arguments.
It's hard to make legal arguments.
And gain international support.
And gain international support,
yeah,
right?
It's crucial.
But it's not just external barriers, right? There are also internal things that have to be addressed.
Internal dynamics.
Right.
Absolutely.
What are some of those?
So one of our sources, Dr. Rose Brewer, she raised a really important point back in '93.
All right.
She said that self-determination movements need to address inequalities
within
their own community.
Within their own communities.
That's key.
Right. So you can't just be focused outward.
You can't ignore what's happening internally.
Yeah.
She specifically emphasized women's and children's rights.
Okay.
Saying that genuine liberation has to be inclusive.
For everyone.
For everyone.
Right.
You can't have collective liberation.
Yeah.
If you're overlooking
disparities within.
Exactly. Within the group you're trying to liberate.
And there's also the practical side of things, right?
Absolutely. The practical aspects are crucial.
Like, how do you
make it work?
Make it work.
Yeah.
Like, one of the big ones has got to be economics.
Economic viability is fundamental.
Yeah.
One of the sources, John Sybils, said it really well.
Okay.
He said, without economic empowerment, any other form of empowerment will be limited.
Right, because you need that foundation.
You need the resources.
You need to support self-governance.
To support any kind of
autonomy.
Economy, yeah.
It all comes down to resources.
Yeah. And we also have to acknowledge the reality.
Your reality of resistance.
Yeah, that existing governments,
They're going to be thrilled
they might not be so happy
about these movements.
Right.
They might see it as a threat.
A threat to their power.
To their power.
Their territorial integrity.
Exactly, their control.
Yeah.
So there's going to be pushback.
There's going to be pushback, yeah.
Yeah.
That's a reality.
So it's like this really delicate balancing act.
A delicate dance.
A delicate dance, yeah. And one of the sources brought up this idea of earned sovereignty.
Earned sovereignty.
As a way to maybe
navigate these complexities.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a more
What is that?
It's a more gradual approach
Okay.
to achieving autonomy or independence.
Okay.
It suggests that groups can gain more self-governance
Okay.
by demonstrating certain things.
Like what?
So a commitment to democratic principles,
Okay.
a strong record of protecting human rights,
Okay.
including minority rights within their own community.
Okay. So you gotta have your own house in order.
Exactly. You have to show that you can govern responsibly
Yeah, responsibly.
and that you uphold those values.
Okay.
Also a contribution to regional stability,
So not causing problem.
not causing problems.
Not being a destabilizing force.
Yeah, being a force for peace.
For peace. Okay.
And of course, economic viability.
All right. Showing that you can.
You can stand on your own 2 feet.
Yeah. Stand on your own 2 feet.
Economically.
And a commitment to the rule of law.
That's crucial.
Okay. So it's kind of like.
A pathway to autonomy.
Yeah. A pathway to autonomy.
By proving your capacity.
So by proving your capacity.
A balance between internal and external self-determination.
Okay. So some groups might focus on working within the system.
Working within.
While others might still have that goal of
Full independence.
full independence. Yeah.
Yeah. But even then,
Yeah.
building that strong economic foundation,
That seems like a key across the board.
it's absolutely paramount
Yeah.
for any real progress.
For any real progress.
And I think we're going to see more international engagement.
Okay. More connections between groups.
Connecting those local struggles
Yeah.
with the global movement.
Right. And using those.
Using those legal frameworks.
Those legal frameworks. Yeah.
And maybe even more importantly,
Yeah.
the emphasis is going to stay on the community level.
Okay. So grassroots action.
Grassroots action.
Building those institutions.
Building institutions.
From the ground up.
That's where the real work happens.
Yeah. So as we wrap up this deep dive,
Yeah.
what are the key takeaways here about self-determination
About self-determination.
and Black liberation?
So
Yeah.
first and foremost,
Yeah.
self-determination.
It's a big concept.
It's a huge concept.
Yeah.
And it has a lot of layers.
Yeah.
Legal, historical,
Yeah.
practical implications
Right.
for Black communities that are striving for liberation,
And we talked about those two different approaches, right?
internal and external.
Internal and external.
They're both relevant,
Depending on
the context,
the context.
the
Yeah,
goals.
Yeah.
And we've seen how contemporary initiatives,
Yeah, like the Black Dragons Initiative.
like the Black Dragons Initiative,
Yeah.
are really shaping this whole pursuit of self-determination.
They're putting it into practice.
They're putting it into practice.
Yeah.
And they're doing it through economic empowerment,
Yeah.
community-driven action,
And really building that foundation.
building that foundation.
Yeah.
And it's not just theory.
Right.
These are active efforts
To create change.
to create real change,
Yeah.
to build a future where Black communities have control.
Have control.
Control their own destinies.
Yeah. So as we close, I'm thinking about how these movements are going to keep evolving.
Yeah.
And how this whole idea of autonomy and economic empowerment,
Yeah.
how that's going to continue to reshape communities.
And challenge those existing power structures.
Challenge those power structures, exactly. And it makes me wonder, what does this principle of self-determination?
In the same article, he said that the Muslims are the same people who rioted in the United Nations. Someone should pull his coat and let him know that at the present moment, there are $6 million worth of suits leveled against two of New York's leading newspapers for making the mistake of charging the Muslims as being involved in those United Nations riots. We were not involved. And if this fork-tongued man who calls himself your mayor had taken the time to find that out, he wouldn't be walking into the trap that he's letting his ignorance lead him into. And if he would take the time to read the Washington Post that came out the Sunday after that incident took place, The Washington Post pointed out on the front page that the Muslims had nothing to do with the UN riots, and they quoted, in saying so, the person who was at that time the commissioner of police in New York City. See, it's lies that the white man has spread about the Muslims to try and make you afraid of the Muslims, or to try and make you think that the Muslims were a criminal element, an uncouth element, in things that you would not like to be associated with. Also, they say that I'm just clearing these things up, and then we're going to get into what happened. They also say that the Honorable Elijah Muhammad was a draft dodger.
It's nationalism that's bringing freedom to oppressed people all over the world. It was nationalism that brought freedom to the Algerians. It was nationalism that brought freedom to the Nigerians and to the Ghanaians. It was nationalism that brought freedom to the people of Uganda and Tanganyika and Sudan and Somaliland. The Africans didn't get it by sitting in. They didn't get it by waiting in. They didn't get it by singing "We Shall Overcome." They got it through nationalism. And you and I will get it through nationalism. What is it? What is it that makes it difficult for the philosophy of nationalism to spread among the so-called Negroes? Number one, they think they have a stake in America. We invested 310 years of slave labor.
Join the movement.
You gotta pop out and show niggas. Certified boogeyman, I'm the one that up to score with them. Walking down whole time.
We are Leviathan. Together we rise.
Rather than flattering Louis XIV, Fouquet's elaborate party offended the king's vanity. Louis would not admit this to anyone, of course. Instead, he found a convenient excuse to rid himself of a man who had inadvertently made him feel insecure. Such is the fate, in some form or other, of all those who unbalance the master's sense of self, poke holes in his vanity, or make him doubt his preeminence. Observance of the law. In the early 1600s, the Italian astronomer and mathematician Galileo found himself in a precarious position. He depended on the generosity of great rulers to support his research, and so, like all Renaissance scientists, he would sometimes make gifts of his inventions and discoveries to the leading patrons of the time. Once, for instance, he presented a military compass he had invented to the Duke of Gonzaga. Then he dedicated a book explaining the use of the compass to the Medicis. Both rulers were grateful, and through them Galileo was able to find more students to teach. No matter how great the discovery, however, his patrons usually paid him with gifts, not cash. This made for a life of constant insecurity and dependence. There must be an easier way, he thought. Galileo hit on a new strategy in 1610 when he discovered the moons of Jupiter. Instead of dividing the discovery among his patrons, giving one the telescope he had used, dedicating a book to another, and so on, as he had done in the past, he decided to focus exclusively on the Medicis. He chose the Medicis for one reason. Shortly after Cosimo I had established the Medici dynasty in 1540, he had made Jupiter, the mightiest of the gods, the Medici symbol, a symbol of a power that went beyond politics and banking, one linked to ancient Rome and its divinities. Galileo turned his discovery of Jupiter's moons into a cosmic event honoring the Medici's greatness. Shortly after the discovery, he announced that the bright stars, the moons of Jupiter, offered themselves in the heavens to his telescope at the same time as Cosimo II's enthronement. He said that the number of the moons, 4, harmonized with the number of the Medicis. Cosimo II had 3 brothers, and that the moons orbited Jupiter as these 4 suns revolved around Cosimo I, the dynasty's founder. More than coincidence, this showed that the heavens themselves reflected the ascendancy of the Medici family. After he dedicated the discovery to the Medicis, Galileo commissioned an emblem representing Jupiter sitting on a cloud with the 4 stars circling about him, and presented this to Cosimo II as a symbol of his link to the stars. In 1610, Cosimo II made Galileo his official court philosopher and mathematician with a full salary. For a scientist, this was the coup of a lifetime. The days of begging for patronage were over. Interpretation. In one stroke, Galileo gained more with his new strategy than he had in years of begging. The reason is simple. All masters want to appear more brilliant than other people. The producer of a great work wants to feel he is more than just the provider of the financing. He wants to appear creative and powerful, and also more important than the work produced in his name. Instead of insecurity, you must give him glory. Galileo did not challenge the intellectual authority of the Medicis with his discovery, or make them feel inferior in any way. By literally aligning them with the stars, he made them shine brilliantly among the courts of Italy. He did not outshine the master. He made the master outshine all others. Keys to power. When it comes to power, outshining the master is perhaps the worst mistake of all.
Join the movement. We are Leviathan. Together we rise.
Psalm 50. The mighty God, even the Lord, hath spoken, and called the earth from the rising of the sun unto the going down thereof. Out of Zion, the perfection of beauty, God hath shined. Our God shall come, and shall not keep silence. A fire shall devour before him, and it shall be very tempestuous round about him. He shall call to the heavens from above, and to the earth, that he may judge his people. Gather my saints together unto me, those that have made a covenant with me by sacrifice. And the heavens shall declare his righteousness, for God is judge himself, Selah. Hear, O my people, and I will speak, O Israel. And I will testify against thee. I am God, even thy God. I will not reprove thee for thy sacrifices or thy burnt offerings, to have been continually before me. I will take no bullock out of thy house, nor he-goats out of thy folds. For every beast of the forest is mine, and the cattle upon 1,000 hills. I know all the fowls of the mountains, and the wild beasts of the field are mine. If I were hungry, I would not tell thee, for the world is mine, and the fullness thereof. Will I eat the flesh of bulls, or drink the blood of goats? Offer unto God thanksgiving, and pay thy vows unto the Most High, and call upon me in the day of trouble. I will deliver thee, and thou shalt glorify me. But unto the wicked God saith, What hast thou to do to declare my statutes, or that thou shouldst take my covenant in thy mouth? Seeing thou hatest instruction, and castest my words behind thee. When thou sawest a thief, then thou consentedst with him, and hast been partaker with adulterers. Thou givest thy mouth to evil, and thy tongue frameth deceit. Thou sittest and speakest against thy brother. Thou slanderest thine own mother's son. These things hast thou done, and I kept silence. Thou thoughtest that I was altogether such an one as thyself, but I will reprove thee, and set them in order before thine eyes. Now consider this, ye that forget God, lest I tear you in pieces, and there be none to deliver. Whoso offereth praise glorifieth me, and to him that ordereth his conversation aright will I show the salvation of God.
Join the movement.
I'm gotta pop out and show niggas. Certified boogeyman, I'm the one that up to score with them. Walking down whole time.
We are Leviathan. Together we rise.
Malcolm X, I wonder whether you can accept the notion that a white man is no more responsible for his skin than is a man who is black.
If he's not responsible for his skin, he is responsible for his deeds. And collectively, the white people in this country are guilty today and must accept the blame for the collective criminal act that was committed against black people by bringing our people to this country. And if it is not the whiteness of his skin, for which the Honorable Elijah Muhammad teaches us that he's entering into condemnation today, it is his deeds, and you can't hardly separate his deed from his skin. The country that has been established here has been established by white people for the benefit of white people. The economic system, the political system, the educational system of America has been set up primarily for the benefit of white people. Our people were brought here in chains, forcibly, not on the Mayflower, but in slave ships, to add to the American economy, and we've been exploited politically, economically, and otherwise ever since.
And many of these same white people, Malcolm X, are attempting now to change that structure, to change what it is that you say. I think that there's no one at this table, and there are very few people I know who would deny the validity of much that you describe, but the potential for the future, the potential not for the distant future, but for the here and now. And I turn to Mr. Walker and ask him whether in his own activities in the South now, which is so real, and have achieved certain things, whether they haven't been achieved, these achievements haven't been achieved.
I meant to have said it earlier, but I think this principle of compensatory treatment should also apply to any action taken by the federal government in trying to achieve equality of opportunity or access to the national housing market. Now, this is one of my major criticisms of President Kennedy's executive order on housing. It applies only to housing to be built from the date of the order and future federally financed housing, whereas to give the Negro people of this country a fair break and really a chance to get into housing and to get out of ghettos, he should have included all housing that had been constructed with public funds. That's right. All federally financed housing should have been included, but he didn't. And this is what is frequently happening. When the Negro makes a gain, the gain starts as of now. But isn't it retroactive? Because the Negro didn't make the gain. See, as long as someone is giving you something, he can always take it back. And this is the mistake this is where our people are making the mistake. We are sitting, waiting for whites. Nobody gives the Negro anything. I don't mean it in that sense. Either in court or out of court, we've been sitting and waiting for the man to give us some concessions.
Join the movement.
I'm gotta pop out and show niggas. Certified boogeyman, I'm the one that up to score with them. Walking down whole time.
We are Leviathan. Together we rise.
Observance of the law. In 1502, in Florence, Italy, an enormous block of marble stood in the works department of the Church of Santa Maria del Fiore. It had once been a magnificent piece of raw stone, but an unskilled sculptor had mistakenly bored a hole through it where there should have been a figure's legs, generally mutilating it. Piero Soderini, Florence's mayor, had contemplated trying to save the block by commissioning Leonardo da Vinci to work on it, or some other master, but had given up, since everyone agreed that the stone had been ruined. So, despite the money that had been wasted on it, it gathered dust in the dark halls of the church. This was where things stood until some Florentine friends of the great Michelangelo decided to write to the artist, then living in Rome. He alone, they said, could do something with the marble, which was still magnificent raw material. Michelangelo traveled to Florence, examined the stone, and came to the conclusion that he could, in fact, carve a fine figure from it. by adapting the pose to the way the rock had been mutilated. Soderini argued that this was a waste of time. Nobody could salvage such a disaster, but he finally agreed to let the artist work on it. Michelangelo decided he would depict a young David, sling in hand. Weeks later, as Michelangelo was putting the final touches on the statue, Soderini entered the studio. Fancying himself a bit of a connoisseur, he studied the huge work and told Michelangelo that while he thought it was magnificent, the nose, he judged, was too big. Michelangelo realized that Soderini was standing in a place right under the giant figure and did not have the proper perspective. Without a word, he gestured for Soderini to follow him up the scaffolding. Reaching the nose, he picked up his chisel, as well as a bit of marble dust that lay on the planks. With Soderini just a few feet below him on the scaffolding, Michelangelo started to tap lightly with the chisel, letting the bits of dust he had gathered in his hand to fall little by little. He actually did nothing to change the nose, but gave every appearance of working on it. After a few minutes of the charade, he stood aside. "Look at it now." "I like it better," replied Soderini. "You've made it come alive." Interpretation. Michelangelo knew that by changing the shape of the nose, he might ruin the entire sculpture. Yet Soderini was a patron who prided himself on his aesthetic judgment. To offend such a man by arguing would not only gain Michelangelo nothing, it would put future commissions in jeopardy. Michelangelo was too clever to argue. His solution was to change Soderini's perspective, literally bringing him closer to the nose, without making him realize that this was the cause of his misperception. Fortunately for posterity, Michelangelo found a way to keep the perfection of the statue intact, while at the same time making Soderini believe he had improved it. Such is the double power of winning through actions rather than argument. No one is offended, and your point is proven.
Join the movement.
I'm gotta pop out and show niggas. Certified boogeyman, I'm the one that up to score with them. Walking down whole time.
We are Leviathan. Together we rise.
Mr. Calvert.
While we're on the subject of Mississippi, what is your organization's position of what happened in Mississippi in the past 6 months?
Such as what?
Such as the James Meredith incident and the enrollment of him in the university.
Well, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad wants justice for every one of the 20 million so-called Negroes. And to just take one Negro and stick him in college with the aid of 15,000 troops and at a cost of $6,000 is a disgrace. It's a waste of taxpayers' money. It's a farce. It's hypocrisy. Because if it's right for one Negro to be forced into that university, then every Negro in the state of Mississippi who is qualified has the same right to go to that university. And if the government is not ready and willing to enforce the right of every Negro in the state of Mississippi, then, in my opinion, sir, it's only hypocrisy to pretend that they are for justice by pushing one Negro in and blowing it up all over the world to make it look like they're solving the problem when millions of black people in that state are still going to segregated schools and getting an inferior education.
Is your organization...
Well, to my understanding, the Ku Klux Klan burned down one of their homes in Omaha.
This made your family feel very unhappy, I'm sure.
Well, insecure, if not unhappy.
So you must have a somewhat prejudiced point of view, a personally prejudiced point of view. In other words, you cannot look at this in a broad academic sort of way, really.
I think that's incorrect, because despite the fact that that happened in Omaha, and then when we moved to Lansing, Michigan, our home was burned down again. In fact, my father was killed by the Ku Klux Klan.
I agree. I've met many people in there. Mr. O'Connor.
With regard to that tragedy out there in Los Angeles, I myself refer to it when it happened as the tragic police action, so I am not totally biased.
Thank you, sir.
Coming from Muhammad Speaks, which is the publication of your cult or your religion, Elijah Muhammad referred to the policemen out there, the white policemen, as devils. He said, "There is no justice here for us black people. There is no future for us nor our children in civilized America." Doesn't that imply that you're going to get out, or that's his wish that you get out?
If he referred to those policemen out there as devils, who were heavily armed and knew that the Negroes whom they were shooting down in cold blood were not heavily armed, I don't think that those policemen, that it is almost impossible to solve it. It's almost impossible to give justice to Negroes.
What has been the growth of the Muslim movement? There are conflicting reports as to how many Muslims there are in the United States. Can you tell us?
Well, most critics say that the dissatisfied follow Muhammad, that the unemployed and the oppressed follow Muhammad.
Join the movement.
I'm gotta pop out and show niggas. Certified boogeyman, I'm the one that up to score with them. Walking down whole time.
We are Leviathan. Together we rise.
I hope I haven't put anybody on the spot. I'm not intending to try and stir you up and make you do something that you wouldn't have done anyway. I pray that God will bless you in everything that you do. I pray that you will grow intellectually, so that you can understand the problems of the world and where you fit into in that world picture. And I pray that all the fear that has ever been in your heart will be taken out. And when you look at that man, if you know he's nothing but a coward, you won't fear him.
Deal against Castro, against Khrushchev, against Laos and South Vietnam and all these other places all over the world. But when it comes to time to correcting the injustices that are being inflicted against Negroes in this country, Kennedy sits up there like Nero.
You feel, however, that we're making progress in this country and worldwide? No. I will never say that progress is being made. If you stick a knife in my back 9 inches and pull it out 6 inches, there's no progress. You pull it all the way out, that's not progress. The progress is healing the wound that the blow made. And they haven't even begun to pull a knife out, much less try and heal the wound.
It should catch on fire and burn down. You and I need to learn a lesson from that right there. In the UN, the dark world consists of Buddhists, Hindus, Shintoists, Taoists, Christians, Muslims, everything. But they're together. They forget their religious and political differences. They think as one. They move as one against a common enemy. And out of Algeria, he's going. Don't think he's not going. He's going. They're getting him out of Angola, out of Tanganyika, out of Angola, out of Uganda, out of Kenya. He's going from South Africa too. He hasn't got long to be there. All over this earth, dark people who have been oppressed and exploited by those who are not their own kind, strangers, are coming together to get the oppressor off their back. You and I learn a lesson from that. We are oppressed. We are exploited. We are downtrodden. We are denied not only civil rights, but even human rights. So the only way we're going to get some of this oppression and exploitation away from us or aside from us is come together against the common enemy.
Join the movement.
I'm gotta pop out and show niggas. Certified boogeyman, I'm the one that up to score with them. Walking down whole time.
We are Leviathan. Together we rise.
Stokes. Ronald Stokes was not the least among the followers of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. He was one of the highest. He was the secretary of our Los Angeles Mosque. And as we explained in that rally on May, many of you thought that we should go right on out then and make war on the white man. You wanted to do it yourself, didn't you? Didn't you? You wanted some action then, didn't you? Because you don't like the idea of white people shooting black people down, do you? And you're ready to do something about it, aren't you? We know you are. And the white man should be thankful that God has given the Honorable Elijah Muhammad the control over his followers that he has, so that they can play it cool, calm, and collected, and leave it in the hands of God. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad has stopped us from stealing. And we did steal. He stopped us from gambling. He stopped us from cheating. And he stopped us from lying. Stealing runs rampant in Harlem. Gambling runs rampant in Harlem. All types of evils and vices that tear apart our communities run rampant in Harlem. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad doesn't condemn the victim. He goes to work on the victim. He doesn't say that all of you should go to jail because you have fallen victim to the evils that white man has brought into the community. He teaches you and me the religion that God has given to him as the only cure for the evil habits the white man has brought here among us. Profanity, you don't find it among Muslims. He stopped us from using profanity, from being boisterous, from being rude and loud, and encourages us to be courteous, mannerly, and to exercise discipline and respect for authority at all times. He teaches us to obey the law, to respect law enforcement officers, as long as these law enforcement officers respect themselves and respect the law that they represent. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad has eliminated laziness from among his followers. He teaches us to be thrifty, channel our money that we earn in an intelligent direction. He has taken us out of the tavern. We don't throw our money away there. He has taken us out of the bars and the nightclubs. We don't throw our money away there. We don't stand on the corner now without a job. When you become a Muslim, he makes us get a job. He makes us go to work. He makes us exercise or exert energy in our own behalf.
Join the movement.
You gotta pop out and show niggas. Certified boogeyman, I'm the one that up to score with them. Walking down whole time.
We are Leviathan. Together we rise.
I'm waiting for Willie Mays to come behind him because Willie's got a hell of a thing. Number two, how you gonna say you just the president of black folk? No, Sherlock. We didn't know that. Of course we knew that. I'm the very person who said he got to holler at white folk and wink at us. So don't tell me that I didn't understand that you had to engage in code switching, which is the predicate for acceptance in the larger circle of white supremacist logic, so that you could then get in with a black voice. But don't get up in there and become who you said you were against to begin with. Talking about right versus wrong. So my point is, you are the president of everybody, which includes me. I am from America too. I'm from Detroit, Michigan. That's in America. New Jersey ain't got to be New York to be part of America. I ain't got to be white to be part of America. Latinos asking them for something, and they got something. Gay and lesbian said, don't ask, don't tell, changed it. Jewish brothers and sisters said, deal with Israel, deal with it. All of those are specific entities. Why is it when it comes to Negroes? Why is it when it comes to black folk? All of a sudden, we are persona non grata. I tell you, Mr. Obama, to deal with the black agenda is what every president before you had to do. How you gonna be any different? Abraham Lincoln had to deal with race. George Washington had to deal with race. LBJ had to deal with race. How come you the first president that ain't got to deal with race? It wasn't a black president who passed the Civil Rights Bill. It wasn't a black president who passed the Voting Rights Act. It wasn't a black president who passed the Fair Housing Act. It wasn't a black president who dealt with fair housing. It wasn't a black president who dealt with affirmative action. You gonna be like every other president, deal with race. If you wanna be great, deal with the Negro question. Now let me say this. How you gonna say this? One size does not fit all. When you go to the hospital, some people taking aspirin for hangnails. Some people taking insulin for diabetes. And some people taking chemotherapy for cancer. Ain't no such thing as a rising tide lifts all boats. You got to target your particular reality and tailor the public policy. And let me say this. First of all, everybody ain't got no boat. So you need to make some funds available for boat making. Then when we get to boats, some people got them little dinghies out there, and some people got some cruise liners. And the folk with the cruise liners don't give a damn what you do anyway. So the rising tide is not gonna benefit us because we're being displaced by those big cruises. How you gonna deny Negroes money, 17% almost unemployment, 9% with white folk, 12% with Latinos, and tell me it's all equal. I'm telling you this, you bailed out the notorious AIG, you bailed them out. You bailed out General Motors, but you can't bail out African-American people who put together dimes and nickels and had parties for you to make sure that you could get up in the White House. And now when you get there, you can't have amnesia. Let me say this. Let me say this.
Last second, Dyson, go ahead.
Let me say this and I'm gonna be done. It ain't no stimulus, it's stimulum. We ain't been stimulated. Look, when the money, as Dr. Malvo said, goes to the states, look at what monies have gone to the states.
Join the movement.
Gotta pop out and show niggas. Certified boogeyman, I'm the one that up to score with them. Walking down whole time.
We are Leviathan. Together we rise.
The party's ostensible purpose would be to commemorate the completion of Fouquet's chateau, Vaux-le-Vicomte, but its real function was to pay tribute to the king, the guest of honor. The most brilliant nobility of Europe and some of the greatest minds of the time, La Fontaine, La Rochefoucauld, Madame de Sévigné, attended the party. Molière wrote a play for the occasion in which he himself was to perform at the evening's conclusion. The party began with a lavish 7-course dinner featuring foods from the Orient never before tasted in France, as well as new dishes created especially for the night. The meal was accompanied with music commissioned by Fouquet to honor the king. After dinner, there was a promenade through the chateau's gardens. The grounds and fountains of Vaux-le-Vicomte were to be the inspiration for Versailles. Fouquet personally accompanied the young king through the geometrically aligned arrangements of shrubbery and flower beds. Arriving at the garden's canals, they witnessed a fireworks display which was followed by the performance of Molière's play. The party ran well into the night, and everyone agreed it was the most amazing affair they had ever attended. The next day, Fouquet was arrested by the king's head musketeer, D'Artagnan. 3 months later, he went on trial for stealing from the country's treasury. Actually, most of the stealing he was accused of he had done on the king's behalf and with the king's permission. Fouquet was found guilty and sent to the most isolated prison in France, high in the Pyrenees Mountains, where he spent the last 20 years of his life in solitary confinement. Interpretation. Louis XIV, the Sun King, was a proud and arrogant man who wanted to be the center of attention at all times. Instead, however, each new spectacle, each appreciative smile bestowed by the guests on Fouquet, made it seem to Louis that his own friends and subjects were more charmed by the finance minister than by the king himself, and that Fouquet was actually flaunting his wealth and power. Rather than flattering Louis XIV, Fouquet's elaborate party offended the king's vanity. Louis would not admit this to anyone, of course. Instead, he found a convenient excuse to rid himself of a man who had inadvertently made him feel insecure. Such is the fate, in some form or other, of all those who unbalance the master's sense of self, poke holes in his vanity, or make him doubt his preeminence.
Join the movement.
Gotta pop out and show niggas. Certified boogeyman, I'm the one that up to score with them. Walking down whole time.
We are Leviathan. Together we rise.
Much to their surprise, however, Brecht was the very picture of congeniality. He wore a suit, something he rarely did, smoked a cigar. He had heard that the committee chairman was a passionate cigar smoker, answered their questions politely, and generally deferred to their authority. Unlike the other witnesses, Brecht answered the question of whether he belonged to the Communist Party. He was not a member, he said, which happened to be the truth. One committee member asked him, "Is it true you have written a number of revolutionary plays?" Brecht had written many plays with overt communist messages, but he responded, "I have written a number of poems and songs and plays in the fight against Hitler, and, of course, they can be considered, therefore, as revolutionary because I, of course, was for the overthrow of that government." This statement went unchallenged. Brecht's English was more than adequate, but he used an interpreter throughout his testimony, a tactic that allowed him to play subtle games with language. When committee members found communist leanings in lines from English editions of his poems, he would repeat the lines in German for the interpreter, who would then retranslate them, and somehow they would come out innocuous. At one point, a committee member read one of Brecht's revolutionary poems out loud in English and asked him if he had written it. "No," he responded, "I wrote a German poem, which is very different from this." The author's elusive answers baffled the committee members, but his politeness and the way he yielded to their authority made it impossible for them to get angry with him. After only an hour of questioning, the committee members had had enough. "Thank you very much," said the chairman. "You are a good example to the other witnesses." Not only did they free him, they offered to help him if he had any trouble with immigration officials who might detain him for their own reasons. The following day, Brecht left the U.S., never to return. Interpretation. The Hollywood 19's confrontational approach won them a lot of sympathy, and years later they gained a kind of vindication in public opinion. But they were also blacklisted and lost valuable years of profitable working time. Brecht, on the other hand, expressed his disgust at the committee more indirectly. It was not that he changed his beliefs or compromised his values. Instead, during his short testimony, he kept the upper hand by appearing to yield, while all the time running circles around the committee with vague responses, outright lies that went unchallenged because they were wrapped in enigmas and word games. In the end, he kept the freedom to continue his revolutionary writing, as opposed to suffering imprisonment or detainment in the United States, even while subtly mocking the committee and its authority with his pseudo-obedience.
Join the movement. We are Leviathan. Together we rise.
But I want to see more political courage out of him and Jakes and the other folk who have all of these beautiful black people. Tell them the truth about their suffering, not just the spiritual reflection about their souls. We want their souls. We want their bodies. But we also got structures and institutions we got to address. And that's a rich legacy. And if we learn how to lovingly criticize each other, push each other back and forth, that's what I love about Mr. Louis Farrakhan. We sat down and had the 9-hour lunch. I was supposed to have breakfast with the brother for 2 hours. We went 9 hours. You remember that, brother? Sharpton the same way and in Harlem. And we're going to keep the focus on that.
Brother Minister.
Yes, sir.
Let me, Brother Minister, Brother Minister, I'm just assuming, just guessing, you probably got something you won't say.
Having listened carefully to all of my wonderful brothers and sisters, I recognize that the thing that is missing is not the genius that is present or the genius that is absent, but the thing that is missing is the unity of us as a people. My beloved brother, Mr. Frazier, articulated some magnificent economic truths that can be realized fully by the unity of us as a people. My sister talked about education and health issues. We cannot any longer depend on a benevolent white person in office to look out for our needs. That responsibility is ours. Korea was the axis of evil. Now Korea said, well, we got it. All of a sudden they fell off the screen. It's now Iran and Iraq. Well, if they are so afraid of weapons, of mass destruction, my teacher, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, said, our unity is more powerful than an atomic or hydrogen bomb. That's the one thing we have never tried. We've kneeled in, crawled in, prayed in, lied in, slept in, but still we are out. If you want to get what you want, we gotta start with a contract with us. A contract, a covenant with us. We in leadership make a covenant with your people that you will never sell them out. We as leaders, listen. We as leaders, so-called, must make a covenant with our people that nothing is more important than the salvation of a
Join the movement.
Gotta pop out and show niggas. Certified boogeyman, I'm the one that up to score with them. Walking down whole time.
We are Leviathan. Together we rise.
Law 47. Do not go past the mark you aimed for. In victory, learn when to stop. Judgment. The moment of victory is often the moment of greatest peril. In the heat of victory, arrogance and overconfidence can push you past the goal you had aimed for, and by going too far, you make more enemies than you defeat. Do not allow success to go to your head. One act of arrogance undid all of Cyrus's good work. Interpretation. There is nothing more intoxicating than victory, and nothing more dangerous. Cyrus had built his great empire on the ruins of a previous one. 100 years earlier, the powerful Assyrian Empire had been totally destroyed, its once splendid capital of Nineveh but ruins in the sand. The Assyrians had suffered this fate because they had pushed too far, destroying one city-state after another until they lost sight of the purposes of their victories and also of the costs. Keys to power. Power has its own rhythms and patterns. Those who succeed at the game are the ones who control the patterns and vary them at will, keeping people off balance while they set the tempo. The essence of strategy is controlling what comes next, and the elation of victory can upset your ability to control what comes next in two ways. First, you owe your success to a pattern that you are apt to try to repeat. You will try to keep moving in the same direction without stopping to see whether this is still the direction that is best for you. Second, success tends to go to your head and make you emotional. Feeling invulnerable, you make aggressive moves that ultimately undo the victory you have gained. The lesson is simple. The powerful vary their rhythms and patterns, change course, adapt to circumstance, and learn to improvise. Rather than letting their dancing feet impel them forward, they step back and look where they are going. It is as if their bloodstream bore a kind of antidote to the intoxication of victory, letting them control their emotions and come to a kind of mental halt when they have attained success. They steady themselves, give themselves the space to reflect on what has happened, examine the role of circumstance and luck in their success. As they say in riding school, You have to be able to control yourself before you can control the horse.
Join the movement.
I'm gotta pop out and show niggas. Certified boogeyman, I'm the one that up to score with them. Walking down whole time.
We are Leviathan. Together we rise.
Keys to power. There are several strategies for dealing with the insidious, destructive emotion of envy. First, accept the fact that there will be people who will surpass you in some way, and also the fact that you may envy them. But make that feeling a way of pushing yourself to equal or surpass them someday. Let envy turn inward, and it poisons the soul. Expel it outward, and it can move you to greater heights. Second, understand that as you gain power, those below you will feel envious of you. They may not show it, but it is inevitable. Do not naively accept the facade they show you. Read between the lines of their criticisms, their little sarcastic remarks, the signs of backstabbing, the excessive praise that is preparing you for a fall, the resentful look in the eye. Half the problem with envy comes when we do not recognize it until it is too late. Finally, expect that when people envy you, they will work against you insidiously. They will put obstacles in your path that you will not foresee or that you cannot trace to their source. It is hard to defend yourself against this kind of attack, and by the time you realize that envy is at the root of a person's feelings about you, it is often too late. Your excuses, your false humility, your defensive actions only exacerbate the problem. Since it is far easier to avoid creating envy in the first place than to get rid of it once it is there, you should strategize to forestall it before it grows. It is often your own actions that stir up envy, your own unawareness. By becoming conscious of those actions and qualities that create envy, you can take the teeth out of it before it nibbles you to death. Kierkegaard believed that there are types of people who create envy and are as guilty when it arises as those who feel it. The most obvious type we all know. The moment something good happens to them, whether by luck or design, they crow about it. In fact, they get pleasure out of making people feel inferior. This type is obvious and beyond hope. There are others, however, who stir up envy in more subtle and unconscious ways, and are partly to blame for their troubles. Envy is often a problem, for example, for people with great natural talent. Money others can attain, power as well, but superior intelligence, good looks, charm, these are qualities no one can acquire.
Join the movement.
I'm gotta pop out and show niggas. Certified boogeyman, I'm the one that up to score with them. Walking down whole time.
We are Leviathan. Together we rise.
Segregation. Of the 20 congressional committees that run the government, 12 of them are in the hands of Southern segregationists. And they're going to tell you and me that the South lost the war. I would like to make a few comments concerning the difference between the Black Revolution and the Negro Revolution. There's a difference. Are they both the same? And if they're not, what is the difference? What is the difference between a Black Revolution and a Negro Revolution? First, what is a revolution? Sometimes I'm inclined to believe that many of our people are using this word revolution loosely, without taking careful consideration what this word actually means and what its historic characteristics are. When you study the historic nature of revolutions, the motive of a revolution, the objective of a revolution, and the result of a revolution, and the methods used in a revolution, you may change words, You may devise another program. You may change your goal and you may change your mind. Look at the American Revolution in 1776. That revolution was for what? For land. How was it? Why did they want land? Independence. How was it carried out? Bloodshed. Number one, it was based on land. The basis of independence. And the only way they could get it was bloodshed. The French Revolution. What was it based on? The landless against the landlord. What was it for? Land. How did they get it? Bloodshed. Was no love lost. Was no compromise. Was no negotiation. I'm telling you, you don't know what our revolution is. Because when you find out what it is, you'll get back in the alley. You'll get out of the way. Come on. The Russian Revolution. What was it based on? Land.
Join the movement.
You gotta pop out and show niggas. Certified boogeyman, I'm the one that up to score with them. Walking down whole time.
We are Leviathan. Together we rise.
That winter, however, there occurred a series of events so strange and dramatic they might have been scripted in a play. Elba was surrounded by British ships, their cannons covering all possible exit points. Yet somehow, in broad daylight, on 26 February 1815, a ship with 900 men on board picked up Napoleon and put to sea. The English gave chase, but the ship got away. This almost impossible escape astonished the public throughout Europe and terrified the statesmen at the Congress of Vienna. Although it would have been safer to leave Europe, Napoleon not only chose to return to France, he raised the odds by marching on Paris with a tiny army in hopes of recapturing the throne. His strategy worked. People of all classes threw themselves at his feet. An army under Marshal Ney sped from Paris to arrest him, but when the soldiers saw their beloved former leader, they changed sides. Napoleon was declared emperor again. Volunteers swelled the ranks of his new army. Delirium swept the country. In Paris, crowds went wild. The king who had replaced Napoleon fled the country. For the next 100 days, Napoleon ruled France. Soon, however, the giddiness subsided. France was bankrupt, its resources nearly exhausted, and there was little Napoleon could do about this. At the Battle of Waterloo in June of that year, he was finally defeated for good. This time, his enemies had learned their lesson. They exiled him to the barren island of St. Helena off the west coast of Africa. There, he had no more hope of escape. Interpretation. Only years later did the facts of Napoleon's dramatic escape from Elba come to light. Before he decided to attempt this bold move, visitors to his court had told him that he was more popular in France than ever, and that the country would embrace him again. One of these visitors was Austria's General Kohler, who convinced Napoleon that if he escaped, the European powers, England included, would welcome him back into power. Napoleon was tipped off that the English would let him go, and indeed his escape occurred in the middle of the afternoon, in full view of English spyglasses. What Napoleon did not know was that there was a man behind it all, pulling the strings, and that this man was his former minister, Talleyrand. And Talleyrand was doing all this, not to bring back the glory days, but to crush Napoleon once and for all.
Join the movement.
You gotta pop out and show niggas. Certified boogeyman, I'm the one that up to score with them. Walking down whole time.
We are Leviathan. Together we rise.
One, we must distinguish, as we have this conversation, the difference between black leaders and leading blacks. There's a big difference. The problem we have is that we're allowing others to project leading blacks like they're black leaders. I don't have a problem with black leaders, funded, financed, and supported by black people, going in any house for me, Eddie Long included. My problem is when we have people raised up who are totally alien to any accountability to our community, that are imposed upon us, and then supposedly that becomes a new view. So we must teach generationally that, yeah, we can be proud of a Colin Powell getting the way he got, but there wouldn't have been a Colin Powell if it wasn't an Adam Clayton Powell. And there wouldn't have been Condoleezza Rice if it wasn't for those 4 girls in Birmingham. Bush picked fruit off of trees that we planted and grew. He didn't plant those trees. So we need to get that straight. What we did in our campaign after the presidential race, we went back into the DNC and we said we need a seat at the table. Right now, we have less blacks on the executive board of the Democratic National Committee than we've had in 40 years. Sister Green, I was talking about. We chose one of our own, executive director of our group, Marjorie Harris. She's here somewhere. Ran up for DNC chair, asked people to support Marjorie Harris. Why? Because we wanted somebody at the table when they say we do not have the funds to know what the budget is. They told us the last week of the elections they didn't have funds for travel. We found out a week after the campaign they had millions of dollars still left in the bank. I'm talking about Democrat now. So we need to hold the accountability to those we do give our votes to.
Okay, stop. Before you go further, I'm going to let you finish all your points, but I want to stop you right quick. Why then, just tell me, right now, just tell me then why, if the Democrats came to us tomorrow, given what you just said, and asked us to vote for them tomorrow, if there are fewer black folk, if there are fewer black folk on the Democratic Leadership Executive Committee now than there were 40 years ago.
Right.
And when they needed our votes, and they wanted black folk like you and others to go out and help get those votes, and they had money sitting there and didn't cut you a check to travel to help get out the vote, why should I vote for another Democrat ever?
That's the question.
Join the movement.
Pop out and show niggas. Certified boogeyman. I'm the one that up to score with them. Walking down whole time.
We are Leviathan. Together we rise.
Moderator, our distinguished guests, brothers and sisters, our friends and our enemies. Everybody is here. As many of you know, last March, when it was announced that I was no longer in the Black Muslim movement, it was pointed out that it was my intention to work among the 22 million non-Muslim Afro-Americans and to try and form some type of organization or create a situation where the young people, our young people, the students and others, could study the problems of our people for a period of time and then come up with a new analysis and give us some new ideas and some new suggestions as to how to approach a problem that too many other people had been playing around with for too long. And that we would have some kind of meeting and determine at a later date whether to form a black nationalist party or a black nationalist army. There have been many of our people across the country from all walks of life who have taken it upon themselves to try and pool their ideas and to come up with some kind of solution to the problem that confronts all of our people. And tonight we are here to try and get
an understanding of what it is they've come up with. Also, recently, when I was blessed to make a trip or a pilgrimage, a religious pilgrimage to the holy city of Mecca, where I met many people from all over the world, plus spent many weeks in Africa, trying to broaden my own scope and get more of an open mind to look at the problem as it actually is. One of the things that I realized, and I realized this even before going over there, was that our African brothers have gained their independence faster than you and I here in America have. They've also gained recognition and respect as human beings much faster than you and I. Just 10 years ago on the African continent, our people were colonized. They were suffering all forms of colonization, oppression, exploitation, degradation, humiliation, discrimination, and every other kind of Asian.
Join the movement.
Gotta pop out and show niggas. Certified boogeyman, I'm the one that up to score with them. Walking down whole time.
We are Leviathan. Together we rise.
Psalm 27. The Lord is my light and my salvation. Whom shall I fear? The Lord is the strength of my life. Of whom shall I be afraid? When the wicked, even mine enemies and my foes, came upon me to eat up my flesh, they stumbled and fell. Though an host should encamp against me, my heart shall not fear. Though war should rise against me, in this will I be confident. One thing have I desired of the Lord, that will I seek after, that I may dwell in the house of the Lord all the days of my life, to behold the beauty of the Lord, and to inquire in his temple. For in the time of trouble he shall hide me in his pavilion. In the secret of his tabernacle shall he hide me. He shall set me up upon a rock. And now shall mine head be lifted up above mine enemies round about me. Therefore will I offer in his tabernacle sacrifices of joy. I will sing, yea, I will sing praises unto the Lord. Hear, O Lord, when I cry with my voice. Have mercy also upon me, and answer me. When thou saidst, Seek ye my face, my heart said unto thee, Thy face, Lord, will I seek. Hide not thy face far from me. Put not thy servant away in anger. Thou hast been my help. Leave me not, neither forsake me, O God of my salvation. When my father and my mother forsake me, then the Lord will take me up. Teach me thy way, O Lord, and lead me in a plain path because of mine enemies. Deliver me not over unto the will of mine enemies, for false witnesses are risen up against me, and such as breathe out cruelty. I had fainted, unless I had believed to see the goodness of the Lord in the land of the living. Wait on the Lord. Be of good courage, and he shall strengthen thine heart. Wait, I say, on the Lord. Psalm 28. Unto thee will I cry, O Lord, my rock. Be not silent to me, lest if thou be silent to me, I become like them that go down into the pit. Hear the voice of my supplications when I cry unto thee, when I lift up my hands toward thy holy oracle. Draw me not away with the wicked and with the workers of iniquity, which speak peace to their neighbors, but mischief is in their hearts. Give them according to their deeds, and according to the wickedness of their endeavors give them after the work of their hands. Render to them their desert. Because they regard not the works of the Lord, nor the operation of his hands, he shall destroy them, and not build them up. Blessed be the Lord, because he hath heard the voice of my supplications. The Lord is my strength and my shield. My heart trusted in him, and I am helped. Therefore my heart greatly rejoiceth, and with my song will I praise him. The Lord is their strength, and he is the saving strength of his anointed. Save thy people, and bless thine inheritance. Feed them also, and lift them up forever. Psalm 29. Give unto the Lord, O ye mighty, give unto the Lord glory and strength. Give unto the Lord the glory due unto his name. Worship the Lord in the beauty of holiness. The voice of the Lord is upon the waters. The God of glory thundereth. The Lord is upon many waters. The voice of the Lord is powerful. The voice of the Lord is full of majesty. The voice of the Lord breaketh the cedars. Yea, the Lord breaketh the cedars of Lebanon. He maketh them also to skip like a calf, Lebanon and Sirion like a young unicorn. The voice of the Lord divideth the flames of fire. The voice of the Lord shaketh the wilderness. The Lord shaketh the wilderness of Kadesh. The voice of the Lord maketh the hinds to calve, and discovereth the forests, and in his temple doth every one speak of his glory. The Lord sitteth upon the flood, yea, the Lord sitteth king for ever. The Lord will give strength unto his people. The Lord will bless his people with peace.
Join the movement.
Gotta pop out and show niggas. Certified boogeyman, I'm the one that up to score with them. Walking down whole time.
We are Leviathan. Together we rise.
From the Supreme Court. 10 years have gone by. No desegregated schools. It hasn't been implemented beyond, I think, 9% in 10 years. So this just shows you the hypocrisy of the American white man. They talk out of both sides of their mouth. And for this reason, we who are Muslims, that is, who believe in the religion of Islam, who believe in God, we don't believe that black people will ever get any laws, get any problem with laws being passed or new persons being put in office, white liberals being put in office. There is nothing that the white man will ever do to bring about true
I think empathy is the most important thing. It's not a natural thing to just literally think of others all the time. It's just not. You constantly have to challenge yourself to be a little bit more open to what other people are going through. That's what goes into my music. That's what goes into anything that I do that has to do with creativity Empathy is the best tool for that. Empathy is the ability to understand and share the feelings of another. It's the foundation to any kind of connective process. And actually,
Air Force One, Washington Center, good evening.
Aircraft crashed into the Pentagon, sir. Do we want to think about scrambling aircraft?
Oh, God, I don't know.
A new type of war. That's what it is.
I was President Bush's intelligence briefer in 2001, so I was with him on 9/11. As we were returning to Washington that evening, remember we were flying around the country, Secret Service didn't know where to take him. I looked across the aircraft and I saw the president's military aide. He was looking out the window on the left side of the aircraft, and he waved me to come over. So I did, and he said, look out. And I looked out the window, and there was an F-16.
Air Force One, upon approach, escorts are going to peel off and stay airborne. Air Force One, copy, thanks.
The F-16 was so close, you could see the pilot, and in the distance, you could see the still smoldering Pentagon. You see the smoke still coming from the Pentagon. And then he said to me something that literally still sends shivers up my spine. In fact, it just happened right now. He said, do you know why they're there? And I said, no. And he said, they're there in case someone fires a surface-to-air missile at us on final approach. Their job would be to put themselves between that missile and the President of the United States. Wow. The three of us had a front row seat to history being made. I was at CIA for over 30 years, and I think about the life lessons from those experiences every day.
As a former undercover CIA officer, I've learned a lot about human nature, and it's served me well in the private sector.
I don't think there's anything that catalyzes relationship like the potential that if you don't have each other's backs, people will die. It doesn't get more real than that.
This class is for anyone because much of what you learn at CIA is applicable to everyday life, to your career, to a business you might work in or run. You need to know this.
In this class, you'll learn how skills acquired in the CIA can help you build better relationships,
How to communicate better and navigate risk.
And how to use critical thinking to make better decisions to more effectively get what you want. I'm Michael Morell, former Deputy Director of CIA.
I'm Don Myricks, former Deputy Director of CIA for Science and Technology.
I'm Brian Carbaugh, former Director of CIA's Special Activities Center.
And this is Masterclass.
reason CIA was created was because the United States government had all the information it needed to know that the Japanese were going to attack Pearl Harbor, but nobody was there to put it all together. So President Truman wanted an organization to do just that, an agency dedicated to analyzing intelligence. I was deputy director and two-time acting director of the CIA, but I started my career as an analyst. People like to say that intelligence analysis is like connecting dots. I don't like that metaphor because it implies that it's easy. Intelligence analysis is really hard. I think of it much more as putting a puzzle together. So think about a 1,000-piece puzzle, and your job is to put it together and say what's on the box. Of course, you don't have the box, but this puzzle's a little different than normal. You only have 250 pieces of the 1,000 pieces, and you've got another 5,000 pieces that look like they go in that puzzle, but they really don't. Plus, the pieces come from many different sources, from spies on the ground to intercepted phone calls and beyond. That's what it's really like. That's how hard it is.
You're trying to fit those pieces of the puzzle together while they're changing in value and importance, and things in the geopolitical stage themselves are evolving. It's obviously a very dynamic and fluid process.
So analysis is not speculation, it's not opinion. It's sifting through all the information and seeing what fits, and seeing what brings new insight. One of the most important things the CIA does is to collect clandestine intelligence, both what we call human intelligence, which is recruiting spies and running those spies and getting information from them. Those spies are committing espionage against their own country, but also technical intelligence. So think breaking into a conference room and putting a bug in there. That's clandestine technical intelligence.
I led the team that collected clandestine technical intelligence. We did massive scale, multi-year projects that brought in huge amounts of data. But a good human report was better than anything I could produce or that any other part of the intelligence community could produce. I can state that unequivocally because I saw some of them and they were game changers, the really good ones.
The human intelligence business and the value of that person who can provide that clear insight, those plans and intentions, is incredibly important. When I joined the Central Intelligence Agency, I joined what was then known as Ground Branch. These are the people who carry out unique special operations around the world as part of presidentially directed covert action. All of the officers who join Ground Branch as operators will join the CIA as paramilitary operations officers, which means they bring with them then unique skills that they've acquired throughout service in special operations units in the active duty U.S. military. For me, that was the Marine Corps. The CIA then sends those officers to the farm. The farm is the CIA's primary training location for officers who are learning the basics of tradecraft, the communications techniques, the relationship building. When you're a student at the farm, you learn about the agent acquisition cycle, which is identifying someone who may have access to information of value to the government, and then figuring out ways to build that relationship so that person feels confident in providing answers to detailed questions. It's a good strategy for your professional and personal life too. If someone has information that can help you, cultivate a relationship with them. One of the most powerful principles of the human intelligence business inside CIA that I think we've all seen is that sacred relationship between the case officer and a human agent. Integral to that is the sense of trust and confidence that has to be implicit in that relationship. So the first thing I'd say is be patient.
That's exactly right. I think if you try to rush it, then you don't establish the basis of trust to have the deeper conversations, right? That's something that's more than superficial. And that just takes time on target.
Yeah. And you really need to get to know them, right? And the only way to do that is take that time and ask a lot of questions.
And listen really hard.
Yes.
I still teach a leadership course for the CIA. One of the things I know that we teach in classes is wait. Why am I talking? And waste. Why am I still talking?
Right. Wait some more.
That's right. And it really emphasizes, and that's what we're doing in the class. We're emphasizing that to really get to know somebody, it's not about you waiting to say your next 3 words.
Exactly.
Your goal here is to not have this relationship be transactional.
Right.
Because transactional relationships are not the types of relationships I think are going to add value, regardless of how you define value. So seek to have that relationship actually be something that's built on a real foundation. I never dealt with a single person who teamed with the CIA solely out of financial purposes, that they just wanted money. So understanding the challenges that that person's facing as you're seeking to develop a relationship is also critically important. To determine if someone's lying to you, first you have to understand that person's baseline behavior. Baseline behavior is really that normal cadence of conversation. It's the normal way in which someone communicates, articulates thoughts, answers questions in a standard, non-threatening, non-alerting scenario. So it's the way the person demonstrates who they really are in response to typical, standard, everyday questions. Developing a baseline on someone takes time. It requires you to be mindful that if someone's trying to deceive you, over time, tone, mannerisms, chronology, timeline, inflection, speech patterns, it all starts to matter. In the realm of human intelligence in the espionage business, you can find yourself as an operations officer in a number of different scenarios with different types of agents. On the counterterrorism side, after 9/11, the early days in Afghanistan, word certainly got out that the United States was being highly aggressive in our pursuit of bin Laden, Zawahiri, and other leaders and foot soldiers in Al-Qaeda. I found myself in situations that I was very clearly in the room with someone who was misrepresenting their own access, was fabricating access, was fabricating details of a story simply to keep a relationship with the CIA. Oftentimes, I would see nonverbal cues, physiological cues that someone is lying. With a particular CT asset I had in Afghanistan, we were sitting on carpets and he would sit and position his leg over top of a pillow and would sit pretty calm. But when he would share that, he had very sensitive information about senior Al-Qaeda Arabs, he would start to sway his leg back and forth as I would ask follow-up questions, additional follow-up questions. And as I would move away from the questions, the answers of which I really had an interest in and get back to more traditional stuff, he would sort of calm back down. So that combined with the number of repeated follow-up questions he would ask me, you start to realize then that this is someone who's fabricating his access and fabricating details that access to which he never really had in the first place. I think for any of us as intelligence officers, trying to learn and refine the skill of determining if someone's trying to lie or deceive you in the moment is a challenge. And I think it comes with time and practice and experience.
Yeah.
So the simple act of asking sort of thoughtful follow-up questions, you may change some of the facts around, and if you offer them back up and that person doesn't correct you, then that may be an indicator that they've been sort of telling you something that all along has been incorrect. If someone's lying, the more details they put out there, particularly those that regard sort of dates and specifics, can trip people up, and tone.
In my experience, when somebody is lying to you, at that moment of the lie, something changes about their body or the way they hold their head or their eyes, right? At that moment, something changes and often gives you a flag.
Absolutely, yes.
Because it can be difficult. The act of looking someone in the eye and offering up a premeditated lie can have a tell that's associated with it.
Some people will look away when lying. Some people will lock onto you when lying, right? But that's not what they normally do.
If I start to see a cluster of a few of those red flags, then I'll start to have a little bit more heightened concern that I may in fact be being deceived. And this lesson for me, has carried over into my work life since leaving the CIA for the business world. For us as leaders in the commercial sector, it's important to pay close attention to what someone's baseline behavior is. If they're deviating from that, then that could show any one of a number of things. They may be just at a point where they have a lot happening in their lives. There's something that's impacting who that person is, and that genuine person that they sort of bring to the table is not what you've come to see over a period of time. So I think for us as leaders, being able to recognize that, number one, and then two, take the next step to make sure that you're paying appropriate attention to that.
So it could be things like coming to work later than they used to,
right?
Leaving earlier than they used to, taking longer lunches. Maybe the quality of their work dips a little bit, right? And then to be able to sit down with them and say, let's talk about you for a minute, right? Let's talk about how you're doing and what you're thinking, right? To have that conversation, because that's the only way to get them to tell you. You know,
and that takes two things. One, you've got to know them.
Yes.
And two, then you've got to have had those meetings in the past where there was nothing going on.
Yes.
Because otherwise they're like, wait, right now you want to talk to me? And like,
about me?
Yeah. And if you're having those regularly, then they're like, oh, this is normal.
You have to know your people and genuinely care about them.
I became an engineer because I wanted to build things that changed people's lives. Before I joined the CIA, I worked as a technologist for over 30 years in the private and public sectors, including for AOL and NASA. But there were times when I thought, this is not for me, because it was tough sometimes to be the only woman in the room. When I was young, I wore baggy suits and I put my hair in a bun and I wore glasses because the fact that I was a young woman technologist was unusual. I could feel the room change when I knew I had accomplished the goal, right? Like all of a sudden, I wasn't the 25-year-old technologist, I was the, oh, she can help us get a mission done. So anytime there was a request to do a customer briefing, a talk, go to a conference and present something, I forced myself to do it. And that's how I established my expertise and built my reputation. And eventually got recruited by John Brennan to come run his technology organization for the CIA.
For the first time ever, 5 of the CIA's top deputy positions are held by women. 3 of them are here with us tonight.
Dawn's leadership was transformational. She had technologists deployed in the field alongside the tactical teams, accelerating the pace of technological change. To me, that's what was different.
One of my deputies used to say we did everything from makeup to spacecraft and everything in between.
You're Q.
You're Q.
That's right.
In James Bond.
Microchips in your bloodstream allows us to track your movements in the field.
And that's actually how I introduced myself, just to make it simple for people when I was in the job. You can think of me as Q.
That's so cool.
The part of Q that most people associate are the communications devices, you know, the talking in your sleeve, you know, to be flip, Maxwell Smart talking into his shoe.
Hello, Control Central.
You know, how do you have a conversation that can't be overheard? How do you bug a conversation that shouldn't be overheard? We used household objects, fake rocks, clothing. I mean, literally, we used everything. But also, we did a lot of disguises to change profiles so that people couldn't be picked up on camera or be spotted.
I was first getting fitted for a disguise. The team from the Director of Science and Technology who do disguises are miracle workers. They decided to sort of use round glasses on my face, right? Because you want to break up the contours of your face. You want to try to change, if not the color, then the shape or style of your hair. So they sort of went with like a Kevin Bacon Footloose kind of like hairpiece that clipped on and it was kind of spiky. And when you paired it with my round glasses and this wool roll neck sweater, it was horrible. And I had to do a training meeting where you meet your instructor, and he gets in the car and he shuts the door and he looks over at me in this disguise and just absolutely breaks out into hysterical laughter.
It was amazing to watch people's personalities and the way they held themselves change. That was the magic. It was the person inside of the disguise, right? And it would literally, it would be like a transformation.
Yeah, you have to really assume that role.
Yes,
right? Yeah.
and then you could
Disguise
kind
is
of
only one
watch
part
it.
of it, but you
We
have
were
to really
helping, right?
Yeah, you have to.
But in
own
their
that.
heads, that was the big transition.
Yeah. There was a counterterrorism operation that I was a part of that required me to travel abroad in the Middle East and in Europe under a commercial cover. It was a technology company. I had been an officer in Ground Branch deployed extensively in Afghanistan and throughout the Middle East prior to this point. I was required to take on a whole new persona, to learn a whole new way of traveling abroad, putting myself in the orbit and in the ecosystem of other people in a way that was plausible, in a way that was not alerting, and in a way that was natural. For me, that was entirely different and was a significant break from what I had been doing to that point in my career inside CIA. My approach to how I did that involved a significant amount of preparation. So it involved interviews, rehearsals at CIA headquarters. It involved a not an insignificant amount of anxiety. So the necessity of really preparing a thorough alias background, understanding your alias address, your entire persona. Where do you live in this alias persona? Where do you get gas? Where do you get your haircut? Tell me where you get your clothes dry cleaned. What grocery store do you use? And if your story starts to fall apart over time, a potential foreign security service will find out that you're living a lie, and then things can cascade very quickly for you. The art and the craft of developing defensible alias personas is something that itself is experiential, trying to develop something that's closest to who you really are. So the best lie is the lie which is closest to the truth. Considering that I was an actual imposter when I was undercover, it's kind of funny that I've struggled with imposter syndrome in my life. How did I get selected for this team? If they only knew, like, how did I get here?
Yeah. For anybody who feels like they're in over their head, right, has imposter syndrome, realize that we all did. We all did.
For me, in different circumstances where I felt the need to kind of try to push through that imposter syndrome, whether it was during the time that I was serving undercover in the CIA or now in the private sector, what I learned is the importance of owning it. Like, be confident, believe in yourself, have that positive self-talk where you're reassuring yourself all along that this is working, this is actually who you are, to put yourself really in that moment and have the confidence.
Exactly.
And a disguise doesn't have to be a physical one.
Right.
It can also be psychological. Picture yourself the way you want to be seen. Particularly, like, when I first started speaking publicly, right? My voice would shake and like, I don't belong here, right? Like, why would anybody listen to me?
Yeah.
And I finally had somebody that pulled me aside, one of my mentors, and said, "Do you know more about this subject than anybody else in the room?" Well, yes, probably. Then act like it.
Yeah.
Right? Don't compromise your own expertise by the way you conduct yourself. And I never had to put a costume on per se in that way, and this, but it was really just owning the expertise that you brought and living into that. It's actually a great lesson for all of us.
Right, absolutely.
If you are not confident at public speaking or leading a meeting or asking for a raise, imagine the person you'd like to be and then act like that person.
Right. You made a great point, and Dawn, when you mentioned you had someone who pulled you aside and said, hey, you are the best at this, and be confident in yourself. The power of having a group of people around you or cultivating people around you who help you through those moments. Because your point on we've all had imposter syndrome, I couldn't agree more. We have.
When I was acting director, I had to look Obama in the eye and tell him that we were losing in Afghanistan.
Yeah.
Throughout 2013, we were having a series of meetings with the president and his senior advisors so that he could make a decision on what the U.S. troop level should be in Afghanistan. Obviously, incredibly important issue. I was asked before one of those meetings to be prepared to share my own thoughts. So I spent a lot of time with my analysts and my operators and came to two views. One view was that we were losing. That since the Taliban reemerged in 2005, 2006, that we had steadily lost ground to them. And the second point was that if we had no US troops in Afghanistan, and we were in this room having a conversation about the national security issues related to Afghanistan, would we decide to send troops now? And the policy implication was either you should think about leaving, or you should think about a significant ramp up in US troops. After 12 years of war and so many lives lost, I knew there might be some strong reactions to our analysis. And so I wanted to be extraordinarily careful that in sharing these messages that I wasn't doing it because that's what President Obama wanted to hear, nor did I want to antagonize the military while still saying, what we thought to be true. It takes courage not to be swayed by the President of the United States or the chairman of the Joint Chiefs or the head of all US troops in Afghanistan. Yeah, pretty intense. If you don't have a relationship, if you haven't set expectations, it's just much harder to give bad news. What I would suggest to somebody who finds themselves in that situation is to start the conversation by setting expectations. One of the things that I have to do in this job is sometimes tell you things that you might not want to hear but need to know. And that's important whether you're talking to the president, or you're talking to your spouse, or you're talking to your business partner, or talking to your child. Particularly important with regard to talking to your children, no matter how old they are. People would come into my office all the time with problems. Very few people said, here's the problem, and here are some potential solutions. That was extraordinarily helpful when they did that. I try to do that with my bosses at the agency. Here's your problem, here's some potential solutions. What do you want to do? People that came with solutions fared much better in their careers. When you are presenting a problem, always present a solution.
We had really, really hard conversations as an organization. And some of them included our liaison partners, which are organizations like the CIA in allied countries. And we did a lot of things with those organizations. There were places they could go that we couldn't, and vice versa. One of our liaison partners, we were brainstorming about a joint operation that we had to do together, and my folks corrected me. And afterwards, my counterpart pulled me aside and said, your folks corrected you? And I said, yes, they're still working technologists. I am a manager now. I'm not current as they are. So they should correct me. And he was dumbfounded because in their country it's a very hierarchical, like, I'm the boss, you don't disagree with me in front of others. And I was like, no, like, we're planning an operation. If we do this wrong, people will die. If you surround yourself with yes people, they're gonna reflect back to you what they think you want to hear as opposed to what you need to hear. And the more senior you get, the more that's the default behavior. And what you really need from your boss, your peers, your immediate subordinates. Good feedback, honest feedback that you can work on.
You want to create an environment, right, where people are comfortable telling you whatever's on their mind. Right. Some of the things that I tried to do were not offer my opinion first in a meeting. Right. Wait. Start with the most junior person in the room, because you don't want their view affected by somebody else. Signal them that whatever they say is welcome.
Yeah.
One of the interesting things about CIA, right, is the director doesn't sit at the head of the table.
That's right.
He sits in the middle of the table, right, to send that message.
You're clearly messaging to junior people in the room that I value your opinion, I want to hear from you. If you're the person responsible for making key and consequential decisions, you have to have the confidence and in many ways the ego to make that decision and to accept the responsibilities of that. So finding that blend between ego and humility, I think, is nuanced. It's a high humility, low ego learning environment where we're all benefiting from the collective experiences that each person brings to the table.
I also think the intersection of all of the different skill sets and experiences leads to that creativity and that no idea is too far out. Let's talk about it.
Yeah. Whether it's at the CIA or whether it's in somebody's own life, in any kind of decision-making, there are analytic biases. Bias is a filter that you put information through that leads you to the wrong conclusion. These biases exist because your mind has to take shortcuts when coming to a judgment, when coming to a decision. So 9/11 happens. President Bush is deeply concerned about another attack.
The United States government says you should be on alert because new terror attacks could come at any moment.
President Bush is deeply concerned about terrorists getting their hands on weapons of mass destruction. Nothing could be worse, right, than a nuclear weapon going off in New York City. In Iraq, we had a government that had relationships with terrorist groups and also once had weapons of mass destruction, had a chemical weapons program, actually used chemical weapons against the Iranians and against their own people. President Bush, deeply concerned that Iraq could give its weapons of mass destruction that we thought they had to al-Qaeda to conduct an attack in the United States. Our analysts concluded that Iraq still had these weapons. Colin Powell presented that report to the UN Security Council.
Iraqi denials of supporting terrorism take their place alongside the other Iraqi denials of weapons of mass destruction. It is all a web of lies.
It's essentially why we went to war in Iraq. Turns out we were wrong. Turns out Saddam Hussein, the leader of Iraq, the dictator of Iraq, did not have weapons of mass destruction. He did not have chemical weapons. He did not have biological weapons. He was not reconstituting his nuclear weapons program. We thought all three of those things. We were wrong for two reasons. One, the hardest thing for an analyst to understand are the intentions of a foreign leader. Really, the only way to get those intentions, to know what they're really thinking, to know what they're planning, is to have a spy in the room with them. We didn't have that. Nobody talks about that, by the way. The second thing we got wrong was the analysis. And we got the analysis wrong because 4 or 5 different kinds of analytic bias came together in a very rare way. The first was what's called anchoring bias. You know something, and then that becomes an anchor to changing that judgment. So we knew he had chemical weapons. We knew he had a nuclear weapons program. So we filtered everything we saw in the aftermath of that through that filter. One of the most pernicious analytic biases is called confirmation bias. So you've come to a judgment already, and then you interpret new information through the filter of that initial judgment being right, rather than putting it through a filter that I'm open-minded here to changing my judgment. We also had something that I call pendulum bias. We actually missed the nuclear weapons program the first time around. It was much further along than we thought. So we didn't want to make that mistake again. So the pendulum swung too far back. Then there's what we call groupthink, which is everybody thought he had these weapons. And we took comfort in the fact that everybody thought that way. The last bias is mirror imaging. Mirror imaging is when you say, here's what I would think if I were Saddam. What the analyst thought was that Saddam would never give up these weapons because they would never give them up if they were Saddam. So you had this coming together of all of these biases that led to really the worst mistake the CIA has ever made. I was in the chain of command for the judgment that Iraq had weapons of mass destruction. I was the number 3 on the analytic side of the agency. And, had we gotten that right, from both a collection and an analytic perspective, maybe we wouldn't have gone to war. So that's something that I have to carry with me the rest of my life. You can mitigate the vast majority of biases just by being aware. So that's kind of step 1, being aware of what these biases are. And then the second part of the mitigation is actually thinking about them as you're forming judgments in your mind and making decisions in your mind. To be open to the idea that your initial thinking on something might be wrong, and be open to interpreting new data you get no matter where it takes you. The biggest change that came out of the Iraq weapons of mass destruction analytic failure was putting much more emphasis on levels of confidence, requiring analysts to think rigorously about how confident they were in a judgment. If you had pressed the analyst on how confident they were on Iraq and weapons of mass destruction, they would have told you that they were not that confident because the data they had was largely circumstantial. The data they had was 5 years old when the UN had last left Iraq. And they would have told you that a big part of this judgment is based on this anchor of him having it before. And why would he have ever gotten rid of it? But when we caught Saddam Hussein, he told us that he gave them up with the intent of us knowing that he had given them up so that we would take sanctions off. But he actually didn't want to say so because he wanted to continue to have the Iranians think that he had them. He had more confidence in the CIA than we ended up demonstrating. We would have been in a completely different place had we said to President Bush, we think he has it, but what you really need to know is that we only have low confidence in that judgment. And here's why. Maybe the president would have still decided to go to war, maybe not. What I can tell you is that this lesson was applied to all our analytic work moving forward, and confidence levels were an important factor in the decision to raid Osama bin Laden's compound 8 years later.
The prelude to the May 1st operation on Abbottabad directed at Osama bin Laden involved teams of analysts and operators from across the U.S. government, the FBI, the CIA, the U.S. military. In the summer of 2010, the CIA started to gain a clearer understanding that there was something untoward, there was something unique playing out in what became the Abbottabad compound. In contrast to what someone might be a part of in areas of the U.S. military, the covert action business can be particularly high stakes. And by that I mean it's murky. There are no very clear answers.
Our officers are at physical risk. So we're pretty good at thinking about those risks and when to take them, how to mitigate them. CIA is uniquely skilled in risk management because we take so many.
Science and technology would periodically get together with the analysts in Michael's organization to ask, what are the top things that you wish you had, more confidence in your answers? And then we would go back and go through our collection programs to see if there was something we could add to that so that they could increase their confidence in the analytic product. And a lot of the conversation that we had with Michael's organization was not only, here's what we have, but if you have only medium confidence in this assessment, what would it take to move it to high? Or if you have low confidence, what would it take to move it up? What kind of data would you need to see that you could state unequivocally that, yes, this is bin Laden's compound?
I was the chief of operations in Ground Branch at the time. I was tasked to come up with what it would look like if Ground Branch were asked to carry out any type of operation against that compound. We didn't know at the time in summer of 2010 that it was Osama bin Laden, but that picture was starting to get clearer and clearer through the summer and into the fall. And while we weren't the team that ultimately executed the raid, largely due to post-raid policy considerations, we were one of many teams at the CIA trying to put this puzzle together.
The raid on Osama bin Laden's compound is such an iconic moment for the CIA that it's been commemorated in an exhibit at the International Spy Museum in Washington, D.C. Here, visitors can see the same intelligence the president received and decide if they would have come to the same conclusions. Hi, I'm Michael Morell. I was the deputy director of CIA. Our 10-year hunt for bin Laden has led us here to this compound in Pakistan. The president is considering a raid on this compound, and time is of the essence. We don't want bin Laden to catch wind of our plans, but getting it wrong could have serious consequences. You will consider the possibility that someone else might be living in this compound. Could it be the head of a criminal organization or a wealthy businessman? Or is it a different Al-Qaeda leader living here? Or perhaps it is bin Laden. Our assessments, based on satellite imagery, on-the-ground intelligence, and other means, had zeroed in on a location with high walls, barbed wire, and covered windows. Could the figure often seen pacing in the courtyard be bin Laden? We presented this information to the president in the Situation Room, and people were all over the map with their probabilities. The top analyst tasked with finding bin Laden looked the president in the eye and said 95%. The senior-most analyst in the Counterterrorism Center said he was only 80% certain. And I told the president that I was only 60% certain. And the president looked at Leon Panetta and said, Leon, why is everybody all over the map here? And I was sitting right behind Dr. Panetta. And so he turns to me and says, Michael, can you answer the president's question? I said, what I think is happening here are people are washing this through their own experiences. The people who are on the high probability end, are washing this through success after success after success, stopping plots, stopping attacks, and taking terrorists off the battlefield. I'm washing it through my experience of having lived through Iraq WMD. And I said, in fact, Mr. President, what you need to know here is that the case that Saddam had weapons of mass destruction, which turned out to be wrong, is stronger than the case that bin Laden is at Abbottabad. And you could hear a pin drop in the room. And Obama turned and said, Michael, does that mean you would not do this? And I said, no, I would absolutely do this, right? Best chance we've ever had. We got to go take a look. Yeah. Just realize, this is all circumstantial evidence.
Yeah, it's the world's most compelling circumstantial case.
President Obama was willing to take the enormous risk of sending the SEALs to Abbottabad to see if bin Laden was there, the enormous risk to the lives of those SEALs, the enormous risk to the U.S.-Pakistani relationship, the enormous risk to U.S. reputation. If he was there and he got away, or if he wasn't there, he was willing to take all that risk because the potential payoff was so high if we went and we got bin Laden.
Tonight, I can report to the American people and to the world that the United States has conducted an operation that killed Osama bin Laden, the leader of Al-Qaeda.
The keys to success are knowing how to effectively navigate risk.
Absolutely.
Focus on the mission, focus on the objectives, but understand the risks.
Yeah.
We did operations that took years to execute, right? And we didn't take the eye off the ball.
In everyday life, people take hundreds of risks. What we're talking about here in terms of risk management is relevant to every person on the planet. First thing is understanding all the risks. Oftentimes people come up with one or two, but they don't think about them all. So that is an area of typical failure. The second is, once you understand a risk, do you actually think about how to mitigate it? I think one of the really important points about risk management is that at the end of the day, risk management is about the potential payoff versus the potential risk. And if the potential payoff is really high, you're willing to take more risk. Mitigating risk doesn't mean not taking risks. It's taking the right risks at the right time. So what do we think of Masterclass?
Terrifying. This is a first for me.
Yeah.
This is a first for me.
Me too. Never thought I'd do something like this.
Yeah.
Particularly to talk about this subject.
Yeah. So much stuff we can't talk about, right? But you want to say, right? Because it's relevant to what we're trying to teach.
I think one of the things that's been fascinating for me as we look at it is just the number of parallels between what we did in CIA and how that crosses over into what we're doing now and what people experience in their everyday lives.
Me coming in from the outside, all of those lessons learned stood me in such great stead in the agency and then pushed me even further.
It actually has been a fascinating journey to see just how closely aligned the two different areas are.
Yeah.
The CIA just declassified that I went on 2 secret missions to North Korea. I have not spoken about this in public before.
Don't believe everything you see in the movies. There's a lot more to the story.
We know because we lived it.
If you want to learn more about intelligence and espionage, you've come to the right place. There are 3 primary missions that CIA has. The first is to take all the information that's available to the US government and make sense of it for the president. That's what an analyst does. The second thing the CIA does is to collect clandestine intelligence.
When it comes to clandestine intelligence gathering, technologists, analysts, and operators intersect and interact with each other. Case officers in operations, which was part of the organization that Brian ran, are responsible for recruiting and handling spies. Their information fed into the analytic product, which Michael led. The role of the Science and Technology Organization at the agency, which I ran, is to do all of the cool stuff that case officers and assets use for communications, for disguise, for manufactured documents, or anything that you needed in order to get into and out of a place that you weren't supposed to be without being spotted. We also collected technical intelligence for the analysts and got them insights they couldn't get in any other way, that they combine with open source information that is accessible to anyone, as well as other sources of intelligence.
The third part of the CIA's mission is the CIA can be called upon by the president to carry out specific types of covert action around the world.
The president decides that for policy reasons, he wants the CIA to undertake a set of activities that have a policy outcome. So that's separate from the first 2 missions, which are understanding the world. That third mission, covert action, is actually trying to change the world.
I had a former boss who called me his technical teddy bear, which I took in the best possible sense, because what he meant by that was I'm able to make complex technology accessible to smart people who don't necessarily have technical acumen and don't need to have technical acumen for their jobs, but do need to be able to make decisions about whether to make investments or not in very complex technical systems. I double majored in electrical engineering and business, and my graduate master's degree is in computer science. I became an engineer because I wanted to build things that changed people's lives, right? I wanted to make people's lives better with technology. That's my button, that's the thing, right? After I finished my undergrad, I moved to Southern California to work for TRW. It was an aerospace company. Ended up going to Jet Propulsion Laboratory as a part of NASA. And then I got recruited to build command and control for the entire Army. And because we actually delivered systems that worked, came to the attention of a Navy admiral and ended up at the Defense Information Systems Agency. We built command and control that was used in Desert Storm 1 and 2 and changed the way warfare is done. And then I decided that I needed to get back into industry because I felt like I wasn't staying current enough, and I love technology. So I went to work for AOL and ran product tech there. And in 2014, I was hired as the Deputy Director of Science and Technology for CIA. One of the last steps before coming on board was a critical interview with CIA Director John Brennan and Michael. The very first question John asked me was, "It looks to me, based on your resume, that you can't hold a job."
Oh, I remember that. I remember
And
that.
I laughed.
I'm like, John, what are you doing?
No, I thought he was trying to, I think he was trying to see how I would react to being that kind of pressure, right?
Yeah.
And I laughed and said, well, I say that about myself. So you know, if I'm not working with a great team on great mission, time to move.
I remember.
Yeah.
I was like, John, we actually want Dawn.
Yeah, we're trying to hire this person. Right? Yeah.
I used to tell my staff, don't make the director speak French. And what I meant by that is the leadership wants to make good decisions. They are more than qualified. They're in their position because they are good at making good decisions. But she shouldn't have to understand how the bits flow or the bytes flow or why this particular waveform is at this frequency. That's not her job, that's our job. Don't use jargon with people who don't understand it. Also very important is understanding where they're coming from personally, understanding somebody's thought processes, understanding what the decision maker's decision space is and how they like to think about things. And that changes from leader to leader or from decision maker to decision maker. In our particular case, we build a ton of collectors. A collector is an automated system that gathers data, like audiovisual devices and environmental sensors. We operate undersea the whole way to space. And that generates reams of data, literally, petabytes of data. The problem is that each one of these collectors talks to itself and their data is available for the analyst for that particular collector, but what wasn't happening was we weren't using multiple collectors' data in order to see bigger picture kinds of trends. So for example, the analyst needs to be able to answer a question. Are the Syrians building bioweapons to use on their population? Well, if you're manufacturing a bioweapon, there are gases that are emitted when you're manufacturing that. And sometimes there's effluent in the stream, downstream from the manufacturing plant. But if our analyst isn't seeing this data aggregated, they may not see the big picture and be able to identify patterns. We needed to aggregate our data, but we needed funding first. So we pitched Capitol Hill and we talked about cleansing, tagging, and making accessible our data sets. That kind of went over as you would expect it to, which was not at all. It's like, why do we need to spend money on this? We're getting good insights from your collectors, you build great stuff. And we tried to make arguments about we would know more if we did all of this data analysis. And it was too geeky. It was like, what are you talking about? Nope, we're not funding this. We got them to agree that we could give it one more go. We could talk to them again, because normally when Congress turns you down, it's bad form to show up and ask for the same thing again. And we went back and brainstormed about it and said, why don't we make it more personal instead of bombarding them with tech jargon? And that's when we landed on why don't we talk to them about the amount of data that Google and Facebook and Amazon and Apple have about them and what that results in terms of how much collectively the social media platforms know about you personally, and what that translates to in terms of the ads that you get served or the products that get pushed to you, so that they will have a personal resonance and understand what the power of this aggregation can be. And so we did, and it worked. So to get to a decision that you're looking for, if you can make it personal, simple, timely, and appealing to the decision process of the decision maker, you're going to close the deal.
My education and career path have brought me to the CIA. Dating myself a little bit, I'm from the first generation of the first Top Gun movie, so I think like a lot of people, I had an interest in serving and perhaps trying to fly. So I went to the Air Force Academy. When I graduated from the Air Force Academy, I cross-commissioned into the Marine Corps. I had an opportunity to do a number of deployments while I was in the Marines, to include 6 months in Latin America and South America. And while I was there, I really realized that I had a strong interest in learning languages, serving in other cultures and other countries. I had a strong desire to serve my country. I joined CIA in January of 2000 as a member of Ground Branch within the Special Activities Center in the Directorate of Operations at CIA. Special Activities Center is the home of CIA's covert action infrastructure. It houses the men, the women, and technology that carry out specific types of covert action around the world. Inside Special Activities Center, you put yourself into high-risk, life-threatening situations. I was a member of the first team that went into Afghanistan after 9/11, and then spent really the rest of my career back and forth to war zones. The last 5 years of my career, from 2017 to 2022, I served as the director of the Special Activities Center. But before I became the director, I lived abroad with my family and served undercover. For someone like me, I'd served my entire career undercover. In one case, I shared with my daughter, we're driving down the entrance to the CIA, and I'm giving the big wind-up and saying, all these years you thought I worked at a certain place, and there's the sign for the Central Intelligence Agency. I said, I work for the CIA. I'm an undercover officer at CIA. I'm a paramilitary officer. And there's this pause, and my daughter looks at me. She's a teenager. She goes, "You?" So again, it was one of those life moments where you're humbled. You realize you're just my loser dad. I actually don't believe any of that. It was not the reaction I was expecting, but it's one that I cherish for the rest of my life, for sure. December 30th, 2009, CIA suffered the largest loss of life since the explosion and bombing of the American embassy in Beirut, Lebanon in April 1983.
This has been a deadly week at the end of a deadly year for Americans serving in Afghanistan. Today, the Taliban claimed responsibility for a suicide attack on a CIA base. 7 CIA employees died in the blast.
7 CIA officers were killed when Khalil al-Balawi, whom CIA had thought was a collaborating agent, stepped out of his vehicle at Forward Operating Base Chapman, known as Coast Base in eastern Afghanistan, and upon being confronted by CIA's security team, detonated a suicide vest full of explosives that he was hiding under his jacket. We thought this guy was working with us. We trusted him, and we were so wrong. The director of the CIA appointed a high-level task force to investigate what did we get wrong as an organization. The task force found we had confirmation bias that factored in, where we missed warning signs, we had siloed information, and finally, there were increasing feelings of being marginalized felt across the base. I was directed after the investigation came out to serve as chief of base in 2011. My mandate when I arrived in Coast was to really put the pieces in place to implement the results of the investigation. What was so tantalizing about al-Balawi is that he did provide us information towards al-Qaeda's number 2, Ayman al-Zawahiri, that we were able to confirm. So that's exactly the type of scenario where you're most at risk of having something like confirmation bias really prevent you from taking a contrarian view and asking, why is he cooperating with us? How confident are we about his motives? Instead, we thought that what we had actually was a double agent, someone who was recruited from within the ranks of al-Qaeda, who was feeding information back to us. In fact, what we found out, he was in every way a triple agent. We were the ones being played. We had real issues that we needed to fix. The challenges of compartmentalization, of siloed teams, of pockets of critical work being done in a way that was disconnected from the core mission for sure existed. So making sure every department had all the information, which they really need to have, became really, really important for us. It's important to have feedback pathways in a way that can afford someone who's making decisions the opportunity to get unvarnished, direct feedback from the people you really need to hear it from. So the first thing I needed to address was to ensure that we all got on the same sheet of music, that we shared a vision for the way forward, and that things had gotten to a point where there's a little bit more harmony across the base.
I ended up at the CIA in a rather odd way. I was undergraduate studying economics, and what I wanted to do was get a PhD and teach. But I had a professor who I think did some work for the CIA. He encouraged me to apply to the agency, and I did. And I was invited to Washington for 2 days of interviews. But in my mind, I was going to grad school. So I said yes to the interviews and going to Washington because I had never been to our nation's capital. So I saw it as a free trip to the nation's capital, and if the CIA offered me a job, I was going to say no. So in these 2 days, I had 10 interviews, and I was blown away by the mission of keeping the country safe, but even more important, the mission of objectively telling the president what was going on in the world so that they could make better decisions. So I said yes and never looked back. I was hired as a junior economic analyst. That was 1980. I applied in 1980 and I started in 1980. First assignment was assessing international energy markets. It was the Iran-Iraq War, it was the second oil crisis, and then eventually I became George Bush's first daily intelligence briefer. So making sure that he got and understood all of the important things that were produced by the intelligence community that I thought he needed to see. My career at the agency continued into the Obama presidency. And then after being the agency's chief analyst, Leon Panetta asked me to be the deputy director of CIA. And I did that from 2010 to 2013. The CIA just recently declassified the fact that I went on 2 secret missions to North Korea in 2012 at the request of President Obama to put a policy proposal on the table that would have fundamentally changed the relationship between the United States and North Korea. I have not spoken about this in public before. Keep in mind, the U.S. has never had diplomatic relations with North Korea, which is what made these missions so unique. The proposal was for North Korea to freeze its nuclear weapons program in return for significant engagement with the United States. And so what was at stake in these conversations was North Korea continuing to enhance the capability and quantity of its nuclear weapons program and its intercontinental ballistic missiles that are capable of bringing a nuclear weapon to the United States. As I prepared to go to North Korea on those 2 secret trips, you're sitting down in the Situation Room with a handful of Korea experts, and you're talking about how do we get our message across? How do we tell stories that put this in their context, in their mindset, not ours? Their mindset was that the United States of America was a significant threat to North Korea. North Korea actually believes that we want to invade North Korea and destroy the regime and reunify the peninsula under control of the South. That's what they think. It's not true, but that's what they think. So understanding that, how could I craft messages that would open their mind to the possibility of accepting the offer that President Obama was putting on the table? plan was to meet with top security officials in North Korea, including Minister of State Security Kim Won-hong. So the senior-most person in North Korea responsible for both internal and external security. You know, I had a basic biography of him, but I was not able to talk to anybody who had met him previously. During my trip, the minister took me to a symphony. His aides took me to the stadium to see the North Korean children telling the history of North Korea. They took me to the dolphinarium. As part of these activities, there was a bantering with them that I think helped build a relationship with them. When the minister and I sat down to discuss the U.S. proposal, I tried to understand where he was coming from, make it clear that I was trying to do that, trying to find something in common, showing empathy, right? I tried to show empathy by asking questions. So he would be explaining how North Korea viewed something, and I would ask follow-up questions. Both because I was legitimately interested, but also because I wanted to show him that I was interested. We were gonna let them talk to us first. We were gonna let them tell us how they saw their security, how they saw us. Hence that empathy, the importance of that empathy we talked about. We went back a second time because they wanted to continue the conversation. The takeaways from my trips to North Korea are, if you show empathy, if you ask questions, it really makes a difference. You want to understand where they're coming from, and you want to understand that first, because you might change your perspective once you've heard theirs. Very important to listen first, talk second. You want to be candid, because if you spin and you come across as spinning, you lose credibility. If somebody thinks you're not being honest, you've lost. Nobody in the Obama administration was suffering from wishful thinking with regard to North Korea. In fact, I can't think of a more difficult conversation than talking to North Koreans about nuclear weapons. So while the talks ultimately stalled, I don't think we would have gotten as far as we did if empathy weren't a key part of that initial strategy.
I think people would be surprised to learn how important empathy is at the CIA. I think empathy as a CIA officer working with foreign assets, empathy as a leader inside the agency or in the commercial sector is just absolutely essential. I learned from someone inside CIA a long time ago, I have a tremendous amount of respect for, and he said, you can't fake caring.
Yeah.
That has to be a very real thing as you're really trying to build that relationship into something real. As you know, CIA plays host to some very interesting guests throughout the time that we were at the agency. Like the time I met James Bond. I got a call from the Office of Public Affairs, and they asked me if I would have a few minutes to come down and meet Daniel Craig at CIA headquarters. And one of the things I remember being really struck by is just the depth of his understanding of what intelligence professionals do.
I think that movies and TV series about CIA have created 3 myths. One is the James Bond or the Mission Impossible myth that there's nothing we can't do. Mm-hmm. We can steal every secret. We can deal with every threat, which is obviously not true, right? What we do is really, really hard. We don't solve every problem. We don't get every asset we need.
Right.
Right.
Remove the defibrillator from the pouch. Thank you. You're welcome.
We're not seriously going back there.
I wouldn't dream of it.
Happens every day, right? But his wanting to go back in, right, and continue his mission is very CIA.
That's a CIA
very
move.
CIA
That's a
culture.
go-to CIA move.
Right.
That's right.
The second myth is just the opposite. I call it the get smart myth, right?
Yeah.
Which is that we can't get anything right, which is obviously not true either.
Also spurious.
And then the third myth is what I call the Jason Bourne myth, that we're a rogue agency.
Right.
Right, and we turn on our own.
We turn on our own. We're a rogue agency, that we're not responsible to anybody, which is obviously not right. And I think those have framed some pretty foundational myths that are out there.
To that first point you made, there's this sense that we can do anything, and like, what's taking you so long? So you would see impatience from assets, in some instances, laid out to me in direct terms to say, well, I've seen I've seen the films. Like, what is it about me that you don't trust me, or you're not ready to bring that technology forward and actually have to have the conversation to say that? That's...
But hopefully this class can help dispel some of those myths.
I agree, yeah.
You know, my family wouldn't be happy if I said this, but I don't see group meetings as a family in terms of coming to a decision any differently than I saw meetings in my office when I was deputy director. You want to get all the facts on the table. You want to hear from everybody. You ask a lot of questions, and then you try to come to a consensus decision. And then if you can't get a consensus decision, you put a decision on the table and try to make people, want to implement the decision. Our family has those kind of conversations all the time. An example is, if we are going to watch a family movie, we actually have a methodology for choosing that movie, which is everybody puts one movie on the list, the movie master puts two, and then everybody gets to cross off one. And when you do that, you're left with one. We rotate the movie master. So this would only happen in a CIA analyst's home.
I don't know about the two of you, but maybe it's the same case if you're a police officer, you don't watch police dramas, or if you're a doctor or a lawyer, you don't watch medical or legal shows. But, as an intelligence officer, I just didn't really watch spy movies or TV shows.
I have a favorite. I have absolutely a favorite, Argo.
Oh,
okay,
I've seen that one. That is
Argo is very good.
Argo is fantastic.
It was really true to history until you got to the end. It was a great movie.
Yeah.
And some movies are just good fun. This is the movie Spy.
This antifungal spray can freeze and disable any security system.
Wow, that is quite an image to be carrying all over Europe.
It's also a pepper spray.
Why not just make it look like pepper spray?
It's a pretty good idea. All right, well, next time.
Well, I can wait if you want to print up a new label.
No, I'd have to turn the printer on again. I don't really want to. Each of these are filled with chloroform.
This is actually so S&T-like in some circumstances.
Yes,
I have this great thing, and I made it look like this, and it's like, what? Why does it have to look like something other than what it is, right?
Because that's how I made it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it was very interesting, the interplay done in a very humorous way, but it does replicate some of the conversations, unfortunately, that I was a party to on both sides.
And unfortunately, the attitude, I'm not going to turn the printer on again. You run into that from time to time, right?
Some flashbacks with that,
This was a lot of work, man. I don't want to do this again.
Exactly.
Yep.
Yeah.
The disguised people in the Science and Technology Directorate made one for George Tenet. And he loved it, and he would wear it around. So
Inside the CIA?
Inside the CIA. It was full face. So he had it on one day, and he and I were walking, and I had my badge in my pocket. He, of course, did not have a badge. And an officer came up to us and said, "Do you gentlemen have badges?" So I quickly whipped mine out of my pocket, and I said, "I have mine." And I turned to George, who then reached up and pulled his mask off. And the officer said, "Sir, I'm really sorry."
Carry on.
Carry on. During my 33 years at CIA, I didn't realize the power of what we learned at the agency and what it could do for normal people.
Right, no,
Not
I
that
agree.
we're not normal.
We're not normal.
Yeah, oh, for sure, I'm not, far from it.
So I think the thing I'm proudest of when I was at the agency is when the team did something exceptional as a group, where years from now, people will say, I can't believe they managed to do that particular thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. The agility of the organization, right, is one of the things I was proudest of, right? If something needed to get done, we figured out how to do it.
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, that was foundational to what we accomplished.
CIA at its finest is an organization where the team is united behind a shared objective and a shared mission. And foundational to that are good relationships that can handle honest communication. It's one thing I've learned inside CIA, and it's definitely one thing I'm experiencing in the private sector as well, that teams win, right?
Right. And I think the key to any great achievement is an amazing team that is unafraid.
Absolutely. When people feel empowered to really contribute and lean in, then you can do amazing things.
Yeah.
University of Southern California, a widely published scholar and popular lecturer. He studies the intersection of race, law, morality, psychology, politics, ordinary language, philosophy, and the performing arts. His latest book, N-Word Theory, Race, Language, Unequal Justice, and the Law, looks at America's criminal justice system, among the deadliest and most racist in the world, through deeply intersectional, interdisciplinary lenses. He is a Soros Justice Senior Fellow of the Open Society Institute Center on Crime, Communities, and Culture, and he is on the board of directors of LEAP, Law Enforcement Action Partnership, an international 501c3 nonprofit of police, prosecutors, judges, correctional officials, and other law enforcement officials advocating for criminal justice reform. That is Professor Jody Arman. And last but certainly not least, we have soon-to-be Dr. Majid Muhammad, who is a doctoral student at the University of California, Santa Barbara, specializing in the study of superconducting photon detectors for quantum and astrophysical applications. However, his journey through higher education began in a prison cell. And before he could graduate high school, he was incarcerated as a juvenile. Remarkably, it was behind bars that he was illuminated by higher education, acting as a catalyst to find prosperity through the wonder of physics. In an effort to dismantle the prison industrial complex, Majid has worked with lawmakers in his home state of Colorado and on a national stage, helping pass legislation which stopped forcing individuals to disclose criminal history, unemployment, and college applications, as well as restoring Pell Grant opportunities for those currently incarcerated. You all see that we have a panel of heavy hitters this evening, and I am the least among these, but certainly honored to moderate this discussion. And I will share with you all, as I shared with our panelists as we were doing our tech check today, that this conversation is a little bit uncomfortable for me. It is definitely outside of my comfort zone because I am a professed abolitionist. So transformative justice, when we're talking about reform, is a bit of a different conversation than I usually have. But I appreciate this conversation so much in that we cannot have a conversation about abolition without crossing this path first. These two conversations don't happen without each other because knowing where we are, we have to start somewhere. And this is where we start because there are no other presidential candidates talking about this issue. There are no other people who are seeking your vote, who are talking about what transformative justice could look like in this society. So we are going to dive right on in and talk about what transformative justice can look like in the society in which we currently live. The first question that I have, I'm going to direct to Dr. Bryant specifically. And if any other panelists have anything to add, please feel free. But Dr. Bryant, I'd like to know what ways incarceration can be seen as a source of trauma and grief, and how mass incarceration is connected to a continuation of enslavement and historical trauma.
Thank you so much for the question. I am honored to be here and so grateful that mental health is in the mix, because when we think about incarceration, it is both an extreme stress and for many people can be traumatizing. When we think about a trauma, it is an experience that overwhelms our usual capacity to cope. It is a kind of experience that makes you feel helpless or hopeless. It is a kind of experience where the things that you used to do to manage life don't work in this circumstance. And in the case of incarceration, it is intentionally traumatizing, intentionally dehumanizing. And so when we talk about not having bodily autonomy, when we think about the notion of transformation and growth, when you describe a prison setting, that is not what we would picture in terms of what would help someone turn their lives around. When we think about the high rates of rape that are facing people who are incarcerated, when we think about disconnection from your community, when we think about the ways in which people highlight punishment over transformation, then we understand the ways in which the system is designed and built and maintained in order to break people down and not build people up. And as a result, it not only is intended to break down the individual, but breaking down families and communities, that it is intended to be terrifying. And the experience often requires that in order for people to survive, they have to disconnect from themselves, that you cannot be emotionally wide open and be safe in these settings. And so then it requires emotional suppression, it requires masking, it requires a hardening. And often people who have ended up incarcerated have already experienced early traumas, early difficulties, early violations. And so this then adds to that reality. And when we think of trauma, we're not only considering an individual assault or violation, but the trauma of oppression. That racism is a trauma, classism is a trauma. And then we look at who is largely incarcerated. People of color, and I also want to include our sisters who are incarcerated, and the realities of sexism and the dynamics that many of the women who are incarcerated were with partners where there was abuse and where they were brought into experiences that left them vulnerable, or people trying to make decisions to take care of their families. And so we want to be intentional about this word transformation, healing, and growth. And to do that, we have to stop re-victimizing and re-traumatizing people who have already been made vulnerable.
Absolutely. And you touched on something in that many people who are victims are then criminalized because of the acts that made them victims, whether it's sex trafficking or something of the like. Many times we find that women are incarcerated who are actually victims of crime, but now they have been criminalized. And to talk about race and class, we know that we have a sentencing disparity here in the United States. So Dr. Armour and Dr. Molina, I'd like for you two to address the policy changes that are needed to address sentencing disparities that are based on race, ethnicity, and class. And feel free to give some background statistics just so that people understand what these disparities really are. And Dr. Molina, we'll start with you.
Thank you, Reverend Jones. We really, really appreciate you. And I want to say that when we first met doing Stop Cop City work in Atlanta, I think that what drew me to you is not just your powerful words and energy, but that we both share a commitment to abolitionism. So I want to be very clear that you are not the only abolitionist in this space, that when we talk about transformative justice, we're talking about the kind of justice that really brings safety to communities of color, to Black communities. I don't have data on this, but my own preliminary investigation is this: no Black person in the world has ever felt safer because police pulled up behind them in traffic, right?
That's right.
Right. What makes us safe is when we have strong community, when we have when we have neighbors we can count on, when we have family, when we have structures, when we know that we live in communities where people have good housing and healthcare, including mental health resources, right? When they have jobs that pay a livable wage, when we have strong labor unions, right? Those are all part of creating safety. And if we look throughout the country, because you asked for some data, I want us to settle on places like Newark, New Jersey, where Mayor Raz Baraka has resourced the community safety teams, right? These are people who are from the neighborhood, who have driven crime down at rates that police simply cannot, because they've earned the trust and respect of the communities that they're serving. They are members of those communities, right? And so when we talk about transformative justice, we're not talking about beginning with police that descend from slave catching and prisons that descend from plantations. We're talking about remembering what justice looks like for Black people to start with and how it extends to everybody else. I want to be clear on policy. You know, some of the most terrible and oppressive policies that we've seen have specifically and deliberately targeted Black people. And so in Los Angeles, where I live, right, we know that, for instance, enhancements have been used to lock people up indefinitely for crimes they're not even accused of. They've made non-crimes crimes. And I don't know if my brother from another mother, Brother Ajamu, who's a co-founder of our Black Lives Matter prison chapter, is on, but I'll just start by telling his story and then I'll be quiet. You know, Brother Ajamu was prosecuted when he was a 16-year-old child. And he was tried as an adult. I want us to think about who we were when we were juniors in high school, right? He was prosecuted as an adult. Brother Ajamu is now 51 years old. He is still in prison because that structure that says you can be prosecuted for the neighborhood that you live in, for who you call your friends and family, right, on something called and be held on things called enhancements, have held this brother who was prosecuted as a child in jail all of this time, in prison all of this time. And so we have to start by dismantling these deliberate structures and these deliberate policies that overwhelmingly incarcerate our folks.
Thank you so much for that, Dr. Molina. Professor Armour, if you would, go ahead and jump in. You're still muted.
It's a real honor to be here talking to, in the company of two of the professors of praxis. I've often referred to Melina Abdullah as a professor of praxis, and certainly Cornel West fits that description to a T, right? We're talking about combining theory and practice, making the rubber meet the road, being clear though, getting clarity theoretically, and then driving it home with practice. And as Professor Abdullah pointed out, we have a bloated punishment bureaucracy in this nation. You have to see it as such, that it has real incentives to continue to feed itself money and resources and to increase its bloat even more than it has. And so you have, for example, when you talk about racial disparities, I take some of my students down to San Quentin from time to time. We walked into those cell blocks and you look around you and you see that roughly, 65%, 70% of the faces are Black, right? Shocking, staggering numbers of Black faces in dire, desperate cell block conditions. Then I take my same students, or I myself walk through Skid Row here in LA, which is the highest concentration of houseless folk in the nation. You see the same demographics. 75% of Skid Row is Black folk, right? And there's a direct connection between the economic desperation that makes Skid Row here in LA 75% Black and gives you the same demographics when you go into San Quentin. We've decided that we're not going to spend on social safety of any kind, social safety nets, right? We talk about being tough on crime. The way to be tough on crime, we should all want to be tough on crime by ending criminogenic conditions, ending the conditions that drive people to crime. That's how you're tough on crime, right? And instead of that, we've decided that we are going to hire more police, spend more of our scarce resources on police, even though here in LA and in California, to give you some examples, I was just up at Berkeley Law School arguing in a debate with people from the Manhattan Institute and the Heritage Foundation, two conservative think tanks, right? And they were arguing about, well, do we really need any kind of criminal justice reform? What I was pointing out to them is, when you look at the data, we are now at a 50-year low in the homicide rate. We're at a 50-year low in the homicide rate. And property crimes haven't been this low since 1961. Yet we're spending more and more on police. When you look at the graphs, you have places like LA, major metropolitan areas all over the country are strapped for money. They're having hiring freezes. They're not supporting any kind of schooling and education program because they're feeding the police. Even though the police clearance rates, you look at the clearance rates since 1990, they've gone down like this. They've gone in a steady direction down while the spending has gone up like this. There are fewer crimes to solve, but their clearance rate is going down while the spending on them is going up, right? So we're clearly not getting any kind of decent return on our investment. Crime going down, spending going up, and clearance rates plummeting. And it's because we are really, when it comes to kind of criminal justice matters, we don't think about it in the way that Dr. Molina was pointing out. The safest neighborhoods in LA are the neighborhoods with the best resources. When I go to Bel Air, I don't have any crime issues that they're talking about there, or lots of parts of the Palisades, or, you go up and down neighborhoods that are well-resourced, the crime is low. Those neighborhoods without the resources, the crime is up. And that's because we're squandering so many of our scarce resources on the bloated punishment bureaucracy.
All right. I mean, what more do we really need to hear after that? But what I am hearing definitively is that we continue to spend money on policing and less on community resources, because the same money that's going into policing is not going into mental health resources. Here in Atlanta, Georgia, where I live, there is no mental health infrastructure. There is no way to get help for someone experiencing a mental health crisis without calling 911. And the police always have to be dispatched. And that adds on to the trauma that people are already experiencing when they are in the midst of crisis. So we're not talking about community resources that are going to make sure that the material conditions of residents improve. We're talking about just giving it to police, the way they've done here in Atlanta, passed the largest budget in history with 1/3 going to policing. And the best they can do for affordable housing is shipping containers. But I'll get off of that soapbox and move on to include our other panelist, soon to be Dr. Majid Muhammad. And Majid, I'd love to hear just a bit about your own personal journey, being incarcerated as a juvenile, what that looked like, and how these sentencing disparities affected you personally, and how you went on to be able to advocate for blocking the box on employment and college applications.
Thank you, Reverend Jones, and to Professor West and Professor Abdullah. I appreciate the invitation and being here. I mean, similar to Ajamu, I was 17 years old when I was incarcerated in California for a couple nonviolent robbery offenses. This is, senior year of high school, made plenty of mistakes. But I always think to myself and wonder, was my 8-year adult prison sentence the best of outcomes? Was that going to be the most rehabilitative? Was that going to be the place that gave me the best chance for reinventing my life and building success? So I don't like to play a victim card because I know I victimize people, and it's important that I express that. However, in tandem with that, I do feel like I'm in a country that is born and raised in this country that has over militarized and policed the environments that I was born and raised in, and given my environment and my upbringing, I think it led me or enhanced the probability that I made the decisions that I made and went down into the direction that I inevitably went. However, crawling out of that was difficult, and I could explain what saved me, as noted in my in the bio, was my access to education while incarcerated. So being in prison was harmful enough, and without that access to higher education, like community college courses, as well as some bachelor programs. I would not have been able to get a head start on really critically thinking and changing the direction that I was headed down at such a young age. And so in California, where I was incarcerated, I had access to that education. And then when I was transferred to Colorado, where I also had to serve a bit of time for similar crime, there was no college education programs. And I remember starkly seeing a contrast between the livelihood and the thought process and the violence, most notably within the California institution that I was held, as opposed to the Colorado one. There were programs like getting people into a college dorm, so you lived amongst other people who were in school. And so these programs and these resources really kept people like myself focused on their goals and and what trajectory they were trying to set for themselves. Whereas in Colorado, it was much more, education was not a priority. The institution did not view it as a priority. And so that, manifested itself in negative ways in the environment, in that prison environment. And as far as the criminal justice reform, when I got out, I told myself while I was on the inside that I wanted a PhD, and that was something that I truly desired, but did not know that a person with a felony conviction could actually attain a degree in STEM, let alone work beyond that degree. And so I started coming in contact with resources on the outside, one of which was From Prison Cells to PhD, which is a transition program for those who are formerly incarcerated, who are interested in joining higher education programs, based out of Baltimore, ran by Dr. Stanley Andrees, who's an endocrinologist scientist. And I saw that, he's created such a wonderful life for himself and was able to obtain so much within STEM that it really gave me a sense of direction and purpose, as well as really enlightened me that these barriers that are set out there in society can be broken by us, but it takes a community, it takes us building support for each other. And that's what he did. He built support for me. And so from there, I felt the necessity to also try to build that for the people who come after me. So as a student at UCSB, I am trying to hold seminar courses for those who are formerly incarcerated as a representative of underground scholars. In fact, actually, we're holding one of the first college courses for formerly incarcerated students at UCSB. And last semester, we had a mix of people who were incarcerated and people who weren't. And it was as enlightening for those who have never been impacted by a criminal justice system to sit in a room with those who were and hear those stories and really participate in a conversation that I feel like will help move our communities and move the needle forward towards a more just society. And so I do believe it's our community efforts that, and it's the ability for us to, and me myself, to get into a position where, if I'm a professor one day, am I going to be the one who's going inside those prisons and trying to give back? Can we, increase resources and funding to those institutions for those resources that are very necessary to combat, I guess, the militarization and police heavy forces that we see in our society today.
Thanks so much. Soon to be Dr. Muhammad. Now we are kind of winding down, but we are going to continue with this conversation from this point on. I am going to give specific time limits because I really want us to get through a couple of these other questions. So for the next question, I would like Dr. Abdullah and Professor Armour to answer, 2 minutes each. How do we address the economic incentives that drive mass incarceration? Because we do understand that all of this whole conversation is happening because of racialized capitalism that is undergirded by white supremacy. So from the both of you, in 2 minutes apiece, tell us how we can address the economic incentives that drive mass incarceration. And we'll start with Professor Armour.
Yeah, the economic incentives that drive mass incarceration are many and varied. One of the places they begin is police unions. Police unions have outsized influence and power over the budgeting process, over the political process. They make campaign contributions, huge campaign contributions. After Citizens United, they're able to flex in almost an unlimited way, and they're able to keep politicians on their tether, at the end of a rope. And politicians have to refuse to take police union money. We have to get commitments from politicians that they will not take police union money as one way of starting to drive that money out of politics, because it's huge. It's not just police, it's corrections officers, right? The prison problem isn't just a private prison problem. The public prisons can be just as bad with their corrections and correctional officers, lobbies, and the like. And so that's one big economic incentive. I know I'm down to probably 30 seconds, and I want to hear Professor Abdullah. So after we take on some of them, we have to also make sure that, as Professor Abdullah has pointed out, make sure that city council recognizes that at the state level, everywhere, they recognize that a budget is a statement of values. It's where you state your priorities and values most clearly. And when you have, like in LA, 50% of unrestricted funds going to the police, you're stating that your values are not on prevention, but on incarceration and on cracking down on the down and out. And speaking of cracking down on the down and out, we're getting ready to see a case go to the Supreme Court in which they're probably going to say it's all right to criminalize people who are houseless. And I just talked about going through Skid Row. 75% of the folks in our Skid Row here in LA, largest concentration of houseless folk in America, are Black folk, right? They're getting ready to say just existing without a home and in a situation in which the city cannot provide you with an alternative is still a criminal offense that will lock you up for. Right? Not providing housing, not providing support, but instead finding ways to spend more on police and incarceration. So those are two of the ways.
Yeah, absolutely. You did wonderful. Only a few seconds over. And I hear you on all of that. Dr. Melina Abdullah.
And I feel everything that Brother Jody Armour is sharing. And I'll just add with Skid Row. Skid Row also sits in the shadow of multi-billion-dollar high rises that are vacant because they weren't a beneficial capitalist investment, right? So when we look at what's happening and when we look at this question about economic incentives, we got to really think about budgets are moral and ethical documents, and they are zero-sum games, right? So what's happened is policymakers have chosen to create policies that benefit the capitalist class, that benefit the ownership class, that benefit police associations, which the only thing I would ever disagree with Professor Armour on is they are not unions, right? Labor unions, real labor unions, stand on the side of working class people, right? I'm a member of a real labor union. Police associations are organized crime that solely exists to benefit policing and the entities that they protect, right? So what they've decided is to siphon resources away from the working class, away from Black folks, away from brown folks, and enrich and even increasing numbers a capitalist class that just becomes richer and richer and richer. And so we have to recognize that, one, we have to undo police associations. Black Lives Matter Grassroots has been waging a campaign to oust police associations from every house of labor that we can. We want to recognize that police associations are not just our opponents, they are our enemies, and we have to oust them. We also have to remember that it is the capitalist class that is making themselves rich on the backs of working class and poor people that ultimately benefits from the mass incarceration of our folks.
Absolutely wonderful. And let's not forget the police foundations that are allowed to be nonprofit corporations, although they are comprised of the heads of Fortune 500 companies, that they do not exist to serve actual law enforcement personnel, and that what they do is make it so that policing now becomes a private entity for corporations through police foundations. And when we talk about our budgets being moral documents, I need the people to remember that. So stop voting for these people who continue to throw your money at policing instead of putting resources into your communities. When you talk about what it is that we need to do and how we mobilize and how we make this conversation a reality, we got to put some onus on the people, because when we vote for people who don't represent us, we need to hold them accountable, and we need to make sure that we send a very clear message that you ain't getting nobody's vote if you keep putting cops in my community, but you're taking hospitals out. Now, I want to move on to Dr. Bryant, because when we talk about a lot of the resources that we don't have in community, and we talk about the trauma of mass incarceration, there is a real cost to the trauma of mass incarceration. And Dr. Bryant, I'd like for you to expound upon the actual cost to the community that mass incarceration poses.
Thank you so much. And I want to start by really appreciating the point, one of the many great points that you made, Brother Majid, in terms of the acknowledgement that people were harmed. And I think that is so important, because as we talk about the trauma of incarceration, we also know about the trauma of victims. And a large part of my work has been not only with people who have offended, but also victims and trauma survivors. And I think this is an important point to make when we talk about our community, because sometimes when people hear the languaging of transformative justice, they're thinking that we don't care about the people who have been harmed. But I think what's critical is, yes, I've harmed, and I was able to transform my life with support so that I don't engage in those behaviors anymore. And when that intervention and support doesn't take place, then we're actually increasing and including the recidivism and the additional harming. So I want us to hold that when we're talking about the community, and the devastating impact is distrust, disconnection. And when you have, even our Surgeon General declared an epidemic of loneliness, that people for the first time largely in our communities have talked about feeling like they don't have support, or don't have a sense of belonging, or don't feel like there's anyone advocating for them. And so it is not only the trauma of the person who is living in a dehumanized prison system, but we're also talking about their children, their loved ones, their parents, who say, like, we're doing time too. And the losses, people have talked about it as a traumatic grief of lost time and lost connection. And then you multiply that on a grand scale. And one of the painful things is hopelessness. When the system is so large, which is why people plead out for things they didn't do, because they feel like it's, I don't have a voice, I don't have agency, I just have to accept things that are not fair. And so in order to shift the tide, to bring healing, safety, hope, then we have to get out of the punitive system and into the transformation system.
Absolutely. Thank you, Dr. Bryant. And for soon to be Dr. Majid Muhammad, my question for you is, what does successful reentry look like? And then after that, we'll close out with our last question for Dr. West.
Well, I would say it definitely starts with housing. You can't talk about education and your future and what you want to accomplish in life unless you have a roof over your head and some food and on the table. That's why transitional housing is really important for when we talk about, you know, allocating money from these police institutions, and it should go to these communities that are, and to the people within these communities that are struggling the most. And then for me, higher education was my savior, in addition to God, of course. But I don't necessarily think that everyone needs to get a college degree if you don't want one, right? There's plenty of trades, skills, and building up a resume and learning and education is not necessarily done in those ivory towers, but quality education can be obtained there. So really a discovery of oneself and their ambitions and what they want to do, and then widespread access to those opportunities. I don't think I would have gotten accepted into my graduate program had I not had the internship opportunities that I did in undergrad. And a lot of those were developed by those who either were formerly incarcerated or aligned with transformative justice movements, in order to offer people like me, or and where I come from, an opportunity to gain those skill sets. I'm in STEM. I'm an experimentalist, and so how does there weren't no experiments in physics going on inside that prison cell. It was only after I got out that I was able to obtain those opportunities. So again, for me, it seems like a matter of allocation of resources to inspire the next generation to obtain whatever it is that they desire the most.
Absolutely. And thank you for that. Our last question before we turn it back over to Stanley with the Q&A goes to you, Dr. West. Tell me what the societal benefits are to restoring voting rights for those who have been incarcerated, because we know we have a lot of people who sit behind bars who are counted every year or every 10 years in census, but they don't get to vote. They don't have representation, yet we use them to draw voting maps and count them for the census. But what does it look like to restore voting rights for people who have been incarcerated? And what are the benefits to our society in that?
Well, I just first want to say this has been such a high quality, critical dialogue, and I appreciated it. My mind has been unsettled and my soul has been fed. And I also want to say, even before I get into talking about voting, is that you all know what happened in Mississippi today with Brother Malik Shabazz sending policemen to jail as a result of some accountability of Brother Jenkins and Brother Parker, that this campaign began by going down to pay tribute to Fannie Lou Hamer in Jackson and Lexington and Brandon, and visiting the families of Brother Jenkins and Brother Parker. So when I found out today that it culminated with that particular verdict, I think that's worth mentioning in terms of our fight back, because the analysis that we put forward has to be sharp and subtle, but we must always accent our resilience and our resistance, our fight back. That's always something that has to have the last word. And I think it goes hand in hand with what happened today with our dear sister, Melina Abdullah, and just the historic quality of her being part and parcel of this movement and this campaign as a moment in the movement that has a long history. Now, for voting rights, for me, it's a matter of always starting with the humanity, the rich humanity and creativity of those who are incarcerated. And that means lifting their voices. I've been blessed to teach in prison for 41 years, going back to 1979 in Norfolk, which is Malcolm's prison. I've just recently taught at Broadway, and I've been blessed to teach in between, and being able to have a number of students. Brother Anthony Edwards, who got a PhD under me, that wrote a 400-page dissertation on being and Blackness, who became a professor at Pace University. He passed recently, but he's one of my major students who was there in Greensfield, prison right outside of Poughkeepsie, where Vassar College was when I was teaching at Union in my 20s and 30s. And so for me, when you talk about humanity, creativity, voice, you see, vote is just one particular expression of the voice. And the anthem of Black folk is lift every voice, which is a way of affirming Black humanity, affirming Black creativity, affirming Black resiliency. And so, yes, voting is part and parcel of it. But from the discussion that we have had here, we also see predatory capitalist processes that connect privatizing to militarizing, that think that every problem is responded to by means of some militaristic solution. It could be Gaza on the one hand, it could be Stop Cop City on the other, it could be schools where you have more policemen than you have nurses and counselors. That's part of the militarization that goes hand in hand with the commodification. So that the privatizing and the militarizing go hand in hand, and the military takes care of the well-to-do, or the police try to protect and serve for the well-to-do, and they repress and contain for those who have much less. So when you live in a society in which Black lives have less value than white lives, poor people's lives have less value than rich people's lives, and so forth and so on, then we have a framework in which we say, hey, let's affirm the humanity of folk that includes lifting their voices so they're not just echoes to be manipulated, but voices to be forces in history and forces in their lives, and then be able to gain the right to vote as they have in certain states. I know in Florida, of all states, was one of the first to push through, but then they had pushed back against that. But then they're able to become part and parcel of what we're trying to do in this campaign, which is always to start with the humanity and creativity of those Sly Stone called everyday people, those James Cleveland called ordinary people, and those Francis Fanon called the wretched of the earth. And we're talking very much about ourselves or our mamas, our grandmothers, and others who have been terrorized, traumatized, hated, and exploited. Wretched of the earth, but the wretchedness never having the last word. The fight back, always center stage. And to have our dear sister, Dr. Brian, and Dito, and Brother Jody, and Brother Mohammed, and of course today is a holy day with our precious Muslim brothers and sisters. You all have been worked and overworked on this holy day. I tell you, we Christians, when we say holy day, we tend to just steal away, you know. we don't work this hard, but it's a beautiful thing, and we all in it together. We're religious, non-religious, secular, Buddhists like bell hooks or whatever, and be able to end it in this day. And my dear sister, Reverend Jones, spending that time with you in Atlanta was such a joy. You have been masterful. You've been like Mary Lou Williams playing her orchestra, guiding her orchestra, conducting her orchestra, moving so smoothly to tease out the best of our voices as we focus on these deep issues of social misery and suffering, and always highlight the resistance.
Thank you so, so much, Dr. West, for that final answer. Thank you to all of our panelists, this esteemed panel. I appreciate you so much. I appreciate being considered to moderate this panel. This discussion has been robust, but I know we do have a few questions. I'm going to turn it over now to Stanley, who will continue with our question and answer period.
Thank you, Reverend Jones. This has been a remarkable and insightful and incredible conversation and dialogue. We are able to focus on two questions. We tried to look at some questions that have also engaged a lot of your questions from the audience. The first question is, with increased inflation, I'm running into families on multiple scales, more and more being driven into homelessness. When I contact Senate offices here and share my concerns, phone calls are often ignored. What is the next best step to get their attention, since the situation is already critical for many? And we'll open that up to our panel. I'll also put it back in the chat so that you can see the question. Again, with increased inflation, I'm running into families on multiple scales, more and more being driven into homelessness. When I contact Senate offices here and share my concerns, phone calls are often ignored. What is the next best step to get their attention since the situation is already critical for many?
I guess I can just start not speaking specifically because I don't know your locale and I don't know what the landscape is, but I can say for solutions, we need to have community organizing that works, right? We need to build strong community organizations. I'm thinking about the work that's being done in Los Angeles around Skid Row. I'm thinking about work by organizations like Los Angeles Community Action Network, people like Pastor Q, who are organizing unhoused people to say we need house keys, not handcuffs. And more as unhoused folks become criminalized for what's really, and I know Brother Maji can co-sign, when we talk about what's criminal, before we condemn the people that society calls criminal, we have to think about the role of society in creating those conditions. So what's actually criminal is building a society where everyone is not housed. Unhoused people are not behaving criminally. They're behaving as people who are deprived of resources that should be ours by right of being human beings and by right of being children of the Most High. And so it's really, really important that we not only ask for, but demand what our people deserve. And so I'm thinking also about some radical actions that have begun to take place, right? So everybody who watches social media knows of the huge high rise that was built and now sits empty as an eyesore in Los Angeles, right? So I think the takeover of buildings like that might be something that communities want to talk about. The idea that there's corporate-owned housing where nobody lives, they're just falsely driving up housing prices. Those are criminal acts, and we as people of community who belong to each other have to demand and take for ourselves more by organizing together.
Absolutely.
And I would just add, along with the community organizing, going more local. If people aren't responding on the Senate level, your city council and your mayor, people who are closer to where the community is that you're talking about, because one, the access is easier, and also around accountability and monitoring.
And we here in LA put to the test one solution that politicians often recommend as a policy matter, and that is addressing homelessness by cracking down on the down and out, bringing in police, using citations and handcuffs, putting them in jail cells, because as they see it, the problem of houselessness is not the lack of affordable housing, the lack of adequate jobs and crumbling schools. They see it as a matter of personal responsibility. People lack personal responsibility, and so what they're going to do in cracking down on the down and out is send them to shelters that are going to put them on a 12-step program that they have to adhere to very, strictly, or else they get booted out of that 12-step program and land back on the sidewalk. And they tried that here in LA. That was called the Safer Cities Initiative. They poured hundreds of millions of dollars into it, made Skid Row the most heavily policed real estate in the country. And between 2006 and 2012, the houselessness problem just blew up. It did not go down, it went up. And now it's worse than ever, showing that those kinds of interventions that rely in any way on the bloated punishment bureaucracy are ineffective and in fact counterproductive. And we need to keep that real clear in our focus when we're thinking about policies and the houseless.
Wonderful. We'll go to our next question, and I'll put it in the chat before I read it so we have some time to respond. I appreciate the notion of tackling the root causes that create the prison industrial complex and the acknowledgement of the relationship between trauma and matters of justice. What about the folks who have been impacted by trauma in a way that has, in effect, caused them to bleed on others in their suffering? Is the abolition of police and the prison industrial complex absolute? Is there an alternative to the current prison system that is intended to be implemented? Wonderful question.
Thank you so much for this question. And it is critical because those who have been impacted by violence deserve our care and attention as well, and deserve safety. And so what we need to understand about the current system is there is a real lack of resources for mental health. When we talk about, the wait time to be able to see a psychologist, to be able to see a therapist, and the resources that they have, they are often largely understaffed. And so then you're just housing people, but not really able to do the healing and transformation. So what is really needed for the transformation are mental health services around addiction, around trauma, around conflict resolution, around parenting, so that we can actually get changes in behavior, because the punitive alone or with peripheral marginal services does not bring about life change. And so I am thinking about trauma survivors when I'm advocating for transformation, because if not, you let time pass and now people come out and not only are the same, but sometimes even engaging in worse behaviors. And so not having the support systems in place. I do want to also name restorative justice, which is more victim-centered and getting from the victims what would be helpful to them. Some of the work from psychiatrist Judith Herman, who's a trauma expert, she did extensive interviews with trauma survivors about what would be justice to you. And many of them said the primary piece is wanting a public acknowledgement from persons in authority that what was done to them was wrong. It wasn't so much I want revenge or I want them to suffer, that I needed to be called out, that I was not at fault for what happened to me. And the times in which those victims wanted incarceration, it was when they believed the person was still a threat to them or that the person was going to keep harming other people. So we want to consider, again, the mental health piece, the victim's perspective about what would be helpful, because the punitive piece alone also doesn't really bring peace or resolution to those who have been harmed.
Yeah, I need to agree with Dr. Bryant. The battle cry of many supporters of the carceral state is victims' rights. They come into every discussion, every debate. Well, what about the victims' rights? Not recognizing that there's often no real hard distinction between victims and victimizers. A lot of so-called victimizers were themselves victims. When we go into San Quentin, we sit down and we talk to many of the lifers without parole, et cetera. It's shocking what number of them have gone through extreme trauma, come through the foster care system, brutal kinds of discipline systems with cigarettes being put out on them and thrown into car trunks and the like. And what you realize is that hurt people hurt people. That's reality. That distinction between victims and victimizers is not nearly as sharp as people think it is. And we need to move toward a new moral compass when it comes to matters of blame and punishment, away from retribution, retaliation, and revenge, and towards redemption, restoration, and rehabilitation, right? That needs to be a radical 180-degree shift in our moral compass when it comes to criminal justice matters, and recognizing that hurt people hurt people.
These are great answers. I just want to give space to if anyone else would like to address that final question.
I just want to lift up some incredible work that is moving, because It's really important that, and I believe that this is what our campaign is about, right? That we committed to being Harriet Tubman abolitionists, right? So we believe in toppling systems of harm like prisons and police, but also building systems of care, building systems of love. Our platform is truth, love, and justice. And so as we think about that, it's really important to understand that there are seeds that are already being sown. There are models that are already being implemented. So I mentioned Newark, New Jersey, and community safety teams. That is the brainchild of one of my best friends on the planet, Akila Sherrills, who comes out of Watts, right? Who is, as Professor Armour said, has been on both sides of the thing, right? Where his own son was killed. And as the father of a murder victim, recognized that it's a systemic transformation that has to take place in order to save the lives of children like his, right? I want to lift up the incredible work of Kat Brooks up in Oakland with Anti-Police Terror Project, who's building out alternatives to police. I want to lift up the work that the Movement for Black Lives is doing all around the country to resource those of us who are building alternatives to police. And then I also want us to be very clear about what's at stake. This next weekend, not the one coming up, but on April 20th, we'll be burying Ryan Gaynor, who was a 15-year-old Black autistic child who his parents called 911 for help as he was suffering through a mental health crisis. They never would have called 911 if they knew those San Bernardino sheriff's deputies would come and murder this 15-year-old brilliant Black boy in his front yard. And so we absolutely must know that the kind of transformation, the kind of transformative justice that we're envisioning here is possible if we choose and invest in it. And if we don't invest in it, that there will be many, many more Ryan Gaynors and Niani Finlaysons, the Black mother who called 911 and she was experiencing a domestic dispute, and LA County sheriffs shot her dead in front of her 9-year-old child, right? And so we have to vision and also build what it is we're talking about here.
I want to echo the celebration of those who are doing the good work and many in the faith communities. I want to appreciate Abolition Sanctuary, Dr. Nakia Robert, and training churches to address mass incarceration and especially supporting incarcerated, impoverished mothers and the decisions that they make in their parenting in terms of trying to provide. So looking at our moral compass. I want to appreciate my home church, First AME Church in Los Angeles, that holds a free legal clinic to help people get the support they need in order to get justice. I want to appreciate the work at Reverend Raphael Warnock's church in Atlanta. They have an initiative to stop mass incarceration, holding clinics for record expungement and also to raise money for bail. And we know bail is a whole issue we could have a whole night talking about. And so grateful for Liberation mental health providers who are attuned not only to the internal world, but these external systems and how we navigate them. So it's a huge, massive trauma and issue. And there are people who have their hands to the plow, communities that are doing the work from different disciplines. And so I'm grateful for that.
Thank you so much. Again, this has been a great conversation and dialogue about transformative justice. As we near the end of our time together, we would like to offer our panelists maybe one last sentence, one thing that you want everyone to leave with, our audience to leave with. Afterwards, we'll have closing remarks by Dr. Cornel West.
I'd like to go first. It was an honor to be here. I'd like to say that it was not always that I thought that I was a steward of this planet and a person who was directly responsible for the outcomes of my community. And I want people to know that those who are formerly incarcerated still have a place in our community, and in fact, a large role in trying to mitigate the cycle of trauma that goes from generation to generation. And if you do not allow people like myself to give back to our communities, then we're doing a disservice to us all.
Yeah, well, I'll just weigh in with one piece of, I hope, kind of advice that we can try to put into practice, and that is beware of moral panics. We see a lot of moral panics around, for example, the theft hoax. You remember the theft hoax, you know, the smash and grab stuff that was on the television constantly, and you had various societies coming out, associations for the retail groups coming out saying that the shrinkage that they were suffering, which was billions, you know, nearly $100 billion a year, that 50% of it was due to these kinds of smash and grab theft rings. It turned out, they said that 50% was a lie. It was 5%. That's what the numbers showed. It was less than 5% of the shrinkage could be attributed to any of those kinds of retail theft rings. But the hoax itself led people into a moral panic. You have the governor of California saying we need 300 million more for police to go out there and get at these thefts. We need to roll back Proposition 47. It was all a lie. The fentanyl hoax is another lie. Nobody dies from touching fentanyl. You know, the mayor of LA said you can die from touching fentanyl. That is no scientific basis to that at all. That's like a flat eartherism. What we need to do is go into these discussions and debates and with receipts, with data, being evidence-based. Right now, crime, violent crime is at a 50-year low. Property crime is at a 60-year low. And yet they're trying to have us spend more money on police, more money on the bloated punishment bureaucracy. Crime is going down, the police clearance rates are going down, but they're having to spend more money and taking it away from real programs that can help the down and out, right? And help lift people out of criminogenic conditions. So being evidence-based and avoiding moral panics.
Thank you so much for that. And I want to uplift liberation psychology, which instead of focusing on what we want to remove, we focus on what we want to create. And so for us to imagine what freedom and wholeness look like for ourselves, for our family, for our communities, and then get in the stream to building that, to not just being reactive, but reimagining our possibilities.
I'll just offer that let's wake up each day remembering that we have power. We have power. So let's commit to one thing a day. I know sometimes when we talk about toppling a prison system or toppling a policing system, it seems so daunting. It seems insurmountable. But let's do one thing a day. And so I dropped in the chat, one of the things we want to do is free Black freedom fighter and mama of 6, Brittany Martin. You can just sign and share that petition today. tinyurl.com/free Brittany Martin. tinyurl.com/free Brittany Martin. Every Wednesday, we're in the streets protesting police associations. Join us in that fight. And then look into organizations that are doing the work that we want to have done. So as Dr. Thema was saying, we have to imagine and we have to build towards it. So Anti-Police Terror Project, Movement for Black Lives, community safety teams, all of that, and push our cities, our local governments to divest from policing and invest in the resources that actually keep communities safe.
Thank you, Dr. Adoula. Before we transition to Dr. West, we would just like to bring visibility to one of our co-campaign managers, that's Kiana Dent. and she's going to put some links in the chat. There are 4 ways that you can continue this conversation and continue to be in community with us. That is by volunteering, donating, rocking the merch, and also signing up for updates. Also, all of your questions that were not answered, we have recorded them to help us to think through and with you as community. So if your question was not answered, we have a collection of your questions that will be engaging with you as well. At this time, I would like to turn it over to Dr. Cornel West.
Well, there's not too much left to say. This has been extraordinary. I leave more fortified, and that's always the bottom line. That's always the bottom line. Now, I think about my dear sister, Melina, being out there 164 weeks every Wednesday in a row. See, that's the quality of commitment. That's the longevity of courage. That's because you love the people. You have a care. You have a deep concern. That is the bottom line of folk across the board on this screen and all the freedom fighters in the past and present. And it's just important for us to always remember that we should never, ever be surprised by evil. We should never, ever be paralyzed by despair. Evil is on its way. David is already ready. With the right rock and the right, I should say Goliath is ready, but with David, with the right rock and the right slingshot, which is to say, putting on the full armor, the weaponry, intellectual, spiritual, moral, political, organizational, across the board. That's the only reason why we still here in our right minds. That's what the folk before were able to do. And they passed it on to us. They poured it into us. All that love, all that integrity, all that blood, sweat, and tears, all that determination, all that laughter, all that style. Yes, here we are, still swinging. And we're going to go down swinging, just like Ella Fitzgerald and Muhammad Ali and Hank Aaron. Just keep swinging in our own distinctive ways. Ooh, what a people.
It has
what
their
a
motherfucking
tradition.
be fucking for real.
What a struggle. Ooh, it's a human thing all the way down.
We'd like to thank everyone for coming. Thank you, Dr. West. This has been another incredible segment for our Policy Pillar Hour on transformative justice. Let's give a round of applause for all of our participants. We want to thank all of you, all of our audience, wherever you are. Thank you for being here this evening and tonight.
And we thank you, Brother Stanley. We thank you too. And Sister Kiana Jones.
Thank you.
Kiana Dent. It was wonderful. Wonderful. That's it. You all stay strong now. Oh, you got a little cold train now. Good God Almighty. You got this train to get to that. Alabama, Alabama, Alabama.
Have a good evening, all.
Love y'all. Love you, love you. Lord, 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 Lord. Lord, 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 Lord. Love y'all. Love you, love you.
Love you
Thanks
too.
so much, everybody. Have a good night. Love y'all.
Good night, everyone. Thank you all. So you can start whenever you like. I can always edit it.
Oh, okay. All right. This is Brother West, Cornell West. I'm so blessed to be able to leave this message for you, just to let you know that I thank you, thank you, thank you for your contribution. It's not only financial, but even on a deeper level. It's spiritual, it's moral, and it is political. We're trying to turn this corner for fundraising, and you are a fundamental part of this turning. So I want to extend my genuine gratitude for not just who you are and what you're doing, the force for good that you manifest in your life, but the ways in which you're able to keep a light going in these grim times. So bless you, bless your loved ones. Stay strong.
Man, I was starting to worry. I'm like, where's David and Mike? Anxiety started to kick in.
Right on time.
Right? I said, especially since Mike's the one who knows what he's doing. So,
That's
Dr.
definitely
West.
debatable.
Dr. West should be here right now. I want to let him in before we open. And then Mike, you'll just run point if that's fine, because I'm still traveling.
Okay. And what are we doing today?
I thought today you were seating them or nominations. I thought there was a follow-up from last week.
Okay, we can take them through that process if they are prepared to go through it.
Okay. Hey, Doc.